Good. Well, good morning, everyone. It really is a pleasure to see so many of you here today. My name is Mark Girouard. I'm one of the organisers of this day, and I'll tell you a little bit how I've come to know Mark and how I really became extremely determined to do an event like that, as well as a few other things, and then we'll kick off. So, Mark Girouard was my PhD mentor, examiner, and really a confidant when it came to matters architectural, for sure, but also lots of other things, including gossip, for some 20 plus years. And in spite of a certain reticence towards the biographical, certainly when it came to himself, and I did press him a number of times because I was very interested in that. In fact, what we know, as we all know, what we have, as we all know, is friendships, and that is as far as he would go when it came to describing his own story. So in spite of that, I'm sure he would have been delighted and thrilled to see such an audience gathered here today to look back and look forward. He needs no introduction, certainly when it comes to his work, and I certainly won't dwell on that at all because we have the entire day for it. But suffice to say that he was one of those polymath genial historians who revolutionized, perhaps uniquely, the approach to and the authority and indeed enjoyment of a discipline which, to paraphrase from his own response to John Summerson's RIVA Gold Medal acceptance speech in 1976, which Elizabeth brought to my attention recently, and is quite a read, he revolutionized a discipline that has slowly evolved from the 20s and 30s, that is from the time when, and I quote his words directly here, genial and gifted old boys were, so to speak, blundering around in twilight, each carrying their little candle, occasionally running into something and holding up their candles, dimly revealing the shade. Twilight, because their technology of scholarship was still a Dark Ages technology. It hadn't occurred to them that the stuff was there to find if they dug for it. Now, Mark certainly did dig, and I don't just mean in terms of, sources and information, but in terms of understanding this discipline in a broad way, and the results were extraordinary. He was not only the best possible Virgil I could have had through the green pastures of British architecture. Generosity and willingness to share openly and curiously, were in fact his general, and dare I say, most precious trait. And it is both his scholarship and such aptitude that served so many of us here and the discipline overall, and it is for this reason, specifically, that I, for one, was determined to reflect on his work and legacy by looking back, but also, crucially, looking forward as new scholars embark upon their journeys or new ideas emerge, and perhaps also as a way of keeping the attention of architectural history and architectural historiography, and perhaps, dare I say, the need to protect our discipline. And in fact, he was very keen for a centre dedicated to architectural history, something that he and I discussed at length. At this point, I should like to mention Kyle Layden and Elizabeth McKellar, whose determination in this respect was as strong as mine, and without whom this event would simply not have been possible. Our thanks are due to Mark Hallett, the director of the Courtauld here, who you heard, those of you who were upstairs earlier, for generously hosting us here, and to the Courtauld Research Forum staff for their extraordinary assistance. To Blanche and Dorothy Girouard for all their enthusiasm and support since the start, and it is indeed around Mark's dining table that the first draft of a possible event was discussed with Blanche and Adam White quite a while ago now. Lastly and importantly, our thanks are due to our speakers, leading architectural historians of Britain and Ireland, for enthusiastically joining this venture, and to all of you here. I should mention that this symposium has been planned to take place as part of the foundational year of the Society of Architectural Historians Great Britain's Girouard Fund, established in Mark's name to support publication, research and programs in architectural history, on which you'll hear more from Elizabeth, and I'm sure we will all want to generously support it. So to conclude, Mark was not, as I mentioned, fond of the celebratory. He, however, once told me, talking about this very aspect, that one way he would like people to remember him would be friends gather around the table, telling stories and having fun. And I hope today goes some way in that direction, and I thank you all, and please enjoy today. And I'm now asking Dorothy to come to present on behalf of the Girouard family.
Hello. Thank you for such a generous introduction, Manola. Can I be heard? Yes. Okay. My daughter Blanche was originally going to introduce the conference, and it's very sad she can't be here because she's just had a baby. I'm delighted to step in, and as Manola said, Mark would be delighted to see so many people here. He was an original architectural historian. His books broke new ground. They also almost broke the sofa. Almost every book Mark wrote was written on a blue velvet sofa in the drawing room. He used to sit with his head at one end and feet at the other, pressing down with a black biro on a sheet of paper that was supported by an A4 appointment diary for Ryman's. He wrote all day and all weekend. He rarely took a holiday, and he thought Christmas was the perfect time to write. My daughter would have different views about this, but anyhow, when it was time to put a book together, the house was like a factory. There were no computers in the beginning, no desktop publishing programs that worked. Text appeared in galley form, 3 sets: author, editor, and designer. As a designer, I used to cut out strips of text and paste them onto sheets with Calgon. Pictures were covered, do you remember those days? Pictures were covered in tracing paper, marked with sizings and crops. We always got rid of gross. Everyone had to help to meet the deadline. Our accountant cut and pasted too. The cleaning lady picked up all the scraps, but threw nothing out in case we had lost a paragraph. That really did happen. And baby Blanche sat in the middle of it all. It was very lucky that Mark had a publisher, John Nichol, an agent, Mike Shaw, and editors Faith Hart and Gillian Malpass, who liked to work with him. Together we produced a series of wonderful books, the first architectural histories to appeal to the general public, the first to be filled with pictures always linked to appropriate text reference. That was an absolute obsession of mine, that what you read about and what you saw linked. I hope these books will always have an audience, and that his originality and ability to see clearly and think outside the box will continue to inspire today's architectural historians. Mark would not have wanted too much focus on himself. He hated hagiographies, festschrifts, and memorial services. But he would have been thrilled to think that people would continue to write and share inspiring and groundbreaking work in an annual conference that took place in his name. Thank you so much, Manola, Kyle, and Elizabeth, for organizing this conference. Long may it continue. And thank everyone here. He would be so pleased to see this. Thank you.
Thank you, Dorothy. We are now going to go into the keynote plenary session by Professor Maurice Howard from the University, Professor Emeritus of the University of Sussex. He's a leading scholar on the subject, which has written extensively about 16th and 17th century English architecture and has held numerous positions within institutions fostering these, including societal architecture historians and societal antiquaries. Morris's paper is titled Life in the English Country House, Old Contexts, New Direction. Morris.
Thank you. Welcome, can I be heard? Yes, I'm looking at my fellow people of and friends of advanced years to make sure we can all hear and understand. I know that other papers today will explore colleagues' personal journeys of engagement with and inspiration from Mark's work, jumping off points for their own current researches. I want to do that by focusing on Life in the English Country House, a social and architectural history, and that subtitle is very important, published in 1978. This is not so much to explain my own research path, but something of the book's impact on and potential for my teaching, and then to go on to look at the book in the context of its time, the time at which it was written. I see Life in the English Country House as a significant contribution to debates at this period, the 1960s, 70s, 80s, about historical methods and analysis. I know that this was not Mark's favourite book amongst his work, and that he disliked being called a country house historian, but its huge sales and the length of time it has now been with us, 46 years, underlines its significance. Mark and I would not say were close personal friends. We had only a few opportunities to have private conversations about the processes of scholarship as such. We met at conferences in Britain, several times in France, at Tours and at Paris, in the homes of mutual friends, and once for a week's study trip through Schleswig-Holstein and Denmark in June 1999. And it was on that trip, and I'm repeating here what I offered in the obituary I wrote for the Architectural Historian, that the two of us were standing looking at the palace of Frederiksborg, and he said, "I suppose this is the kind of palace that James I wanted to have." He would have known full well that at the time of his trip to Denmark to secure the elusive Anna, his future wife, the king could not have seen a completed building as we see it now. But Mark was making a suggestion here about style, about an architectural presence for a building, somewhere between a grander version of what became in subsequent decades Aston Hall, a memory perhaps of the Scottish castles of his youth, and the overlay of something foreign, European, and exciting that he was aware would underline his own, the king's authority in his new realms. It's an invitation, really, more to think about what a building like this can inspire us to do, rather than being specifically art historical. Deborah, do take my seat for a moment. I remember several incisive papers that he gave, and one late, unusually reflective piece that he gave at the celebratory day for the work of Malcolm Ayres, which was held in Oxford in 2016. He talked, of course, at that point about the biographical dictionary, which was coming in 2021, of course, his major preoccupation of these last and very great productive years. And he offered to the audience that day exactly what I was always encouraging, but only rarely successfully drawing out, research students to do at a work-in-progress seminar. What he said was, what he answered was, don't just tell us your findings, they will come in the thesis, in this case a book, in later publications. Tell us your problems, your sources, your lines of inquiry, even how, as he did then, how you organise footnotes for a biographical dictionary such as this. There is a subsequent article on this subject in the publication of the Festschrift that followed for Malcolm Ayres in 2017. But on the day, his attempt to tell us what he was doing with this book was moving, humble, and deeply profound, as were his lighter, humorous reflections at the occasion celebrating his own 90th birthday, held at the Paul Mellon Centre a few years later. I taught with this book on various reading lists for many years, 25 of them on a course called Elizabethan and Jacobean Culture and Society, not with art history undergraduates, but with humanities students from such disciplines as history, developmental psychology, music, sociology, English. After several weeks on, inevitably, Reformation, witchcraft, of course the wonderful book by Keith Thomas was very dominant in those years, politics, gender, literary text, I would, as I saw it at the time, indulge myself and hopefully energize the students with 3 weeks on the visual arts. And here we shared Life in the English Country House, the early chapters, alongside Norbert Elias's The Court Society and that famous H. Murray Bailey article on Baroque state apartments. Students from all these disciplines got the point that Mark's mode of inquiry with buildings asked broad questions about human relationships in given spaces, about sociability, about self-presentation, about privacy. That course, Elizabethan Jacobean Culture and Society, ended in 2003, and even by that point, there was still only the beginnings of any similar broad engagement, whether theoretically or empirically art historically, across the disciplines in the arts of painting and sculpture or funeral monuments at that period. That would not be true now, but 25 years ago, Mark's book was really something very special in bringing so much interdisciplinarity together. I used the book too on specific art historical MA courses on building, ornament, architectural drawing, etc. Although these were more professionally oriented exercises, as a teaching experience they were only half the fun of having that mixed group of students in the room who could see from their various perspectives that this was a very special book across, which asked many different overarching questions. This is a good moment to set the book in time after 46 years and consider how far we have travelled since its first critical reaction, and through those overlays of women's history, children's history, the role of the slave trade. Some of them, of course, none of them, of course, focus for Mark's work at this period, though there are hints throughout the book that these things are maybe to come. I even spotted a trailer for our current preoccupation with soundscapes and buildings, one of the many lost stories of architectural history. He is writing about meals and the withdrawal of the Lord from the Great Hall in the early modern period. And he says, and I quote, "Meals in the hall tended to become noisy, and the noise may have been one reason for the Lord leaving it. One of the jobs of the usher of the hall was to walk up and down, shouting, 'Speak softly, my masters,' whenever the row became too great." And I just put up there, what's very interesting about the way that Mark talks is that he crosses periods. I mean, he'll use prints and things from other periods to underline that point that some of these practices, some of these rituals continued on, particularly at royal courts, long after they were vanished elsewhere. But it's also a good moment to think in terms of the survival, revival and recasting of the country houses' place in our cultural history into new uses. This year, of course, is the 50th anniversary of some very important things that happened in decades past. I just take us back as a preliminary to that. the sense that from the 50s through to the 70s, since those days when as a young child I was dragging my parents around country houses, through to the 1970s, it was a very, very exciting time as houses opened up. I mean, I know you probably some of you in this room have heard me say this several times, but I always give this as on Whit Sunday or Monday in 1958, 37,000 people went to Woburn Abbey. They didn't all go around the house, about a third of them did. But this sense of, even before the coming of the motorways, people were on the move looking at country houses as they were opening up. It was a very interesting time. We all bought historic houses and castles every year. That's the 1961 edition, to find out what new places were open, because otherwise you really didn't know. By the 1970s, it was time for a reassessment. That was the period exactly 50 years ago of the destruction of the Country House exhibition at the V&A, and this year some of us will have been at various conferences and re-evaluations of the lessons of that event. And of course we've had in the last 2 or 3 years the project Private Spaces for Public Benefit, country houses as sites for research and knowledge exchange between the V&A, led from that institution by Oliver Cox, the National Trust, led by Research Director Tanya Cooper, and the British Academy, and that ended with a big conference at the V&A in May this year. Mark himself commented on the 1974 exhibition in the Architectural Review. He acknowledged the scale of loss, but contended that now the country houses that remained amongst us were flourishing, rather than seeing it totally as a time of destruction, more than at any time since before 1914. And it was that period of the opening up of the potential and possibilities, in that period purely for tourism of country houses, that I'm sure he was referring to. Notwithstanding, he says, I love this bit, the volatility of share prices, declining property values, wealth and gift taxes, as if anything changes. He warned of the continual threat of sales, and up here is meant more from 1977, and a house I much lament losing its contents, Little Cot, in 1985, when so much across the range, from really rather workaday furniture to some rather special paintings, were lost. All the concentration at Mentmore was on masterpieces and French furniture, but at Little Cot we lost or dispersed a lot of very ordinary things that could never come together again. Mark warns in the Architectural Review of the continued threat of sales and dispersal, he says that all solutions had their drawbacks, whether the house was kept as a museum, as a school, the continued residence of owners, though that was very difficult, he says, and quite rightly in the case of big houses. He commends the solution of the Mutual Household Association, or Country Houses Association, then 20 years old, and flourishing now, alas, no more. There's Gosford on the left, but Danny, I'm pleased to say, very near me on the Downs, and I have a certain amount to do with it, flourishes as places of flats for people who are retired, but also has a series of events, and the owner is very welcoming and wants ideas for things to do to bring the house to a wider public. But Mark concludes the talk by saying, the article by saying, that in his view, if the state gives any support, all the content should remain and all the house should be used. Now that subtitle, A Social and Architectural History, simply flagging that word social means that Mark's book has a place amidst a maelstrom of debate about the methods of doing history that raged from the 1960s through to the 1980s. Some leading figures amongst whom I knew from my own undergraduate studies, and some of whom indeed taught me. This debate, or rather pitched battle, if you look at what was going on in the periodicals at that time, though the criticism actually largely came from one side rather than the other, divided the early modern historians between those who championed empirical research, who were avowedly non-ideological, who affirmed the absolute supremacy in history, above all else, of the political story as what people should be studying, against those whom they perceived used sociology to interpret change over long time spans and across all classes of society, bluntly tarnishing those people with the brush of a modish 60s mentality. And of course there is that sense that these are people who are signing up to the optimism of that period, the Kennedy-Wilson times, and of using history as a template for the realization of that optimism, when in fact, when we step back into the past, we need to be very specific that these people were different to us. I raise this because the scholar who got the worst of the drubbing at this time, and what might be called people on the left in terms of the way they were doing history, was Lawrence Stone, who left Oxford for Princeton in the fallout from this, though criticism was mainly targeted at his book The Causes of the English Revolution, which appeared in 1972. We surely have him as a hero for us, as art and architectural historians, because of course his first major book was in the Pelican History of Art, Sculpture in Britain, the Middle Ages, of 1955. And then his great use of the evidence of spending on buildings, in particularly these two books, amongst others, The Crisis of the Aristocracy of 1965 and An Open Elite from 1983. But also I would mention his book Family and Fortune of 1973, where he took a few great families of the Elizabethan Jacobean period and did an intensive primary sourced research book on those leading families, how they spent money, how they bankrupted themselves, and how they suffered in consequence. He wrote his book on the right in collaboration with his wife, Jeanne, and this book takes the statistics of country house building in 3 counties at different distances from London as one of several measures of the changing fortunes, of regional prosperity, and of the political position of great wealthy families. All of Stone's books used principally archival sources, contemporary literature, travel writing to put the narrative across. There's no arguing in his books for taking up a position against other kinds of doing history, or any animosity at all towards other historians. Mark, I feel, does the same things, using the same kinds of sources for his work. And certainly they very much parallel each other in their deep looking at archival sources. Notably, we would all say, sometimes with regret, I have to say, that of course Mark did not generally have bibliographies in his books. You have to look for all those primary and secondary sources in the footnote. Prefaced sometimes, of course, though, by key lists of his primary sources, including in Life in the English Country House, that list of household books and regulations, which some of them were imprinted sources, but we'd never seen gathered together before. That's just the first page of it, to lead us towards those particular kinds of primary sources, and ones which Mark was really the first person to consult fully. More than 90% of his footnotes to Life in the English Country House are to documentary sources or printed primary evidence such as travel diaries, plays, poems. But Lawrence Stone gets several footnotes, including in chapter 1. He's a rare case of a cited contemporary historian. I'm not making to make much of a play of that, but it's very interesting that The Crisis of the Aristocracy was there in the forefront of Mark's mind. And I believe instinctively they shared similar practices, similar ways of looking at history, which puts Mark's book very much in the context of its historical time. If we turn to the contemporary reviews of life in the English country house, we find an extensive range of opinions always with praise in them, and when citing gaps in coverage, they really all lean towards the summing up that Jack Plum gave in his closing comment to his review in the New York Review of Books, when he says, but the shortcomings are only because the book could have been twice as long. Of course, the medieval is treated all of a piece, but you have to start examining this topos somewhere. And there is a claim to strength, of course, in the immediate chapters thereafter, given Mark's work on Smithson. Just as, when it comes to the Victorian period, there's a compression of information there because of his great book on the Victorian country house, which of course preceded Life in the English Country House. This is the great plan of Linford, which he used to discuss the separation of different parts of the household. If the elite class certainly dominates Life in the English Country House, and in that narrative, then the examples used are elite houses that have necessarily survived. And I think Mark may not have felt he was explicitly doing this, but the fact that they're survivals rather than destroyed houses. Somebody, I think, rather waspishly points out that only 2% of the houses covered in the destruction of the country house exhibition are talked about in Life in the English Country House. But of course, what he's doing there is directing us towards houses that we can still go and see. That's my emphasis, that it is very much a teaching book, as well as being a book of great scholarship. It was the challenge, I think, of Mark's book to make us go out and find more examples of that middling sort, and to look much more than he was able to do, except for one short chapter on the technology of the country house. And of course, he was not to know, as well as we all didn't, as we embarked on all this many years ago, how much the technological examination of the physical structure of buildings, and particularly timber frame buildings, would change the way we look at buildings generally. Reviewers noticed things that, as they say, had never really been fully discussed before. Alice Friedman, in the Journal of the Society of Architectural Historians, points to the way that Mark discusses the role of food in the country house, a pioneering, this is a pioneering departure for thinking of that in the context of spaces and of the broader architecture of the building, and the way that he talks about how the very assembly of food leads to an ordered, highly symbolic, but ultimately highly wasteful display. Peter Thornton, in the Burlington magazine, interestingly, I felt, does not seem to have known Mark personally very well, maybe at that point, when he says, and I like this quote because it's just about a sense of appreciating what you say when you sort of know him but you haven't spoken to him personally about this. He says, I believe he stayed at Hardwick as a child, but he's equally ready to squat in defence of threatened buildings in Spitalfields. Well, that sums it all up really in terms of Mark's experience and what he did with it. Thornton opens, though, by saying guidebooks need to be rewritten at a stroke. A reflection of the times, but in a way, I would say what he's not foreseeing there, and what Mark's book really did, was the greater challenge was about not guidebooks simply being written at a stroke, but the presentation of houses having to be reorganised at a stroke. And it's very interesting that as Mark's book was coming out, of course, saw the reordering and saw the coming to the National Trust and the ordering of the Great House of Erddig, where for the first time, I'll say for the first time, others here I'm sure will say, no, we did that at such and such in the 60s. You went in the lower ground floor level through those servants' rooms, through the working household, and up through the green raised door into the dining room. That was a breakthrough. I remember going there that year it opened and feeling this was a rather new way of doing it. That coincided with the publication of Mark's book. But indeed, he does, of course, include one of the servants from in the book, he's up to the minute. He knows what's going on. Nicholas Cooper, in the Antiquaries Journal, praises the way that life in the English country house explains what he describes as the meaningless enfilade. What he means by meaningless, of course, until Mark comes along, people don't really understand what this signifies. The explanation of the meaningless enfilade to the layman. And of course, just stepping back to what I was saying just now, Nicholas Cooper would go on to make his own contribution to the history of country houses of the lesser sort in his book some years later. Jack Plum points out that technology was not always progressive. This is a man, of course, who one of his leading protégés at this time was somebody I worked alongside, Roy Porter, who did wonderful work on the history of health in Britain, particularly in the early modern period, through into the 18th and 19th centuries. Jack Plum points out that it's all very well noting this new technology, but that pipe water and bad drainage added diseases, and I quote, that flourish like fungi in the English country house. John Harris, I might add a brackets there and say, of course, because I would expect this, offers the most wide-ranging and really most perceptive of reviews, wrapping his championing of the book in the greater literature on the country house. And he most usefully plots the history of books on the subject, both in terms of how the narratives are told and how they're subdivided. And he also, I think, for us, points out how much of a turning point life in the English country house was, because he says that, of course, there were the great assemblages of information and of basic photography, thanks to the glorious years of country life and all the articles on country houses, on the work of Alfred Tipping, Christopher Hussey, John Cornforth, but then he warned against those books on country houses which were slipping into what he describes as, and I'm getting it right here, the Thames and Weidenfeld style of book. And I think what he means by that is glamorous photographs of rather interiors that look rather soulless and not enough text or analysis. That was not always true of the works, of course, of those two great publishers. But there was a time when there was the sell of the photogenic above everything else. Life in the English Country House was the first book about people who lived in a certain kind of grand house, and both text and illustration took us there. The book was designed expertly by Mark Girouard, and the choice of illustration is a skillful mixture of contemporary photographs, old photographs, historicising prints, often bringing figures back into the frame, telling us that living story. And it's very interesting here, and I say again about how Mark's book lifts us out of strictly chronological history, though the book itself is chronological. In the middle of his discussion of Elizabethan Jacobean houses, he chooses to illustrate the stone stair at Burley by Nash's England in an olden time. It's as if he's using the illustration which makes the point, but he's bringing the people back into the picture. And I think it's something we perceptively have to do, I think, in illustrating books, is that you need to syncopate. You need to realise that the visual eye, that story between the illustrations is as important as the text that you are creating. I've been talking about life in the English country house amongst books of history because that's how I see it. It's become something of a monument, perhaps, but actually I see it as a fairly short, sharp and incisive text. Rereading it for this, after a few years away from teaching now, I found it a different kind of book. There was a different way of looking at it. Parts of it move effortlessly between different... sorry, that was my slide to say I couldn't find a reference in the book to the making of these wonderful plans. They really are the sort of things that we have used and reused, particularly in teaching, so many times. It's that sort of thing which makes the books also so special in terms of its illustration. Parts of life in the English country house move effortlessly, picking up threads from earlier chapters and moving them through changing times. So, at the opening of the social house, 1720 to 1770, that's chapter 7, and bear in mind that it was the 18th century section of this book that got the most criticism for being too brief. He takes us at the opening of that chapter from Petworth to Hogarth's Mariage à la Mode, to Bath's social landscape here in the Marlowe view of 1777, to freeholders and tenants. And this is all on a path of explaining how hospitality at great houses, how and why great hospitality at great houses had changed. For me, this also demonstrates what historians of the material past had to offer and encourage historians to do likewise. In my youth, great historical tomes, whether it's a biography of Charles V or something on the 30 Years' War, or any number of things, whatever, had a clutch of illustrations gathered in by the publisher, one often suspects, somewhere in the middle of the book, somehow indefinably reflective of the serious issues and politics of the book itself, serious history. Now, visual evidence, I'm preaching to the converted here, am I not? Visual evidence is often at the centre of the argument, setting up buildings, paintings, the applied arts as makers of history, and not just appendages to something else. I think life in the English country house was a significant contribution to that revolution. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Maurice, and perfect timing. I suggest that we now use this few minutes for the little break that was suggested earlier on, and that we gather back. It's about 10 to ish. If we gather back at 1:30, then we'll start with sessions. That's all right. Thank you very much. Okay, so we need to start the first session because we really want to have some time for discussion, and that, of course, will include any question you may have on the plenary. So the first paper of Session 1, which is about interpreting the early modern period, is Gordon Higgett, who is an independent architectural historian, but of course for many years he was a historic building inspector at English Heritage, now Historic England, who again needs a little presentation, but just to say that he specialises on various things, particularly architectural drawings and design practice in early modern Britain, and is published widely and is indeed helped a lot of us, including myself, interpreting and understanding this very important body of sources. So today his paper is titled Inigo Jones and the Vitruvian Panelled Door. Thank you, Gordon.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Nice to be here. Quite a lot of text in this, I should say. I should warn you. Anyway, here we go with some text. Well, in a note written on the 19th of January in 1615 in his Roman sketchbook, now at Chatsworth House, that was 2.5 months after he returned from his tour of Italy with Lord Arundel, Inigo Jones reflected on design in architecture. He compared it to an artist learning to draw the human figure, who must first master the parts, the eyes, the noses, mouths, ears, and so forth, as he writes there, before putting them all together to make a whole figure. a process that we see at work in one of many sheets of studies in a sketchbook, also at Chatsworth, this sheet dating to the 1630s, with ears and heads. So in architecture, Jones goes on, one must study the parts of a building, such as, and he starts a list, lodges, entrances, halls, chambers, doors and windows, and then enrich them with columns, cornices, coffering, statues, paintings, and so on. Jones does not describe how the parts of a building should be put together to make a whole design, but it is clear from his surviving buildings, his drawings, and his numerous annotations that this involves scrupulous attention to the proportioning and coordination of their smaller and larger elements, and refinement in their moulding profiles and ornaments. In his superb essay on Inigo Jones in his Biographical Dictionary of English Architecture, 1540 to 1640, Mark Girouard very effectively describes Jones's design process, and he also identifies his pursuit of antiquity as, quote, perhaps the most interesting aspect of his work. In this, he wrote, Jones was a lone voice, for most of his contemporaries, inept or otherwise, had no desire to follow him, and nor did anyone else, architect or artisan, in Europe at that time. I think nor, it should be nor, almost anyone else, architect or artisan in Europe at this time. Well, a note in the margin of the plate in Book 2 of Jones's copy of Palladio's I Quattro Libri dell'Architettura in Worcester College, Oxford, showing the facade of the Palazzo Porto in Vicenza, a note about the first floor windows of the building, which I've highlighted here, exemplifies Jones's dual concern with refining the parts of a building while seeking precedents for them in antiquity. These two aspects of Jones's mindset that we always have to bear in mind. He wrote here, B, fenestri valvati, which is down to the ground, C, vitr, meaning Vitruvius, but he doesn't give a page reference. He was noting that the windows of the palace marked B, reaching down to the floor, those windows reached down to the floor, and he called them fenestri valvati. This note and the one below, dated the 2nd of June 1632, which is about the balconies of the windows of the palace, can both be connected with the design of the upper floor of the Queen's House, Greenwich, when work resumed at that level for Queen Henrietta Maria in the summer of 1632. On the south side of the villa, facing the Royal Hunting Park, Jones used blind balconies modelled on the Palazzo Porto example, but these are not full-length windows. But on the more private side of the house, facing the garden of Greenwich Palace, a lost elevation of about 1635, formerly at Newby Hall, Yorkshire, but stolen in 1973 at the time of the Inigo Jones exhibition at the Banqueting House. This drawing, probably in the hand of an assistant, shows that the central window was full length with an open balcony, and that the windows of the Queen's bedchamber on the right and her cabinet room on the left were also full length, as they opened to iron balconies for views over the garden and towards the River Thames. These balconies remained in place until the early 18th century. Full-length windows also flank the entrance to the main hall from the terrace at ground floor level. Now, Valvati is Jones's spelling of the Italian feminine plural. It's an Italian feminine plural, valvate, E ending, which comes from the Latin valvata in Vitruvius, meaning folding doors or doors with leaves. And valvae, a feminine plural, for valves, is another Latin spelling for these folding doors. Now, Daniele Barbaro, in his Italian edition of Vitruvius's 10 books in 1567, which Jones annotated in the copy at Chatsworth House, used the words valvate to describe the two-leaf doors of the Ionic and Corinthian types of door, which are discussed by Vitruvius in Book 4, Chapter 6, a chapter devoted to the doors of Roman temples. Now, on the page opposite Barbaro's illustration of an Ionic door, a two-leaf door, Jones underlined valvate. You can just see on the fold of the book. He underlined valvate and added notes identifying the frieze, the consoles of the door, which he called cartelli. He says here that cartelli are too slender in that note on the right. He also made a note about the hinge of the two-leaf door. So he's interested in the practicalities of these two-leaf doors, which he recognises as valvate, folding doors. His fullest notes, however, are on the Doric door, because this is the one that Vitruvius describes in most detail. And here, all these notes are datable to a late period. The notes in dark brown ink are datable from their handwriting, as well as from their ink, to the 1630s, or probably early 1630s. And here, Jones names the parts of the door. The panel is the tympana, and then the antipagenta are the frames around it. And then he names a particular moulding, a Semasia lesbia, which I'll come back to. Then on the right-hand side, he looks at the proportions of the panels in relation to Vitruvius's text, calling the panels quadro rather than tympano. So looking at the proportioning himself. Well, Jones had trained as a joiner as well as a painter, and he understood how such doors were made. And when he was in Italy in 1613 to 14, he would have seen many examples of two-leaf doors with moulded stiles and rails, and plain and enriched panels, sometimes fielded panels, between the stiles and rails. Now, he didn't visit Urbino, but the example here on the right, which happens to be at the house of the poet, mathematician and commentator on Vitruvius, Bernardino Boldi, has a type of door, mid-16th century, which is the sort that's illustrated in Vitruvius's, in Barbaro's treatise. A typical example, two-leaf door, plain panels framed by stiles and rails. Now, important for the design of such doors, as you can see in this example on the right, and as Jones was to discover when he looked at Vincenzo Scamozzi's many printed examples of doors in his treatise, published in 1615, which we'll come on to, an important factor was the proportioning of the panels and how they and the rails align with the mouldings of the architectural frame. So you see on the right how the base of the door aligns with the plinth and so on, and the impost of the frame aligns with the lintel over the door. I mean, this is basic stuff in terms of architectural design. And the only drawing we have from Jones for a classical door frame, which includes the panel doors, is this one, which is datable about 1630, showing alternatives for the entrance to a house. And we see here Jones refining and adjusting the alignments of the panel. You see he's crossed out a line here crossed out that line and align the panels with the frame on that side, then come up with a different version on the right-hand side to get that coordinated effect. And he's actually using here Scamozzi's Tuscan order with its blank triglyphs. So Scamozzi is very much in his mind. Well, Jones returned to Vitruvius's chapter on temple doors in Book 4 of Barbaro's editions many times throughout his career. We see this from the notes and sketch profiles he made in the margins of the opening section. In this chapter, Vitruvius gave names to the mouldings of the door frames, which he did not use elsewhere in his treatise: the Lesbian cymatium, an Avolo moulding, and the Doric cymatium, a cavetto, which Jones sketches in the margin on the right. However, translators and commentators disagreed whether these mouldings should be carved or plain. In this note on the right-hand side, on page 183, which I show in more detail here, Jones appears to criticise Barbaro and Guillaume Philander, the French author of a Latin edition of Vitruvius, first published in 1544, for agreeing that the term scima sculptura meant a carved cima. sculptura, carved. But Jones knew that Serlio thought it should not be carved, for Serlio argued that sima sculptura was an error in the Latin text for sine sculptura, meaning without carving. Jones thought not to have read Latin, and his colleague Ben Jonson famously mocked him for overbearing us with mistook names out of Vitruvius. But he clearly did have a working knowledge of the language, for he had access to a copy of the 1550 edition of Philander's Vitruvius, which does not survive, and he compared his account of the Sima Sculptura with Serlio's, and reached his own conclusion. Jones thought that it should not be carved. And we see this, his reference to Philander in this note on the right, where he is, firstly on the right-hand side, I should say, he's noting that Serlio's got it wrong in terms of the lesbian sonata, the Doric sonata, which should be a cavetto, and he corrects him with a sketch. Then on the left-hand side, he adds a note next to a paragraph that Serlio himself added to his text after Philander had personally admonished him for misinterpreting the text of Vitruvius on this question of the Sima Sculptura. Now, the page number of this note identifies the copy that Jones was using, the 1550 edition, which used the Latin text as well as Latin annotations. Now, Philander's Vitruvius is the key to understanding Jones's interest in the two-leaf folding door and window. For in chapter 6 of book 6 on ancient Greek houses, Vitruvius states that folding doors and windows, valvata, were used in a certain type of Greek hall called chisene, which overlooked gardens and lawns on the north side of the house. Now here, Jones used his copy of Philander to correct and supplement Barbaro's translation, as you see in his annotations on the right-hand side. For Barbaro omitted the word valvata in two places in his Italian translation, and then Jones supplies these in a marginal note on the left there, velasque and it's the velasque, which is and valvate, and above the text. And then in the next part of the Latin text, he notices that in the fifth line there, he's changed the word leto. He's changed the word tetto in Barbaro's text to leto. That's roof, changing the word roof to the word bed or dining couch, taking this from Philander's word lectis, meaning on couches, whereas Barbaro had used a text now accepted by some modern scholars in which the word is tectis, meaning over the roof. I give Jones's alternative readings of the text there in square brackets, but in summary, Jones's preference was for this dining couch reading, and it's relevant to his full height windows, as the diners reposing on couches could see through the full-length windows into the gardens. Now, Jones's richest source for the design of two-leaf doors was a series of 20 engravings in Scamozzi's Treatise on Architecture, published in 1615, which he was annotating by the end of the decade. There were 20 plates of these doors, and Jones annotates all of them. The very first one, he includes a summary of all of Scamozzi's general precepts on the design of two-panel doors. On the far side, on the right-hand side, he underlines an important passage in Scamozzi's commentary, that corrispondenza, or alignment between the panels of doors and the architectural frames, was very important, as it serves to tie the members of the fabric together into a single body. Then in his design of the Corinthian door, he looks in greater detail at the proportioning of the door in relation to the architectural frame, noticing that the top of the middle panel is exactly halfway between the floor and the top of the frieze, and then the sematio, he says, rules the underpanels. That means that the dado rail of the pedestal is aligned with the horizontal rails of the door. It rules the underpanels, so the underpanels are proportioned from that point down, and that determines the proportioning of the doors as a whole. Now this has a bearing on Jones's designs, or designs drawn by John Webb at Wilton House in about 1648 for new doors in the state rooms, which are clearly dependent on the examples in Scamozzi. And I show on the right a design for the great door, the door into the great room, that is the double cube room at Wilton House, which is now in the Wiltshire and Swindon History Centre, along with many other drawings relating to Wilton House. And this is the largest of the doors that Jones designed for Wilton, and you see how it relates to the Scamozzi example, the two-leaf door with raised and fielded panels, 4 in each leaf. And here you see in context, that door would have been in the central opening there from what was originally a staircase into the double cube room or great room. There were originally 2 side doors on each side coming into the room. And the one on the right giving access from the King's Chamber on the opposite side of the passageway. And you see those 2 doors here in these designs, designed for the side door of the great room, and then a design for the King's door, the entrance from the King's Chamber into the great room, from the King's Chamber itself and into the great room. And this is a complete example of a design by Jones for a Vitruvian panel door in its frame in 2 leaves. And the leaves are distinctly marked there. Each leaf is one large moulding with 5 sub-panels in it. Well, how does this bear on Jones and his design of houses? Well, I come to my last 2 slides on this, and this is the most important example, for which I'm grateful to Simon Thurley, because he recently asked me to look at a draft of an article he's written on Wimbledon Manor, a very important contribution to our knowledge on the history of the country house, where he draws together all the information we have about this building, which King Charles bought for Queen Henrietta Maria in 1639 as a rural retreat, and Jones fitted out, adding a wing on this side, and then refurbishing the chambers here, in particular the marble parlour in the centre of that range on the east side, overlooking the orange garden. And in that room, 3 openings, 3 doors, gave access to the terrace. And the parliamentary survey of 1649 describes the marble parlour as a fair and spacious room, the windows of which render it very pleasant, having 3 double-leaf window doors of wainscot and glass opening onto the terrace. So this is a description of French windows, of full-height windows, partly panelled, like the door to the entrance of the stone galleries, it's called, on the west side. So half-glazed doors, double-leaved, opening onto the garden, giving views over the garden, the valvate. And that's how I think we should interpret these the full-leaf doors at the Queen's House. My illustration on the left is from an article that Pete Smith has recently published on the balcony and pergola, where he looks at the evolution of this type and illustrates this very important example, a drawing of Inigo Jones's pergola at Admiral Cecil's house on the Strand, which had what it looks like a single-leaf, full-height French window opening into a balcony, and that's what evidently Jones intended for both the Queen's bedchamber on the left and the Queen's cabinet room on the right. And relevant to the latter is how the French windows in the cabinet room on the left would have helped illuminate the room, because we have a reference in the notebook of Nicholas Stone in 1639 that this was the room with glasses, which we take to be vertical strips of mirror on the walls between the paintings, a cycle of paintings commissioned on the legend of Cupid and Psyche for the walls of the cabinet room in 1640. So the full-height windows would have illuminated the room from the north side and allowed views into the garden on the right, towards the north and facing the Thames. Could it be then that with the encouragement of her surveyor, who had authority from the Latin text of Vitruvius, that the Queen envisaged her bedchamber and her cabinet room as Greek halls or chisiceni with fenestri valvati overlooking the lawns towards the north. At the very least, the full-height window doors at the Queen's House and Wimbledon Manor were early examples of the French window in English domestic architecture. They could, of course, have had their origins in contemporary French houses and palaces known to the Queen. Thus far, my only knowledge on this subject comes from Mark Girouard's excellent book, Life in the French Country House, where he observed that by the 18th century, the favoured position for bedchambers in French country houses was, quote, on the ground floor with French windows opening into the garden, sometimes their own little private garden. The example he gives is the Chateau of Amsouy in Provence, Alpes-Côte d'Azur, of about 1750, where an octagonal chambre and an adjoining boudoir have access to a central garden through French windows. This is enough, perhaps, to stimulate further inquiry into the history of the French window in France and Britain, or, as Jones would have it, the fenestri valvati. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gordon. Quite fascinating thoughts about French windows. And the finestre valvate, which is a rather fascinating way of calling them. So the next speaker is Emily Courtauld from Historic England with a paper on the Country House State Department. Emily is Senior Investigator for Historic England, in fact an alumna of this institute, with an extensive collection of books and architectural texts, quite a few of them of which are familiar to all of us. The Grammar of Architecture, Concise History of Architectural Styles, Lincoln London Blueprints, Architectural Details, Visual Guides, and at the moment reserved focus on pubs, country houses, and royal properties. Emily, thank you very much.
Thanks for hearing. Can everyone hear me? Same question again. So it's a pleasure for me today to be here today speaking at this event honouring Mark Girouard, who's been a great and long-standing influence for me, as for so many others. My specific area of study, the state or best rooms of Elizabethan and Jacobean country houses, was a subject which Mark was also greatly interested in and, of course, wrote about himself. I want to talk about why I feel Mark's work was so important in this area, and specifically to duplicate some of what Maurice was saying about life in English country house, hopefully not to actually duplicate, but the same book, before moving on to introduce some of my own research findings. By the time I came to be interested in the architecture and planning of country houses in the mid-1990s, there were certain key reference works to draw upon. These included publications by Girouard as well as Maurice Howard's book of 1984, The Early Tudor Country House, the conference proceedings on great houses that resulted from a series of major events staged from 1994 by Malcolm Ayres, and for royal architecture, Simon Thurley's 1993 study, The Royal Palaces of Tudor England. Works then in progress included Malcolm Ayres' book, The Tudor and Jacobean Country House, which was published in 1995, and Nicholas Cooper's book, Houses of the Gentry, which was published in 1999. As even that brief and selective list shows, the 1980s and 90s saw a significant advance in scholarship regarding the architecture of country houses, gentry houses, and royal palaces in England. Given that notable body of work, and more that followed, it can be difficult to fully appreciate the situation before that time. In order to do this, I would like to cite some of Mark's own statements given in the preface to Life in the English Country House, which, as we've heard, was published in 1978 and was based on the slave lectures Mark gave in Oxford in 1975-6. Girouard wrote, "Most people know comparatively little about how country houses operated or what was expected of them when they were first built. Even the most knowledgeable country house enthusiasts tend to think in terms of architects, craftsmen, or family history, but to know surprisingly little about how families used the houses which architects and craftsmen built for them." Girouard added that in recent years, my own interests have begun to shift to this aspect of country houses, which he described as unexplored territory. Even for Mark, therefore, life in the English country house was a pioneering work. Of course, many country house studies, generally site-specific, came before life in the English country house. These included hundreds of guidebooks, antiquarian studies, and articles in scholarly journals and country life. However, that the situation was very different in those days was acknowledged by Mark himself. In a speech of 1976, kindly brought to my attention by Elizabeth McKellar, as she brought it to Manola's attention, Girouard spoke of it as being an almost impossible exercise to appreciate the world of architectural history as it existed in the 1920s and 30s. You're getting more of this quote than you had earlier. He said, "It was rather like trying to think oneself back to the age before modern technology, the age before electricity, gas, the petrol engine, frozen food, disposable nappies, all those achievements of modern civilization." For Girouard, it was the Dark Ages, with the architectural historians of those days blunging around in the twilight, each carrying their little candle, occasionally running into something and holding up their candles, dimly revealing the shape. Girouard described John Summerson, Howard Colvin and Nicholas Pevsner as the three kings, the three magi of architectural history. But for him, Summerson was of particular significance. Similarly, in my own work, Summerson's article on Lord Burleigh's Great House of Tibbles or Theobalds, published in 1959, has been of huge influence, as has his work on John Thorpe. However, I'd still point out that the Tibbles article doesn't speak at all of the use of that house, concentrating instead on its evolution, planning and design. Other country houses studies were comparable, speaking almost exclusively about dates and phasing, architects and craftsmen, patrons and owners, architecture and decorative styles, materials and plan forms, not of how such buildings were intended to function or were actually used. In terms of the function and use of country houses, therefore, I'd argue that Mark Girouard was himself a king, and this innovation is what I'd like to expand upon briefly now. In Life in the English Country House, Girouard began the book with the powerful question, what were country houses for? Mark's answer was that they were showcases for the wealth and power of the nobility and the noble household. For him, such houses were just shells when they were empty, having little meaning without the household in them. Mark wrote, "It was only the arrival of the household, which covered the walls with hangings and the boards with cushions and carpets, filled the rooms with people and household gear, and brought the buildings to life." My own interest in country houses comes very much from the same perspective. I came to the study of architectural history after a degree in English literature, so I was used to viewing buildings as places of performance. I was aware, for example, that many of Ben Jonson's masks had been written for staging at country houses. Just one example is Jonson's masque Love's Welcome, performed at a dinner arranged by the Earl of Newcastle for Charles I's visit to Welbeck Abbey in 1633. For my Courtauld's master's thesis, I wrote about the impact of Elizabethan royal progresses on English country houses, a subject that fascinated me then and fascinates me still. Inspired by the work of Girouard, I wanted to look beyond the purely physical elements of architecture and consider how country houses were designed and altered for specific people and special occasions, including visits by royalty. Not long afterwards, with the encouragement of Mark, Simon Thurley and the support of Maurice Howard, who became my supervisor, I embarked on a doctorate. For this, I expanded my perspective to take in the use of country houses on an ordinary basis, as well as during royal visits, and concentrated in particular on the Jacobean period of the early 17th century. The focus of my research has been the state apartment, a suite of rooms known at the time simply as lodgings, which would have been a feature of all high-status country houses in England during the early modern period. These upper floor rooms of a house were usually the most lavish in terms of decoration and furnishing, providing a platform for a house owner to display their taste, status, wealth, knowledge and connections. The typical Elizabethan and Jacobean state apartment comprised 5 main rooms. I hope you can see them. I'm going to try and use this pointer. Great chamber, there, withdrawing chamber just beyond it, bed chamber beyond that, and a closet somewhere in this area, and long gallery. This was an arrangement which Mark described as the commonest Elizabethan and Jacobean recipe for magnificence, and it was one which imitated arrangements in royal palaces. Until the appearance of Mark's Life in the English Country House, such state rooms were understood almost entirely in decorative, stylistic and spatial terms. For instance, in 1963, Christopher Hussey dedicated a whole country life piece to the mid-17th century double cube room at Wilton House, which we just heard a bit about from Gordon. He mentioned the date, craftsman, external and internal design, proportions, furnishings, decorative and architectural comparators, but beyond stating it was a dining room and part of the state suite, said nothing about the room's use or functional relationship to its surrounding spaces. In order to bring the sense of life back into these shells, as Mark saw them, he made a particular study of household orders or regulations and related documents, including household accounts, inventories, and artworks which depicted noble households. This was and remains pioneering, and even today, documents relating to the noble household remain comparatively neglected by architectural historians. So, taking the lead from Girouard's own wording, I would like to pose the question, what were state apartments for? And briefly to consider the answer. As the grandest rooms in a high-status country house, with the possible exception of the Great Hall, state apartments were fundamental to the enacting of household ceremonial. They developed from the late 14th century onwards, as noble families moved away from daily use of the Great Hall and increasingly valued the privacy and convenience afforded by separate chambers. Starting initially with a multi-use great chamber, usually on the first floor, staterooms grew in number, size, and elaboration, eventually forming a whole suite of rooms, or in the greatest of houses, 2 state suites, usually nominally devoted to king and queen. This reflected the increasing importance of display, as well as the rising chance of a royal visit, especially given the popularity of the royal progress under Elizabeth and James, but also a growing division between public and private. One of the particular challenges I was set by both Mark and Morris was using primary evidence to address previously held assumptions about staterooms. Perhaps most notable of all is the traditional assertion that they were used only on special occasions, such as royal visits, and for the remainder of the time were covered in dust sheets. Even Girouard himself, in his 2009 book, Elizabethan Architecture, proposed that once a monarch had slept in a room, it was, I'm quoting him here, reserved for royal use. I think this concept comes from more modern traditions. In reading Edith Wharton's Age of Innocence recently, for example, a novel of 1920, I was struck by the fact that the ballroom at the Beaufort's house in New York was used for no other purpose and left for 364 days of the year to shuttered darkness, with its gilt chairs stacked in a corner and its chandelier in a bag. However, it is clear from household documents and other primary evidence that use of state rooms in the Tudor and Jacobean periods was frequent and varied. This reflected the fact that the keeping of state, that is, the upholding of ceremonial suitable to an owner's rank and degree, was a major function of the noble household. Just as the sovereign was surrounded with ritual, especially when dining and receiving honoured visitors, so too was the nobleman and noblewoman. Such ceremonial remains an important part of life in England right through to the later 17th century, and was actively encouraged by James I in particular, who, by staying at the homes of his subjects, worked to uphold, strengthen, and promote the duty of hospitality. The state apartment served as the major stage for the enacting of household ceremonial within the country house from at least the 16th century onwards. Magnificence and display were focused in particular on the serving of food, a critical part of the routine of every household, which by the Tudor period was usually enacted in the Great Chamber. Although these rituals of dining would not have occurred on a daily basis, household regulations show that they were very regular, with dinner served between 10 a.m. and 1 p.m. of particular importance. Food was carried in an elaborate procession from the kitchen to the Great Chamber via the Great Hall and Great Staircase, and served with formality and ceremony. At the tables in the Great Chamber, the house owner, family members and any guests were all carefully positioned, taking account of precedence and status. Often, the owner of an honoured guest sat beneath a canopy of estate at the room's high end, an area sometimes lit by a large window akin to the oriel of the medieval Great Hall. Meals were frequently accompanied by music and followed by pastimes such as gaming and dancing. On special occasions, including Christmas and the visits of honoured guests, it was often in the Great Chamber that masques and other entertainments were performed. The prime importance of this room within a country house was reflected by its size, decoration and costly furnishings. For Girouard, the Great Chamber was the ceremonial pivot of the house. To give just one example, the double cubium room at Wilton was a Great Chamber, albeit one of a comparatively late date and a slightly different tradition than Elizabethan and Jacobean Great Chambers, such as those I'm showing you here at Hardwick Hall and Audley End. I will not dwell here on the decoration of staterooms, a subject, as I've said, well covered by others. However, it is worth noting that Great Chambers were often magnificent, bearing features such as the coat of arms of a resident family, or elements nodding to royal favour and patronage, such as the 1560s chimneypiece in the Great Chamber at Apthorpe or Apethorpe Hall, which included the arms of the house's owner, Sir Walter Mildmay, and the overmantel in the Principal or King's Chamber at Great Chamber at Hatfield, featuring a sculpted figure of James I. Conventionally, these have been seen as showrooms, and when an owner was not in residence, state rooms seem to have been open to general visitors at some houses, such as Tibbals. However, when an owner and their family was at home, strict rules about access would have applied. The above-stairs area of a nobleman's house was the special preserve of dedicated household officers led by the gentleman usher. They would have guarded the doors to the staterooms, especially during meals and on special occasions, and only permitted entry to those of sufficient degree or rank. The level of security naturally increased for the more private staterooms, such as the bedchamber, especially when a monarch or other figure of high rank was visiting. In this way, the rooms of a state apartment moved from public to private, and this is usually reflected by their proportions and planning, with rooms gradually becoming smaller in size before opening out again in the form of the long gallery. I hope you can see that from Apethorpe as an example. Over time, some of the activities traditionally ascribed to the Great Chamber were transferred to an adjacent room, the State Withdrawing Chamber, which became common from the mid-1500s. This room was typically used for informal dining, as a private sitting room, and for the entertainment of selected guests. Here, in a more informal setting than the Great Chamber, people conversed, played games, ate and listened to music. However, withdrawing chambers were still elaborately decorated and were flexible in use, suitable for more formal activities where relevant, such as musical or dramatic performances. Dedicated bedchambers, rather than the multifunction rooms of earlier periods, became well established during the Tudor period. Mark has pointed out that the term bedchamber only became common as late as the mid-16th century. The state bedchamber has in particular been the subject of confusion and discussion. Many of you will be aware that there are countless kings' and queens' bedchambers that have never accommodated a monarch, and in some cases not even an honoured guest. Yet such rooms often contain royal-themed decoration and have been convincingly furnished as royal bedchambers, creating an impression of a space reserved for royalty and not to be used by anyone else, including a house owner. And those of us on the SAH's recent trip to Norfolk saw that one at Oxford, bottom right. It is true that house owners do not seem to have slept in state bedchambers. Evidence shows that house owners generally inhabited lodgings elsewhere, often below state apartments, as at Hatfield House, or in a parallel range on the first floor, as at Tibbals and Aston Hall, for example. It is also true that members of the royal family, where they did visit a country house, do seem to have slept in the bedchambers within state apartments. A good example of this is Tibbals, where schedules of accommodation prove that Queen Elizabeth slept in the bedchamber within the second floor state apartment and had dedicated use of the whole state suite, which you can see ringed in blue. Nevertheless, this does not mean that state bedchambers were always, or indeed often, used in this way. Even at the height of the royal progress, most country houses only attracted a royal visit rarely, if at all. Does this mean that state bedchambers were left as shrines, shuttered and dust-sheeted almost permanently, like the Beaufort's ballroom in New York? Evidence is limited, but it seems that such bedchambers were used by any visiting guest of suitable rank. The Code of Hospitality was clear on this point. A visit by a figure of note, especially one who outranked a house owner, would have been considered an extraordinary occasion worthy of special treatment. Such visitors might have included other members of the nobility who made progresses of the sort favoured by royalty, as well as relatives, figures of state and foreign dignitaries. Surviving guest lists show that such visits were frequent. As late as 1618, Belvoir Castle could be described as a continual palace of entertainment. In acknowledgement of the presence of a visitor of higher status, a house was symbolically handed over to a guest and their staff for the length of the stay, in what Felicity Heal has described as a ritual of inversion designed to show that the hierarchical principle was retained intact. The 1611 inventory of Hatfield House provides some interesting information about practical arrangements. It shows that Lord Salisbury had two separate sets of furnishings for various of the state rooms, including the King's and Queen's bedchambers, which I'm not showing you here because they've been greatly altered, but I can show you where they are on the plan, so I hope you can see them, King's B and Queen's B. Labelled ordinary and extraordinary furnishings, these would have been alternated depending on the occasion and the rank of the visitor. I'd argue that they would never have been necessary if the rooms were consistently fitted up for royalty, though few others would have had the wealth to provide an arrangement like this. Interestingly, the state great and withdrawing chambers and long gallery at Hatfield were not provided with two sets of furnishings, so remained in their splendour at all times. As value for privacy became more widespread, the need for another personal space, the closet, rose to the fore. From being a room associated in particular with prayer and religious observance, the closet changed in use during the reign of Henry VIII, and in particular under Elizabeth and James, becoming a functional private space used for activities such as dressing, letter writing and study, and as a storehouse for personal belongings, precious personal belongings. Such closets, very few of which survive today, were a far cry from what we know as a closet now. And I love Mark's sense of humour when he wrote that the closet had a long and honourable history before descending to final ignominy as a large cupboard or a room for the housemaid's sink and mops. For him, it was special as the only room in which its occupant could be entirely on his own. The final room of the classic early modern state apartment was the long gallery, a provision which became common from around the 1570s onwards, following royal example. Although galleries have commonly been viewed as showrooms due to their scale and elaboration, I suggest that they were more flexible in use, like state withdrawing chambers, that is, capable of being either public or private in function, used as needed for entertainments and dances, or for activities such as contemplation, private conversation, and exercise. This is reflected by household documents and by the planning of such galleries, which were usually placed at the inner end of a state apartment, near the state bedchamber, closet, and back staircase. I hope this talk has given you some idea of the kind of research that has followed the examples set by Mark and his book, Life in the English Country House. And I thought it was appropriate to end with this image, which is now so familiar to us from the book. For me, as well as being a major champion of Elizabethan and Jacobean architecture, Mark brought life, movement, and most importantly people into spaces which had previously been studied mainly as architectural and decorative creations and for their historical interest, but not as places for living, working, playing, eating, talking, entertaining, dancing and sleeping. In this way, I would argue that Girouard's work was responsible for a fundamental shift in scholarship around the 1980s, and I'm certain it will continue to be of interest and influence for many years to come. Thank you.
you, Emily. The next speaker is Professor Margot Finn from University College London, who is going to talk about country houses as company houses. And Margot is the Astor Professor of British History at UCL, and her research on the impact and presence of the East India Company, including its impact on stately homes and country house cultures, has resulted, as we know, in publications that include open access volume essays, the East India Company at Home, 1757 to 1857. Thank you, Martha.
Thank you very much. Quick sound check. Very good. And thank you very much to the organisers, both for organising this event and for inviting me to it. You will, in my first paragraph, see some wonderful overlaps with Emily Cole's paper, but we will then go in different directions. So, in this paper, I'd like to build on, but also build beyond, one of Mark Girouard's most important conceptual contributions to the history of the English stately homes. That is his description of country houses as powerhouses. In his acclaimed 1978 volume, Life in the English Country House, he asked that most pertinent of research questions, what were country houses for? His pithy answer was that, quote, essentially they were powerhouses, the houses of the ruling class, a power he envisioned as being based on land ownership and the opportunities it gave, both at local and at national levels, to enter into politics, thereby generating status, connections, and new sources of personal and familial income. Quote, until the 19th century, the wealth and population of England lay in the country rather than the town. Landowners rather than merchants were the dominating class and ran the country so that their own interests were the last to suffer, he explained. Since 1978, our understanding of wealth and power in 18th century England and broader Britain has inevitably changed, not least through increased attention to colonial and imperial histories and the broader development of global history as a subdiscipline. These historiographical trends have challenged several of the assumptions that underpinned both this classic text and the arguments around stately homes promulgated in the celebrated 1974 exhibition at the V&A, The Destruction of the Country House. For Roy Strong and his co-curators of that celebrated exhibition, the country house was inherently insular in its national identity. We take them for granted. Like our parish churches, the country houses seem always to have been there, since time immemorial, part of the fabric of our heritage, Strong proclaimed. Describing the country house as England's unique contribution to the visual arts, the curators declared that English country houses, whether palaces or manors, epitomize English history. Yet, subsequent research has repeatedly demonstrated that English and British country houses drew significantly from imperial wealth, imperial personnel, and imperial aesthetic traditions. In my remaining minutes, I offer a few reflections on the imperial foundations upon which later 18th and early 19th century English and Scottish stately homes also rested, and ask why 21st century business and cultural organizations have remained so resistant to acknowledging these rich histories. The East India Company history of Bisham Abbey illustrates many of these points. In April 1760, George Van Sittart, a 14-year-old pupil at Reading School, composed a letter to a former fellow pupil now studying at Oxford. In his letter, Van Sittart set out his career plans and life goals. The sixth son of a Berkshire landowner and merchant with multi-generational ties to the East India Company, Van Sittart was, unsurprisingly, bound for the subcontinent, where his old elder brother Henry had been sent before him at the tender age of 13. An Indian career, Van Sittart wrote to his friend, was a matter which is already determined, for my father and mother desire it. I have reason to think that both of them, at least the latter, would be much grieved if I were not to go. Further compounding the young Van Sittart's desire to avoid causing his mother grief by declining an Indian career was the second reason. he itemised for entrusting his prospects to the EIC's service. If things continue in that part of the world in the same situation as they are at present, he reflected, I may reasonably expect to get a handsome fortune in about 12 years, and return to England and live the rest of my life, if I live so long, according to my own pleasure. Having sailed for India in 1761, George Van Sittert indeed speedily rose up the ranks of the company's civil service. He was appointed factor and resident at the lucrative West Bengal settlement of Midnapore in 1767, the same year in which, at age 22, he married his cousin Sarah in Calcutta. The couple's first son was born a year later, and they would have at least 7 further children together, a generous family size that informed many a company man's long-term financial planning. His youthful estimate of 12 years to accumulate sufficient capital to retire to England and live the rest of my life according to my own pleasure was a tad, but only a tad, optimistic. Van Sittert retired in 1776, 15 years after his appointment to the civil service. He was now at 31, reputed to be worth £150,000. This fortune, a sum equivalent in his own day to a skilled artisan's wages for 100,000 days of labour, had been acquired by Van Sittert with fewer than 6,000 days in the company's employ. In today's currency, it would have purchasing power of roughly £13 million. In Van Sittert's era, £150,000 could command the purchase of, for example, 30,000 cows or 14,285,000 horses. Cows and horses indeed figured among Van Sittert's acquisitions in Britain with his Indian fortune. Much more substantial, however, was his purchase in 1780 of Bisham Abbey, the Berkshire country seat from which he would launch his parliamentary career as MP for the county in 1784. Speaking mainly on Indian affairs, Van Sittert would oppose the clauses of Pitt's India Bill of 1784 that would have required all persons from India to deliver upon oath an account of their fortunes upon return, an article he considered both ineffectual and unjust. One thinks of next week's budget. He proved a vocal partisan in defense of Warren Hastings during the impeachment trial orchestrated by the Whigs Edmund Burke and Charles James Fox. Van Sittert's speech in the House of Commons in defense of Hastings' regime in Bengal was condemned by Fox in 1790 as one that no member but a man polluted by residence in India would have thought of. His antagonism to the impeachment proceedings is unsurprising. Hastings was a close and dear personal friend, and on first standing for Berkshire in 1784, Van Sittert had written to Hastings to explain that, being perfectly happy with the private life of a country gentleman, I had no thought of engaging in politics, but the dangerous measures of Mr. Fox induced me to take part. Van Sittert's letters and life choices provide salutary reminders of the many ways in which English powerhouses, as analysed by Mark Girouard, far from reifying English cultural insularity, work to entwine the stately home with the global circuits of imperial money, politics, and material culture. For the private life of a country gentleman, to which George Van Sittert aspired, required an appropriate domestic home, and happily his purchase in 1780 proved as comfortable a habitation as any in the kingdom. Bisham Abbey had originally been built in the 13th century as a subordinate house for the Knights Templar. It was extended in the 14th century, substantially rebuilt in the 16th century, and again extended in the 1600s, with only minor restorations then undertaken until the 20th century. In Van Sittert's era, Bisham thus betrayed no external traces of its role as an East India Company MP's stately home, nor do any overt signs today mark this property's function in the Georgian era as a locus of company wealth or power. 21st century Bisham Abbey is one of Sport England's national sports centres, and it's home to a number of national governing bodies of sport. Notwithstanding its modern function as a business and corporate headquarters, its present-day tenants are careful to cultivate the Abbey's image as a domestic home that reflects the nation's history. Sport England's website self-consciously, if I think selectively, celebrates this Grade 1 listed building's deep connection to the English past. Its marketing materials pair images of the digital screens available for PowerPoint presentations in its conference suite with portraits of English ladies and gentlemen from centuries ago. If buildings could speak, Bisham Abbey would have a fascinating history to tell, the National Sports Centre proudly proclaims in its About Us tab. Significantly, however, the history this website retails extends no later than Elizabeth I and focuses on the years up to and including the reign of Henry VIII. In a fascinating reinterpretation of that monarch's reign and his tumultuous marital history, Bisham Abbey, which was settled on Anne of Cleves when her unconsummated marriage to the king was annulled, has been reinvented as an ideal wedding venue. Safely contained within the Tudor era, the marketing for this stately home, steeped in a rich history, which provides the perfect romantic backdrop to your wedding day, is both lacking in historical irony and out with the vestiges of the British Empire. Like the broader narrative that animates contemporary understandings of the country house tradition in Britain, Bisham Abbey's marketing is calculated to celebrate the sturdy independence of an island nation. In its commercial manifestations, the heritage history of stately homes has yet to acknowledge, much yet to digest and incorporate, either Britain's historical role at the heart of a global empire or the legacies of that empire that continue to shape material culture and the built environment in post-colonial Britain today. And yet, to read the private correspondence of 18th and early 19th century East India Company men on the subcontinent is to encounter country houses in myriad imperial renditions as much longed for icons of home, as iconic powerhouses recognizable from Girouard's classic texts, and as architectural and aesthetic styles adopted and adapted by Indian princely elites. Take, for example, the letters of the first Earl Minto, Governor-General of India, writing to his wife from Government House, Calcutta, itself modelled on Curzon's country house in Derbyshire, Haddiston Hall, early in the 19th century. Minto's correspondence repeatedly underlines the extent to which images of country house life informed company men and women's nostalgic reflections in India on Britain as their home, and the extent to which their ambitions to purchase, regain, or restore a family seat inspired and shaped their careers on the subcontinent. You have no idea how much I live at home, I mean Minto, even now, the first Earl wrote to his wife from Government House in 1808, reflecting on the image he retained both in his mind's eye and on the walls of Government House, of their family seat in the Scottish borders. I have 3 of Wilson's drawings framed and glazed, hung up just opposite the desk at which I sit, writing the long day, and so when I cast my eye up, I step home along the terrace at the top of the kitchen brae, and maybe up in the library, the windows of which I see in a moment, he reflected. Nostalgia for the Minto of the mind, however, proved no obstacle to the Earl's elaboration of a new vision of his family's seat, one which would be physically transformed by his Indian savings into a stately pile that reflected his elevation to an earldom upon his appointment as Governor-General. The duration of his stay on the subcontinent was carefully calculated to achieve 2 main goals. One was the acquisition through savings from his salary of dowries of £10,000 apiece for each of his 3 daughters. And the second was the construction of 2 new wings at Minto House to accommodate 3 generations of his family at any one time. Minto's eldest son and heir, Gilbert, orchestrated these renovations with his mother, while the Earl and the younger sons accumulated savings at pace on the subcontinent. Writing to his younger brother, the company civil servant John Eliot, in 1810, Gilbert, at home on the Scottish borders, underscored the collective family purpose of this building, of the building works, enabled by their father's Indian labour. I believe that the principal pleasure in this operation is the connection which it seems to have to your return, he wrote. For according to my father's intention, you shall all be home again, just as the house is ready to receive you. And it seems to me as if every stone which is put in brings you so much nearer to the time of your return. Just as India afforded company men the financial means to acquire or refurbish country houses in Britain, so too imperial occupations and imperial connections enabled the flow of Asian luxuries into British country houses, working to reconfigure their aesthetic. Already by 1700, Chinese merchants had developed a sophisticated export trade aimed specifically at European markets. The East India Company's monopoly of British trade with China, abolished only in 1833, gave its merchants exclusive access to this market and ensured that bespoke porcelain commissions could be obtained by British consumers only through company channels. Armorials accessed via company supercargoes exhibited superior Chinese workmanship, but also allowed genteel British consumers to mark the products they commissioned with their family emblems, creating artifacts that were at once global and local, familiar and exotic. Hundreds of armorial porcelain tea and dinner services were commissioned for use in British country houses during the company's heyday. Many remain in situ in National Trust properties today. Chinese wallpaper, lacquerware, and textiles likewise poured through company channels into British country houses. Here they were domesticated and incorporated within extant aesthetic and artisanal traditions. At Osterley Park, the Child family had enjoyed privileged access to EIC luxuries since the early 18th century, thanks to their prominent roles in the company's board of directors. In the 1760s, when they commissioned Robert Adam to design elaborate neoclassical interiors for Osterley, these fashionable European decorations were complemented by Chippendale furniture constructed from Chinese lacquer panels of EIC provenance. And you can see this in the Etruscan room today, that cabinet that the former house curator is sitting next to. Orderly neoclassical exteriors, supplemented by manorial and baronial architectural styles, dominated country house architecture, obscuring Indian wealth from public view. But the domestic interiors of these stately homes adhered to a fundamentally different aesthetic. Writing to his wife from Calcutta in 1809, Lord Minto assured her that he had taken measures to execute her commissions for Chinese and Japanese lacquerware for Minto House. In her letters to her husband, Lady Minto described with great pride the extensions to their library and staterooms that his Indian remittances had already funded, but begged the Earl for Chinese wallpaper to complete their transformation. As a naval commander who routinely escorted company ships between Calcutta and Canton, their second eldest son, George, was ideally placed to fulfill these commissions. I hope George will send me some paper from China, which is now quite the fashion. And if not, if you have a China friend, pray order some. Flowers and butterflies are my taste in green or blue ground, she instructed. Global historians have now done much to illuminate the flow of Asian luxuries to Britain and its stately homes, but much less attention is being paid to country house counterflows to India. The construction of neoclassical, baronial, and Gothic stately homes on the subcontinent by company men marked this landscape in new ways. Brodie Castle, constructed in the 1790s on the outskirts of Madras by James Brodie of the Madras Civil Service, illustrates this phenomenon. Financial exigencies following the Jacobite Rising of 1715 had repeatedly forced the sale of Brodie Castle in Moray. James Brodie's service to the EIC was calculated to ensure this family's retention of this country house in Scotland through new infusions of Indian wealth, And you can see both the Scottish castle and the Madras version there on the slide. Initially intended to house Brodie's growing brood of children, the Madras iteration of Brodie Castle later provided him with welcome rental income. He was a bit of a spendthrift, and I'm putting that diplomatically, in turn enabling the dispatch back to the family's country house in the Highlands of Chinese luxury goods, notably a fine set of armorial porcelain dinnerware still on display in this National Trust property. Indian governing elites, too, participated in this counterflow of country house culture. They played active roles in mediating this cultural exchange, commissioning buildings themselves in Europeanate styles, as well as introducing British consumers to South Asian architectural forms, furnishing materials and luxury imports. Prior to their retirement to Daylesford, Warren and Marian Hastings, for example, lived at Belvedere House at Alipur outside Calcutta. This stately country seat was commissioned in the 1760s, not by Hastings himself nor by Clive, but by Mir Jafar Ali Khan, who had been installed as Nawab or governor of Bengal after Clive's victory in the Battle of Plassey in 1757. Its Italian Renaissance style attests to a flow of architectural influences that was two-way rather than unidirectional, and that was embedded within a wider constellation of power relations mediated by the exchange of gifts, money, patronage, and troops. Belvedere, which now houses the National Library of India, was a hybrid architectural artifact of a collision between two empires, one British and one Indian, with lasting legacies for both. Hybridity such as this can be traced throughout a wide range of Indian elites in the later 18th and early 19th centuries, as Indian princes absorbed British and European objects and aesthetic styles into their own styles of governance and their own stately homes. The walls of the mansion of the Nawab or King of Awadh outside Lucknow, featured here in this slide during a ceremonial visit by the Governor-General and his wife in 1814, nicely showcases the fusion of British and Indian powerhouses. And you can see it both in the architectural styles, which resonate with some of the previous papers, but also the paintings on the walls, for example. It is easy to caricature the East India Company's relationship to the English country house, as indeed artists such as Gilray did at the time, exploiting the notoriety of so-called nabob culture. But the past decade of research has suggested that we should more fruitfully explore not only the depth of the imperial economic, political, and cultural foundations upon which British country houses often rested, but also the ways in which these cultures circulated from Britain to India, informing princely rule and cross-cultural politics on the subcontinent, extending in global directions Mark Girouard's concept of the country house as a powerhouse. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Margot. The next and last speaker of this session is Francis Sands, the Sir John Soanes Museum, who's going to talk about space explorers, talks on Mark Girouard's interdisciplinary approach to architectural history. Frum is known to a lot of us as an extremely kind and helpful curator of drawings and books at the Somme, where she's worked since 2010. And their research interests lie in 17th to 19th century British architectural drawings, on which she's published extensively. Without further ado, over to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Manolo. Unlike a lot of you here today, I didn't really know Mark Girouard terribly well. We met on a small number of occasions, but doubtless I was of too little import to forge any sort of impression at all, but that's fine, because to me, as to all millennial architectural historians, his influence was and indeed is absolutely staggering. When my friend Manolo approached me about speaking today, I know that he hoped I would discuss Girouard's influence over our understanding of the drawings collection in my care, that is the 30,000 strong architectural drawings collection at Sir John Soane's Museum, not the biggest collection, but an important one. However, given Girouard's specific interests and the nature of the collection at the Soane, ending in 1837 on the Soane's death, Girouard's principal contribution was his thoughts on our late Elizabethan and early Jacobean volume of drawings by John Thorpe. It is a gem, and excitingly, it's in the process of being recatalogued and critically analysed by Manolo himself. And I would not dream of stepping on my dear friend's toes, or pretending to some knowledge that he does not already hold, and in considerably greater depth than me. So that was out. Next, I thought, what about an interesting correspondence between Girouard with the Soane, within the Soane Museum archive? After all, the greatest of my forebears at the Soane, Sir John Summerson, appears in Girouard's gorgeous Friendships book of 2017. Alas, there is remarkably little from or about Girouard within the Soane Museum archive. Letters and whatnot must have remained in Summerson's personal archive, and doubtless Elizabeth McKellar will be able to give us more information given her current exciting work on Summerson. However, I just have to add, while I'm talking about Summerson, my colleague Sue Palmer, sitting at the back, did recently find a gorgeous snippet in one of Summerson's curator's diaries from the 23rd of February 1955. Quote, it's good, it's short, but it's good. Lunch, Athenaeum with young Mark Girouard, till 3:15, they clearly had a good time, sent him to Anthony Blunt. So a bit embarrassing, what was I going to speak about? Then a thought occurred. My own approach to architectural history as a subject incorporates social and anthropological history, and that, of course, was heavily moulded by Girouard's approach. And of course, as we know and have heard this morning, I am not alone in that. Please forgive this rather silly image, I just thought it rather made the point. In recent months, a colleague at the Soane Museum approached me with a question: why do you like the study of architecture and architectural history so much more than the other arts? And although I hope I didn't let on, I was vaguely nonplussed by the notion that architecture should not be one's favourite art by the default of basic common sense and good taste. But anyway, I responded with a now rather practised answer that to my mind, the great merit of architectural history is its capacity as an umbrella subject. Architecture by nature is the container for human activity, and so to study architecture is not merely an enjoyment of changing form, structure and style, but also a study of human history. As the wants, needs and abilities of mankind have evolved, so too have our architectural containers. So yes, I am slightly old school, but I work at the Soane Museum, so there is something of an institutional obligation. I found myself musing with no small morose feeling that my faith in the power of pairing architectural and social history, a faith based on true love and also one on which I have built a career at the Soane Museum, is a concept beyond my own intellectual capacity, and as I have said, it is a faith built not on foundations, but in fact on mighty edifices constructed by the innovative mind of Mark Girouard, as we have heard repeatedly this morning. Girouard's conviction that architectural and social history exist in parallel permeated his published works, and at a time when collections were not digitised and the pursuit of research that much more onerous, this suggests his extraordinary breadth of understanding, which we all know spanned centuries. He was a true Renaissance man of architectural history and a superior mind. Back in early May, when I was having that momentary crisis of confidence about what I was going to say today, I decided to spend a few hours looking through Girouard publications in the Soane Museum's research library, incidentally a very pleasant and convenient place to work if you're an architectural historian. And my hand fell upon not a mighty tome, but in fact a scrappy photocopy of an old book review written by Mark for the New York Review some 40 years ago. Now doubtless largely forgotten, the review details Pierre Dupray's book, John Soane, The Making of an Architect, published by University of Chicago Press in 1982, which considers Soane's education and the earliest years of his career pre-fame and success, hence I have included the young portrait of Soane there. And Girouard's review also considers John Summerson, David Watkin and G. Tillman Melinoff's collaboration, Architectural Monographs, John Soane, published by Academy Editions in 1983, a publication of essays including a short biography, heavily reliant on Colvin, and a survey of Soane's work. It's a useful but slightly disjointed survey and far from comprehensive, and frankly is a truncated selection of Summerson's previous publications on Soane. Girouard's book review is more of a miniature treatise on Soane than it is a book review, dealing with the Summerson-Watkin-Melinoff collaboration and Pierre Dupré only very fleetingly at the end. As such, it is rather more interesting than the average book review, but also illustrates exceptionally, I think, Girouard's approach as well as the breadth of his knowledge. He writes with absolute clarity and accuracy about Soane, his architecture, his background, his state of mind, and all of this about an architect who fell outside of Girouard's purported periods of specialism. Now, it would of course be absolutely ludicrous to reduce Girouard's illustrious career to a single book review, but rather I'd like to use the review as a case study which illustrates those things which we've all been talking about this morning, and which we all admire so much about his interdisciplinary approach to architectural history. So now I'm going to share some of Girouard's text from that book review, interjecting a few of my own thoughts as we go. Space Explorer. The New York Review, 19th of January 1984. I hadn't been born yet. My mother was heavily pregnant. Girouard begins, as one might expect, with some contextual social history. Quote, "Is it coincidence that the two strangest and most original English architects had working class, or at best lower middle class origins? Nicholas Hawksmoor, Wren's clerk, Vanbragh's shadow and mentor, but in the opinion of some a greater architect than either of them, was the son of a Nottinghamshire smallholder. John Soane was the son of a bricklayer and may have worked as a bricklayer's assistant in his boyhood. He did. Pierre Dupré, in the book under review, describes his slow and painful metamorphosis into Sir John Soane, architect of the Bank of England and the doyen of his profession. Hawksmoor's rise was less surprising because in his day architecture was not yet a clearly defined profession, and there were many routes into it. Inigo Jones, after all, had been the son of a cloth worker trained as a painter. By the time Soane was growing up in the 1760s, architecture was fast hardening into a profession. A professional was a gentleman, and it was not easy for someone with no money and without the least pretension to gentility to become an architect, still less a successful one. Since Soane, no other English architect of equivalent humble origins has risen so far." End quote. Now, to interject, I'm not at all sure that it's still true about no architect of such humble origins having risen so far, but of course times have changed in the last 4 decades since the review was written, of course. Girouard continues, quote, "Two obvious and opposing courses were open to a working class boy who wanted to get to the top. He could either take on the habits and beliefs of the upper classes with such enthusiasm that he became an indistinguishable member of them, or he could set out to break the established order. Soane did both, which may help to explain the nervous irritability, coming near at times to madness, that marked his later career. Superficially, he became a professional man, a gentleman, the heir and supporter of the classical tradition, which had dominated architecture for 300 years. He was knighted, acquired a country house, a coat of arms, and he added an E to his surname to make him sound less plebeian. He was a member of the Academy, a collector of Greek and Roman antiquities, and the designer of grand public buildings lavishly adorned with the apparatus of the 5 orders. At the same time, his most original and interesting buildings were completely at variance with the classical tradition, even with neoclassicism, then in its later and most radical manifestation. That he came from outside of the establishment may have made him better able to question and break loose from its assumptions. Much of his detail was entirely personal, without historical precedent. idiosyncratic, and sometimes extremely eccentric. His buildings were, as a result, the object of much criticism, and criticism sometimes extended into making fun of his origins. He was at all times punctilious, honourable and reliable. He was supremely competent in the practical aspects of his craft, but he became prickly, at times splenetic, desperately sensitive to criticism, subject to persecution mania and bouts of depression. He could be a sore trial to his assistants, but they remained devoted to him." End quote. Now, to break off from Girouard's text, though it is so good, if you're at all familiar with Soane, or indeed familiarise yourself with him, particularly from the archival material of Soane Museum, it becomes clear that everything that Mark Girouard relays here is absolutely true. Soane was talented, moral, reliable, philanthropic, but he was also impatient, dictatorial in the way of only the most insecure, often inconsiderate of others, excepting his beloved wife Eliza, and regularly depressive after she died. A tortured, genius, kind, but difficult man. Now I'm going to skip a bit of the review where Mark describes Soane's place at the end of the neoclassical era, as this audience are doubtless aware of Soane's contributions, but I do just want to relay the words that Mark used to describe the highlights of Soane's architectural repertoire, not because you'll learn anything, but because he does so beautifully. He writes, quote, Soane set, I hope you recognise this, Soane set out to demolish mass. A room enclosed by 4 clearly defined walls and a clearly defined ceiling is the last thing one is likely to find in his buildings. Instead, his enclosing surfaces become veils or meshes, pierced, floating, and insubstantial. His genius was most strangely and wonderfully expressed in the devising of roofs and ceilings, such as were to be found in the now demolished halls of his Bank of England and law courts, and survive in his own house in Lincoln's Inn Fields, in the Dutch Picture Gallery, and in some of his country houses. Another means used by Soane to reduce the apparent weight of his ceilings was to float them in light, throwing a dome or canopy across the middle section of the room, but raising the strips of ceiling to either side to a higher level and top-lighting them. The most sensational example of this was in his Privy Council room in Downing Street, but the best known, his own breakfast room at Lincoln's Inn Fields. Girouard then praises Soane's innovations with inverting apparent weight, with seemingly weightless elements supporting seemingly heavy ones, most particularly in his application of weighty elements above glazing or pendentive domes. Note the extraordinary apparent weight of the dome above that glazing in this particular example. He writes, quote, "When one raises one's eyes to the ceiling in a Soane room, one never knows what will be seen. Space can open into space like a vista through the clouds," end quote. Girouard then praises Soane's ability to blur the boundaries between interior spaces, his supreme skill with the handling of light, and the manifold examples of Soane tweaking traditional classical elements to create interior interest and innovation. As well as exterior interest and innovation, to be frank, as here with this example, these beautiful triple relieving arches on the facade of the stables at Chelsea Hospital, resulting in an almost flickering light effect as the eye passes across the surface of the building, and with which the mass of the wall dissolves into the arch form. Typically, it's very simple, it's very crisp, it's very clean, but it is extremely effective. Girouard then laments, quote, "Soane's oeuvre was an enormous one, but it has suffered grievously. Virtually all of his many government buildings have been destroyed, except for a few fragments of his Bank of England. Most of his country houses have been destroyed or altered. Perhaps it was a provision that his lonely and unique style would not be treated sympathetically by posterity that led him to secure the future of his own house by endowing it and its contents as a museum. The Soane Museum remains one of the most curious and interesting buildings in Europe within the compass of a moderate-sized London house. Every room is different, but all are fused together by Soane's genius and personality," end quote. His genius and personality, Girouard says. I think that's extremely important. This, I think, is shorthand for Girouard's approach to our very subject, both architectural and personal. social, and all aligned to one's state of mind. The influence of one's background and intellectual philosophy, the way one lives one's life, is all encapsulated in that one phrase. He continues, quote, "It is a house full of surprises, sudden and unexpected vistas, a wonderful variety of roofs and ceilings, and a brilliant use of mirrors, and of carefully contrived moves from light into dark and back into light again." Soane believed that light provided what he called the poetry of architecture. At the Soane Museum, he used and savoured light as lovingly as wine, varying it by his resourceful use of top lighting, by the bones of the architecture, and by his use of mirrors and tinted or decorative stained glass. Sadly, the original lighting effects have been adulterated at various times since his death by alterations to the glazing. Incidentally, the glazing has been faithfully restored. And the introduction of insensitively placed electrical lighting. That is true. But alas, the building was electrified in the 1890s, so much of our lighting falls under our Grade 1 listing and therefore can't easily be changed, but we do often just turn the lights off. He continues, except in the sculpture gallery, better known as the Dome, at the back, conventional classical detail is almost totally lacking in Soane's house, perhaps a reflection of Soane's personal taste. Classical columns appear appropriately enough in the gallery, which is mainly filled indeed to bursting, with fragments of casts or classical sculpture and architecture displayed on 3 different and interpenetrating levels in every variety of light, from brilliant light up by the roof to dramatic gloom in the inner recesses of what Soane called the crypt. Everywhere, pictures, sculpture, bronzes and ceramics are used as much to provide variety of texture as for their own sake. In some ways, Soane designed the interior of his house like a landscape gardener designing a park, carefully calculating the contrasts between light and dark as if between woodland and open space, and using mirrors, pictures and sculpture instead of water, foliage and rocks. There are undeniable connections between Soane's work and the contemporary picturesque movement. But to describe him as a picturesque architect is almost as misleading as to describe him as a neoclassical one. He was unique, going his own way, and exerting little more than a superficial influence on his contemporaries, basically because they did not understand what he was doing." End quote. And thereafter, Girouard breaks into a brief review of the 2 books about which he was supposed to be writing about all along, but wasn't. He's mostly complimentary about Pierre Dupray's book, and less so about the Samson-Watkin-Malinoff collaboration. And I'm not going to bother to read you that part, because I think it's the previous brief but brilliant survey of Soane the man and Soane the architect, Girouard's own work, and nothing to do with the 2 books being reviewed, which is the best part, and which, to my mind, neatly encapsulates Girouard's, at the time, innovative skill as an architectural come social historian. It is, I think, the best book review I have ever read, albeit the one which is least like a book review. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. That was really perfect, I think, also to keep our attention going for another little bit, because I'm sure you would like to go for a little break and for lunch, which is waiting for us. However, because we are on time, there is some sort of 10 minutes for questions to all our speakers in this session, and indeed to the keynote. So if I could perhaps ask those participating to sit here in the front, and to the audience come up with questions, if there are any. Yes, so the gentleman there, I think we can distribute his microphone. Can you? These are microphones. No, for you. Oh, yes. So there's a gentleman.
Oh, it's okay.
Okay. Yeah. How are we doing? No, I think it's hard.
We've got more seats than we need.
So,
I hope it's not inappropriate to refer to non-country houses. Well, one is a country house, but not the other. because it seems relevant in a different sort of way. The influence of the double door. In the later 19th and the first half of the 20th century, all urban and suburban houses in Malta, not country, I'm not referring to the country houses, which of course exist, have double doors as a front door and then open, as sometimes happens in Britain, with double doors inside as well. But in Britain, it's always a single door, or almost always a single door in suburban houses of the 19th and early 20th century. So this impact of the double door goes much further down the social scale in building at a later stage. I don't know enough about urban houses in Malta much earlier because they don't, on the whole, survive. The other thing I thought I'd mention, because I never got a reply from the director at Kenwood. Kenwood upstairs has a fireplace entirely decorated with panels, ceramic panels,
Taoist panels.
in shape and distribution to one that my parents bought in either Hong Kong or more likely Beijing in the 1930s. A little screen, and that's what they are.
Yes.
The whole of this fireplace consists of, let's say, 2 or 3 of these screens dismantled and then placed around the fireplace.
Yeah, that has been published on by a scholar called Rose Carr, who's a specialist on Chinese porcelain. She's done quite a lot of work into it. It's from a Taoist panel of, I think, the 1740s.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, just to comment on that, there's a very interesting point. I mean, it strikes me that the double door is a higher status device for going into a room,
Yes.
but I don't know the origins of it in English architecture. But it highlights a point about the use of the house or architecture more generally, that we have to, going back to Inigo Jones's point about we must study the parts. I think the study of architectural history depends on our understanding of the parts and how they function. So the windows, the doors, the staircases, the things that you go through and move up and don't notice. So I think that the future perhaps in terms of interpreting buildings lies maybe in getting to the understanding of the parts.
Thank you, Gordon. More questions? Yeah, from Jeremy. Up there.
Thanks. Wonderful papers all. Question for Emily. I'm always very intrigued by the long galleries, and they were rather a shorter bit of your presentation, but you hinted at multiple uses. Is there ever any evidence of masks being performed in long galleries? I'm just really interested to know that.
Yes, I think there is, and probably others here will have specifics for you. There's some, certainly in royal palaces, yes. There, you've got hands up. Are they examples of masks? No. I was too keen.
There's a question behind.
But predominantly you find them in great chambers. That's the classic room for them. But I think there is. And at Apethorpe we've got, where's Catherine? There's something happens at Apethorpe. Is it a mask? Is it in the long gallery there?
I think we thought that.
But then we had no actual evidence.
No.
Yes, I think is the answer, but evidence is not always easy to come by.
So there's a question and another one. So,
question for Margot. This is not an architectural question, but I'm absolutely intrigued at how these clerks going out to the East India Company could have acquired such phenomenal wealth. Was it just corruption?
okay, and just behind the gentleman.
It's a combination of corruption, but also what particular posting you have. So the residents, effectively the company's diplomatic representatives at princely courts, have really quite high salaries and can also be corrupt on top of that. But if you take Minto, for example, who as far as I can tell wasn't corrupt, the Governor General's salaries, 15k to 25k a year, and they lived, if you didn't live too well, you could save quite a lot of that. And the Minto correspondence is literally, he needs £30,000 for 3 daughters to have £10,000 portions. and he's getting lots of other income in simply through the Governor-General's salary. So residencies and Governor-General and some other posts really have very high salaries attached to them. But yeah, corruption is rife. There's no question about that.
A non-architectural history question, really, from the bookseller in the room. I was fascinated by the keynote speaker saying that Life in English Country House wasn't Mark Girouard's, wasn't necessarily his favourite book. What did he view as his favourite or his best book?
And that's a very interesting question. Maurice, do you want to?
Well, I think doing the research on that, for the obituary, I think the consensus was it was The Return to Camelot. Was certainly high in his favourites. Dorothy may have a view on this.
No, I agree with you completely.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, because it was, well, in a sense, because that book pulls back the past into the present and explores the fantasies. But I think it's seriously humour. It's serious humour about that particular period and how funny it is that they're trying to do this when some of it is rather absurd, but very, very imaginative. So I sense that was his favourite book.
Funny, it's the least, in a way, it's the least known of his books, because they never knew what shelf to put it on, what to catalogue it as.
Yes.
And it's his children's, it's Blanche's favourite, it's my favourite, because it's almost like a culmination of all his knowledge with the fewest footnotes. So this is ridiculous. This is both fascinating and ridiculous.
Yes.
So much of what you're saying about the great, great gallery, which has no function except to impress. There's something about that is really silly. It's wonderful, the actual quality of the work is amazing, but you also have to leave the long gallery for a considerable period of time, because the plumbing was so lousy. The houses had to be empty during Elizabethan periods to clean up.
Yeah, thanks. More questions in the room? We have 5 minutes. Yeah, John at the front.
Sorry.
And behind, yes. All right.
Can I just say, Osmogo, I'm intrigued to see you started off with a picture of Basildon Park, where I'm a volunteer. And I understand Francis Sykes, who built it, came back with £70 million in modern terms, and that some of that was based on causing a famine in Bengal. Have you any comments? And also how that is presented. I'd be interested in what you say about that, being national trust.
Yeah, Basildon's a really interesting example. Sykes purchased, I think, 5 country estates based on his savings from India. I had a project a decade or so ago funded by the Levium called the East India Company at Home that produced the volume on that slide, as well as a couple of others, and worked with the now late Sir John Sykes, who was writing his family history and was really, really very interested in that Sykes background. So was Sykes corrupt? Yeah. Though what does corruption mean in an 18th century context is also an interesting question, and there's quite a lot of elasticity in what you're expected to do. But what the late Sir John Sykes did in the East India Company volume, which is free to access and download if anyone's interested in it, he did a wonderful family history of Sykes's man of business, his Indian man of business, also did extremely well out of the East India Company. And in the maybe 60s, maybe 70s, Sir John met the great-great-great-great-grandson of Sykes's man of business, a man with a doctorate, a lot of interest in history himself, but also a major industrialist. So you could actually trace those lines of East India Company fortunes on the Indian side as well as on the Sykes side. Did Sykes ameliorate the ghastly Bengal famine of his own time? No. And the company is generally being quite rightly slated for complete inaction in successive Bengal famines. It's really only in the later 19th century, after the Irish famine, that they begin to implement anti-famine measures in the Indian government. So yeah.
One last question, and then I should also say that later in the day we might reserve a little time to ask questions that we couldn't ask now. John?
Yeah, can I just mention about the non-use of state apartments? There is quite a lot of evidence for them not being used, except as museums. I mean, I've worked on 3 great state apartments in detail, Wilton, Burley and Chatsworth, and none of them were really used in the 17th, 18th or even in the 19th century. Wilton, the Grand Duke of Tuscany, came to England in the 1660s, and Lord Pembroke hoped to entertain him and got it all ready, but he actually stayed in an inn in Salisbury, which was a great snub, but he did come to dinner, but so that wasn't used. And then George III came in 1778 to review the troops on Salisbury Plain, and he stayed, but there was no bed. They had to borrow a bed from Fonthill. You know, apart from that, you know, they were never, the Wilton one was never used. Chatsworth, as far as I know, was never used between its creation and 1914 and the Edwardian refurbishment of Chatsworth and the state visit of George V and Queen Mary to Derbyshire and so on, the English counties after the coronation. So it was used then, but not otherwise. And at Burley, of course, the family had very interesting history, but there wasn't a serious person living there, basically, in the 17th century. And then by the late 17th century, they were Jacobites, so they didn't want William III. And William III asked to see the house. Lord Exeter went out for the day. And then, you know, the furnishing wasn't completed till the end of the 18th century. And the Burley state bedroom was only used once for Queen Victoria's visit in the 1840s. You know, at Chatsworth she used another bedroom. So I think there probably is quite a lot of evidence for them just becoming museums. And then the other thing is, in the late 18th century, they become ordinary living apartments like Hatfield, where they're converted into dining rooms and libraries and drawing rooms, and that happens in a lot of, you know, the surviving Jacobean houses. Orchien's another example of what remains of it.
My comments on the use are very much about the Elizabethan and Jacobean periods and before. They decline with the decline of household ceremonial, which happens around the time of the Civil War. So exactly as you say, after the time of the Civil War, the use of these rooms changes very significantly, absolutely, and they are shuttered up. And I think that then has coloured our thoughts about what their use was before that period.
Thank you very much. Well, I think we now would like to end here. We'll gather again at 2 o'clock, and there is lunch upstairs. Thank you all very much.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and I do hope you enjoyed lunch. I'm taking over now for session 2, rather appropriately, dealing with Mark's connections with Ireland. And a few people over lunch have been expressing some surprise about Mark's kind of influence on architectural history in Ireland. But hopefully, by the end of this afternoon, you'll see it's actually one of the most important parts of his book, and he maintains throughout his life a very close connection with Ireland. I hope I will live up to the ableness and indeed the elegance of Manolo during the first session as the chairperson. But just to say at the start of this session, someone might be in need of these. I think have been handed up, so if anyone's missing a pair of glasses. Not one. Well, but they're here if anyone needs them, so that's it. Well, just to give a bit of a... Oh, are these ones? No. These might be a bit snazzy for you, Morris, that's better, thanks. Well, just to give a brief introduction to Mark and Ireland, I can start with no better place than myself. I fell under the spell of Mark's work at a very early age, like many of those who've spoken here today. I was but 16 years old when I picked up a copy of Mark's then magnum opus, Life in the English Country House, which was to directly lead to a lifelong fascination with the country house and its inhabitants, and indeed my abandonment of a career in the law and commencement of a PhD in architectural history, which has resulted In a turn of events which even today still astonishes and delights me in equal measure every morning, my ending up teaching here at the Courtauld in succession to a long line of giants of architectural history, some of whom have already been mentioned today, and not least among which, of course, is my own supervisor, Professor Christine Stevenson, who I'm so happy to see here today, and so happy to see she's now able to leave the house after spending several years dealing with me as a complete mess during my supervisions. As a result of the volume and quality of Mark's work, and indeed the longevity of his career, the name Mark Girouard had taken on an almost sort of mystical, otherworldly quality to me. To me, and I'm sure to many fledgling architectural historians, Mark existed at the apex of some heavenly architectural pantheon, or manifested as a heroic figure presiding over some architectural Valhalla, situated well out of earthly reach. As a slightly jaded fourth-year PhD student, to be presented, therefore, quite out of the blue, with the opportunity to work with Mark as a research assistant on his final book, his biographical dictionary of English architecture, was, as I've often said, something akin to a similarly equipped physics PhD student being asked to work out a few calculations with Sir Isaac Newton for publication in his Principia. It was both the most exciting and indeed the most terrifying prospect I had faced in my academic career. My first impressions of Mark are very much in line with a lot of what had been written of him. He was soft-spoken, kind, thoughtful, disarmingly charming, and seemingly slightly shy. He was also shockingly unassuming for one of his great fame and public stature. There was not one hint of the academic hauteur or aristocratic bluster that I had perhaps expected of the deified Mark Girouard that I had constructed in my head. Famously, of course, Sir John Betjeman wrote of "dear little Mark, so good, who never says a word," when describing Mark's activities on the founding committee of the Victorian Society, perhaps unsurprisingly under the iron guidance of Anne, Countess of Ross, who had inherited that most unique time capsule of comfortable middle-class Victorian life at 18 Stafford Terrace, and of course earned for herself the nickname of Tugboat Annie because of her marital progress from peer to peer. Mark, with great self-deprecation, included Betjeman's comment in his book Friendships, but it really did him a great disservice. The steely clarity of purpose and determination of the man who had quite literally chained himself to the gates of St. Botolph's Hall in Spittal Square to prevent its demolition in 1978 were ever present in my dealings with Mark, as too was his entirely disarming, utterly charming, and very surprisingly boyish and deliciously relevant sense of humour. From the outset, we both bonded over Mark's work on Ireland. Mark maintained close connections with Ireland and its architecture throughout his life. His mother, Lady Blanche Girouard, was the daughter of the 6th Marquess of Waterford and a close acquaintance of the Irish poet William Butler Yeats. Yeats and Lady Gregory, in fact, encouraged her to pen and publish a wistful novella steeped in Irish mythology, the Book of Keth, the story of a mortal seduced by one of the fairy folk of Ireland and their many adventures was, as Mark took great pleasure in informing me, a thinly veiled telling of the true story of a local newly ordained priest seduced by the much older abbess of a convent in Waterford and the increasingly desperate and often unhinged exploits they got up to in order to conceal their affair. As a result of his Irish family heritage, Mark spent a great deal of his childhood and wartime adolescence being shipped between relatives living in the great houses of Ireland, in particular his grandfather's seat at Curramore in County Waterford, a fascinating and ancient house with romantic origins in the 12th century, later extended or remodelled in various phases by Richard Castle, as we'll be hearing later on, by James Wyatt and by Samuel Usher Roberts. At one point in the 1960s, Mark actually considered moving to Ireland to take on the running of Belvedere, a Palladian villa of about 1740 in County Westmeath, constructed by the highly disagreeable Robert Rochfort, first Earl of Belvedere, after he had imprisoned his unfortunate second wife, Mary Molesworth, at the family seat at Gallstown. In order to ensure, by the way, that she lived entirely free of any extramarital temptation during her imprisonment, Lord Belvedere hired a page who walked 20 steps in front of his estranged wife at Gallstown, ringing a bell and shouting, "Make way for the whore of Belfield," a situation which persisted until after his death 30 years later. At the end of each working day, over mugs of Earl Grey and slices of rich fruitcake, I was regaled by Mark with tales of sumptuous teas served at his mother's home of Curramore during the war, and the rather less sedate parties of the 1960s, with no doubt more uninteresting substances being served at Courtauld and Leixlip Castle in the company of Mariga Guinness, Compton Mackenzie, Ian Fleming, Prince Rupert Lowenstein, Princess Margaret, and of course Mick Jagger. I was able to update these scandalous tales with news of how the Irish houses were faring, adding such tidbits of gossip as were in current circulation in Ireland, much to Mark's relish and delight. His interests in Irish architecture, and particularly that of the Irish Big House, bore fruit in a very large body of work, much of which remains the definitive word on his chosen subjects. It's a testament to his tireless work ethic that at the time of his death, Mark had not only just completed his biographical dictionary and a subsequent rather salacious historical novel based on the life of Arbella Stewart, but had commenced academic works on the architecture of Curramore in Waterford and Tyrone House in Dublin, in response to new archival discoveries about the time James Wyatt carried out his work at Curramore, of which we'll be hearing more anon. We are very privileged here to have with us today three renowned speakers who are very well placed to assess the past and indeed the continuing impact of Mark's work on Irish architecture from three very different standpoints. So it should make a fascinating way to kind of see how Mark's work still continues to influence what we're doing in Ireland. The first of our speakers, Dr. Patricia McCarthy, is an architectural historian and author of Life in the Country House in Georgian Ireland, a book which she readily admits was highly influenced by Mark's iconic work, a fact with which Mark was often expressing great charm with the fact that someone in Ireland had taken up his life in the English country house and applied it to Ireland. Her most recent book, Enjoying Claret in Georgian Ireland, A History of Amiable Excess, was published in 2022 and looks at the vast quantities of claret consumed by the well-heeled in Georgian Ireland. And so it is to the agreeable, comfortable hospitality of the Irish 18th century country house that Patricia will transport us today. So with that, I shall hand over to Patricia.
Good afternoon, everybody, and I'm so delighted to be here and to be given the opportunity to talk about, well, I'm not going to talk so much about the book, but I'm talking about dining and wining in the country house, so it's not all about buildings. But my work, as was said, with the country house evolved from my PhD dissertation as a mature student on the planning and use of spaces in Irish houses in the Georgian period. The subject and the model was a dual Mark Girouard for Irish houses, as suggested by my supervisor, Dr. Edward McParland, who together with the late Knight of Glyn pointed me in the direction of numerous sources, encouraging me to hurry up, get the PhD done, and get the book written. So I did. I hurried up as much as I could, but I confined myself just simply to the Georgian period. So it wasn't really after all of Mark Girouard's architectural stuff. The hospitality of the Irish has always been remarked upon by visitors to the country, usually in a positive way. For example, one historian's comment in the 16th century that Gaelic Irish chieftains were the most hospitable of men. Nor could you please them more in anything than by frequently visiting their houses willingly of your own accord, or claiming an invitation from them, a fact that was demonstrated in the 18th century by the inscribed stone on the road close to Clode Castle, County Cork, that directed all travellers to repair to Mr. Edmund McSweeney's house for hospitality. Even perfect strangers who desired to view a house and or its improvements, often without previous notice, were made welcome. After the wars of the 17th century, it was a time of peace in Ireland, when vast sums of money were being spent on the design and construction of large and unfortified houses at last, and on furnishing interiors. Travel journals are filled with accounts of invitations to dine in Irish houses, where tables groaned under the weight of food sufficient for more than twice the number of guests. In 1737 it became all too much for the very fastidious John Boyle, 5th Earl of Cork and Orrery, friend and biographer of Jonathan Swift, who described a dinner party that he attended in County Cork. I have been at a feast. Paper mills, thunder, and the king's kitchen are soft music to the noises I have heard. Nonsense and wine have flowed in plenty. Gigantic saddles of mutton and Brobdingnagian rumps of beef weigh down the table. Bumpers of claret and bowls of white wine were perpetually under my nose, till at last, unable to bear the torture, I took advantage of a health at which we were all obliged to rise, and slipped away, leaving a hat and sword to be my representative. I would have left an arm or a leg behind me, rather than not have made my escape. This short sketch may give you some faint idea of our entertainments in this part of the world. They are esteemed according to quantity, not to the quality of the victuals, be the meat good or be it bad, so that there is as much as would feed an eye. However, an English visitor's comment at the time, the Irish gentry are an expensive people. They live in the most open, hospitable manner, continually feasting with one another, was very true, as was Mrs. Mary Delaney's remark that you are not invited to dinner to any private gentleman of 1,000 a year or less that does not give you 7 dishes of one course, and Burgundy, and champagne, and these dinners they give once or twice a week. According to Girouard, from the early decades of the century, the dining room, quote, was always one of the best and biggest rooms in the house. Not so in Ireland in houses built in the first half of the 18th century, where owners were finding their eating rooms, or parlours as they called the room, rather cramped for the entertaining that they wished to provide. From the mid-century, many were extended and refurbished, and the term dining room became accepted, as Mrs. Delaney acknowledged in a letter written in 1755, where she referred to my dining room, vulgarly so called. In the 1760s at... Yes, thank you. In the 1760s at Castletown, begun in 1722, to designs by Alessandro Galilei and Edward Logan Pierce, Lady Louisa Connolly created a dining room out of 2 adjoining rooms to the left of the hall. It turned out to be a major job, but it made sense in her house, where she created a serving area next to it that kept the food warm after its long journey from the kitchen in the West Pavilion and along the colonnade to the main block. One of the great dining rooms in these islands, dating from the first half of the 18th century, is that at Courtauld. By Richard Castle, 1739, home to the 20th Earl of Kildare, where the deeply coved ceiling was decorated with baroque exuberance by the Lougherkini brothers. And those lucky enough to enjoy formal eating at Courtauld must have been impressed by the silver dinner service, dinner service by Wicks of London, sold at Christie's some years ago for just under £2 million. Another dining room then was at Hereford in County Meath, where the double cube of 2 stories was decorated to designs by Robert Adam between 1771 and 1775. And then the other of the same house, Hereford, this is a drawing by Adam. It says on it that it is the chimney side of the eating salon, a drawing for that, of the eating parlour, rather. And Mount Kennedy, County Wicklow. For General Cunningham's dining room at Mount Kennedy, the Flemish artist Peter de Gree painted grisaille medallions of arts and sciences, all inserted in plaster frames. De Gree and the Venetian artist Antonio Zucchi painted roundels, panels and lunettes for the dining room at Curramore, County Waterford, which was the ancestral home of Mark. Well, as guests arrived for dinner, they were ushered into a reception room, often the drawing room or the library. Robert Adam, on one of his plans, called such a space the room for company before dinner. Apparently it was not the custom to serve drinks prior to dinner, nor to introduce anyone. which must have made it rather awkward for the guests. One writer describing it as the melancholy twilight half-hour preceding the dinner. However, once dinner was announced, the procession of guests and hosts to the dining room offered an opportunity for them to admire the decor, the paintings, the furniture and furnishings en route, display being the object of the exercise. And we have here Townley Hall in County Louth, and you can see how impressed people would be by simply walking past this, slowly parading your way to the dining room and enjoying what is being set before your eyes. Girouard coined the terms male and female to describe dining and drawing rooms respectively in the Georgian house, terms that could be used in the Irish context. While it might be thought unfair to call the dining room a male space when the onerous task of the hostess in providing a meal is ignored, certainly in Ireland the dining room was a space in which many men took a keen interest regarding its decor, furniture, and especially the accoutrements of dining and wine. The display of wealth was important to the ascendancy in Ireland, and the dining room provided the ideal setting, where guests could enjoy the room itself and the meal served in various items of china, silverware and glassware. Dinner services with family coats of arms were ordered from China. We saw a bit of that earlier. Archbishop Thomas Cobb of Newbridge House purchased a magnificent Worcester china dessert service for 36 people, which was described as showing the splendid scale of entertainments at his house. For his newly built Dromoland in County Clare in 1785, Edward O'Brien boasted that he intended to spend about £1,000 on furnishing the dining room that would provide, quote, everything wanted for about 18 persons to dine. Well, I was kind of curious about the £1,000 and I thought, what would that mean in today's money? So I contacted Mr. Google, and apparently, and this was according to the Bank of England, so it must be right, it was the equivalent of 1,000, the equivalent of 225,000. I don't know how that could be, but that's what it said. The clergy were not to be outdone. From London Goldsmiths, the Bishop of Elphin purchased a large apron with 8 branches, and the Archbishop of Dublin ordered a dinner service that was said to have cost £1,000. And to keep up appearances, Maria Edgeworth's father, Richard, after purchasing silver at auctions, had the armorials of the original owners erased and replaced by his family's crest. One writer, regarding the accoutrements of the table, was of the opinion that merely possessing the appropriate objects was not sufficient. One had to interact with them in the correct fashion. Indeed, some were of the opinion that a person's rank and worth would be judged on the basis of how one held one's glass. It would be nerve-wracking for the inexperienced hostess who, apart from compiling the menu and organising the food and its service, was responsible for the table setting, the seating plans, and the behaviour of the servants. The main task for the master of the house was the provision of suitable wines for the occasion. He had to ensure that they arrived from the cellar on time and were ready to be served when appropriate. He too was aware that his and his wife's social standing and taste would be judged on the appearance and quality of the table, and that the wine served was often looked upon as a measure of the host's generosity and also sophistication. So, at a dinner party, after the departure of the ladies to their fun and frolics in the drawing room, the men were left to drink as much as they wanted, and they did. Robert Adam was of the opinion that the French trust to the display of the table for show and magnificence, and that as soon as they have eaten, they retire to the rooms of company. But not so with us. We indulge more largely in the enjoyment of the bottle. Excessive wine drinking was not new. In the 16th century, an Irish chieftain called Shane O'Neill was described as sociable, hospitable, but frequently intemperate at table, a persevering votary of Bacchus. His cellar at Dundrum Castle in County Down was said to contain usually 200 tons of wine. When he became intoxicated and aggressive, his attendants placed him chin deep in a pit, then cast earth around him. In this clay bath he remained until the velocity of his blood had abated. Obviously there was no need for such drama regarding Lord Kenmare in 1767, of whom it was reported his table was elegantly spread, his venison excellent, his wines genuine, and he gives them like the son of an Irish king. Ireland's love affair with claret began in earnest when, at the end of the 17th century, following the Williamite Irish soldiers and their family, mostly Catholic and part of the Wild Geese exodus, fled to France, which of course was another Catholic country. Many to Bordeaux, where they became involved to a large extent in the wine trade there. Penal laws against Catholics and economic restrictions placed on Ireland by Parliament that affected Protestants too, meant that there were few economic opportunities in Ireland for those who were not born into land. However, one that was socially acceptable was to become a wine merchant. Ireland possessed what French merchants wanted, which was wool, and especially salt beef, which was shipped to Bordeaux, and from there to the French West Indies, where it was a primary source of protein for slaves in the sugar plantations. The amount of Bordeaux wine consumed in Ireland in the second half of the 18th century was staggering. Official figures from there show that the amount of wine exported from France to Ireland between 1771 and 1789, that's 18 years, was double the amount of French wine that was imported to England, Scotland, and Wales combined. Jonathan Swift referred to claret in his letters as Irish wine, in the full knowledge that his correspondent would understand that he meant claret. He, Swift, who declared that he was never intoxicated, had nevertheless lived intimately with those at whose tables wine was liberally consumed, and he was not himself averse to the moderate use of it. Apparently the Archbishop of Cashel, in a letter inviting him on a visit, and Swift was one of these people, he was, somebody who would go anywhere. You invite him, he'll go. All of this sort of thing. He just absolutely loved getting around and seeing people and talking about them and all the rest of it. Apparently the Archbishop of Cashel, in a letter inviting him on a visit, gave him detailed directions as to the route, baited him by telling him he would pass a parson's cabin where there was a private cellar of which the parson kept the key, in which was always a hogshead of the best wine that could be got in bottles well corked and upon their side. For the playwright Thomas Richard Brinsley Sheridan, wine was one of his favourite aids to inspiration. If the thought is slow to come, a glass of good wine encourages it. And when it does come, a glass of good wine rewards it. Stories abound about the amounts of wine taken. For example, after church one Sunday in 1769, two friends accompanied the curate to dine in his home. They drank 9 bottles of claret and 2 of port. In the evening they had tea, then prayers, followed by a further bottle each of claret and port. As early as 1745, the Lord Lieutenant, the Earl of Chesterfield, worried that this would be the ruin of Ireland, as the affectation of drinking wine has got into the middle and lower ranks of people. And he deplored the excessive amount of claret that was consumed in Ireland every year by leading politicians, expressing the hope that God by his thunder would turn all the wines in Ireland sour. But at male gatherings, particularly in the middle of the 18th century, the bottle was passed from one man to another at the table, always moving in one direction, each under an amount of pressure from his peers to fill its glass, keeping pace with the others, an unspoken challenge, and nobody would risk losing face by opting out. However, at one of these all-male events, one man, observing his companions falling victim to the power of drink, slid from his chair landing under the table, and lying there eventually felt a small pair of hands working at his throat. On asking what he was doing, the boy replied, "Sir, I'm the lad that's to loosen the neck clothes." This was in the event of suffocation. Sir Hercules Langridge from Kilkenny was found by his wife with 10 empty claret bottles. She inquired if he had had any assistance in drinking them, and he is alleged to have that, "Yes, I had indeed, a bottle of Madeira." And then there was the story of Lord Robert Tottenham, who suffered from a skin disease and was recommended by his doctor to bathe regularly in red wine. After which, and unbeknown to the bishop, his enterprising servant duly decanted the contents of the bath into bottles and sold it in the local village. Gentlemen in Ireland competed with each other in hospitality, and at Dublin Castle, where the Lords Lieutenants resided and worked, the contents of his cellars played a major part in the popularity of the Lord Lieutenant. There, wine and champagne were used both to woo and to persuade. In the early 18th century, the second Duke of Ormond, as Lord Lieutenant, invited the sitting members of Parliament, that is, those who are on the side of the current administration, to select wine from any hogshead in the castle cellar and drink as much as they desired. There were, however, no chairs allowed in the cellar, as, quote, he could not encourage any gentleman drinking longer than he could stand. Another, Charles Manners, the 4th Duke of Rutland, arrived in Ireland in 1784. He was described as an exacting epicure, about whom it was said that his table presented every delicacy which luxury could accumulate or display. Vessels laden with fruit and other expensive productions of England came over by his directions weekly to Dublin during the whole period of his viceroyalty. The Duke was, not surprisingly, very popular in Ireland, not only for the generosity of his cellar and table, but also for the entertainments provided at Dublin Castle. In 1787, he began a 3-month tour of Ireland, enjoying the hospitality of the well-heeled. But his excessive eating and drinking took its toll. On his return to Dublin, he collapsed and died of liver failure 3 days later at the age of 33. While the drinking culture of 18th century Ireland owed much to the need for British interests to maintain the political adherence of the rather uncertain loyalties at the time, by the latter decades of the century, the amounts of alcohol and food taken were less excessive. Arthur Young noted that he had never been asked to drink a single glass more than I had an inclination for. And as Maria Edgeworth put it, the desperately tiresome formal dinners in Ireland's grand dining rooms, at which guests consumed more than they could eat and 20 times more than they should drink, had disappeared. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Patricia. And if ever we needed proof of the old adage that in every cliche there is a grain of truth, I think certainly starting a talk on Ireland with this particular subject was very appropriate indeed. Our second speaker today on Ireland is a true Renaissance man of our time. Dr. John Martin Robinson is a genealogist, historian, architectural historian, raconteur, bon vivant, in addition to his role as Maltravers Herald of Arms Extraordinary. He has been architectural writer to Country Life for 50 years, and his over 30 books include a major biography of James Wyatt, a study of Georgian model farms, the Oxford Guide to Heraldry, the history of the Travellers' Club, the quincentennial history of the Dukes of Norfolk, and numerous monographs on houses, churches, and royal palaces. His talk today will consider new archival evidence discovered at Curramore, which dates the work of James Wyatt on the house at a significantly earlier date than had previously been thought, a fact which has the potential to disrupt all existing thinking on the history of this important house. It was on this subject that Mark was working when he died. And with that, I will hand over to John Martin Robinson.
Anything about the size?
Yes.
can I just add a little documented note to Patricia's talk? The 11th Duke of Norfolk, who was known as the Drunken Duke, who lived at the height of English drinking in the Regency period, even among his contemporaries, he was notorious for the amount he drank. And Mrs. Fitzherbert had to stop him going to Brighton Pavilion because he made the Prince Regent so ill. But I just point out that his grandfather was an Irish wine merchant, so we know where he picked up the habit. Now I'm going to talk about Coramore and James Wyatt's work there, and really its connection with Mark, his family home, and information that Mark gave me and helped me with. So my talk is a personal blend, really, of genealogy and architectural history, and it focuses on Mark's help with my research into James Wyatt in Ireland, because Wyatt, had a whole separate parallel career in Ireland, and more of his work survives in Ireland, country house-wise, ironically, than in England, despite the Civil War and all the troubles. Now, Mark's family background and upbringing stimulated his own interest in buildings. The seeds of his subsequent emergence as a wide-ranging architectural historian were sown in his school and university holidays, staying with his great-aunt, Evie, Duchess of Devonshire at Hardwick in Derbyshire, or with his mother's family at Coramore in County Waterford. The former stimulated his interest in Robert Smithson and Elizabethan architecture in general, the subjects of his first and last works. While the latter, Coramore, opened his eyes to Georgian and Victorian architecture and the history of country houses in general. His enthusiasm for Irish buildings was further fanned by his Irish and Oxford friend Thomas Pakenham. They were very close and shared a lot of interests. Anyway, Mark's mother, as was already mentioned, was Lady Blanche de la Port Beresford, and she was killed in a motor accident in September 1940. His father, Major Richard Girouard, was away at war, so Mark and his two sisters lived with relations during their youthful vacations during school and university holidays. This is why he's spent all these formative years in very interesting buildings. And his transformative work, Life in the English Country House, which we heard about this morning, was very much inspired by his own experience, what is now called lived experience. And it should have been mentioned here, and I think I must stress this, that Mark was absolutely not snobbish in any way. He just took an intelligent interest in his surroundings, as I think most of us do. I was walking down the street the other day, admiring the architecture, which happened to be by Nash and somebody, and a friend stopped me and said, "Still looking at the buildings?" I just can't imagine not looking at the buildings. Anyway, so Mark's early research into Coramore was published in 3 articles in February 1968 in Country Life, of which he was the architectural editor for around 10 years, his first job really. And there he pioneered the magazine's coverage of Victorian buildings, and Mark was wildly ahead of his time in being interested in both Victorian architecture and modern architecture. And really after his time at Country Life, the clock was turned back, and John Corpus, his successor as architectural editor, was only interested in Georgia, and only a very narrow period of Georgia between, I'd say, about 1720 and possibly 1770. So the wide coverage that Mark had pioneered sort of shrunk again, but later architectural editors have improved that situation. Mark continued his research into the history of Coramore all through his life, and not long before his death in 2022, he told me of a new archival discovery. And this was, to me, it completely altered what I've written in my biography, so it was a bit ground-shaking for me. But it was that Mark's ancestor, Lord Tyrone, who'd been created first Marquis of Waterford, had employed James Wyatt much earlier than we previously thought, in 1771 rather than 1778. And a transcript letter to Wyatt from Lord Tyrone, dated January 1772, gave detailed instructions on the design of the building. Specifically, which one do I press?
Forward.
There we are, I'll just show that on the screen. It's so boring looking at a blank screen, isn't it? I'll come back to the subject in a minute. Gave detailed instructions on the design of the dining room and supper rooms. And this very much ties in with what we've just heard about the dining room, the eating room, being the main entertainment room and, you know, a home setting for Irish country house hospitality. So it's very significant that the first room that was, you know, redecorated and remodeled should have been the dining room. So this letter gives detailed instructions for the design of the dining room and supper rooms, which was then already in progress in 1772, showing it had started in at least 1771, and making it Wyatt's earliest documented work in Ireland, predating the designs for Lucan House, Dublin, and Abbey Leaks, which was 1772. Their work continued at Courtauld until 1778, the date previously accepted on the strength of visitor comments like Daniel Beaufort, who travelled around Irish houses in the late 1770s, and included later interiors, the staircase hall, the library, the drawing room, and some bedrooms. So this information that Mark gave me meant restructuring my chronology of Wyatt's architectural career in Ireland. And Mark was very keen that I should have this information, which modified my story, and which in addition also, and this is very significant I think, threw light on Wyatt's choice of Thomas Penrose as the executant of his Irish work, a significant new piece of evidence of which I'll say more anon. On a personal note, just before we focus in on Courtauld, I'll just say I've known Mark's family for 3 generations, including his father Dick and his daughter Blanche, who continues to live with Dorothy in their Victorian stucco house in Notting Hill. Mark's family was a British imperial family. His grandfather, Sir Percy Girouard, was a French Catholic Canadian, Quebecois. Not as some people thought, the French Protestants. He was came of French Catholic, and they were descended from the minor nobility of Brittany, the settlers, French settlers in Quebec. So that gave him an interest in French houses too. Now, Percy Girouard, very interesting historical figure, was a colleague of Kitchener's in Africa. He was a railway engineer, administrator and soldier who built the railway across the Nubian desert, was involved in the Boer War and became High Commissioner of Nigeria. And Percy's wife's family, the Solomons, came from St. Helena and were liberal statesmen in South Africa. And Mark wrote very interestingly about his Solomon ancestors in South Africa. Mark's father, Dick Girouard, was a stockbroker and was very much amused when Mark, instead of investing in stocks and shares, built up a library of architectural books, which turned out to be a better investment in the long term. Anyway, Dick married 3 times. Blanche Beresford, who, as we say, killed in 1940, Beatrice Grosvenor, and she was the granddaughter of the first Duke of Westminster, so also had interesting architectural connections. But that marriage lasted, it was a wartime marriage which didn't last very long. And finally, he married Monica Clifford, the daughter of Sir Hugh Clifford, of the Cliffords of Shutley in Devon, who were one of the Catholic Reticent families. So that was that. Anyway, Dick created and lived in a flat in the basement and ground floor of the house where Mark and Dorothy lived upstairs. And Dick was very social, but he was secretary of the London Pit Club, which was founded in 1793 to counteract the ideas of the French Revolution. It was relaunched in 1808 in immortal memory of Pitt. So when his father died, Mark gave me as a bequest his father's Pitt Club silver gilt medal with a portrait cameo by Tassie of Pitt. And he belonged to one of the original members of the club, Charles Graham. So it's really interesting, and it was so kind of, Mark to have given me this. I still wear it twice a year for the summer and winter dinners. Mark himself wasn't a member of the Pitt Club, which is why he thought it would be a nice memento for me of his father. Anyway, Mark was thrilled in recent years when Courtauld was inherited by his younger cousin, the present Marquess of Waterford, in 2016, whom more interest was taken in the books and archives, and an archivist, John Walton, appointed to sort documents. Now, he discovered the transcript letter from the Earl of Tyrone to James Wyatt. That's Courtauld itself, showing the Victorian remodelling of a block, which I don't think is by Wyatt himself. I think Wyatt just did the interiors. And the history of Courtauld is complicated, and I won't go into it now. I'm just concentrating on the Wyatt and this particular document. He discovered the letter, and it's dated the 25th of January 1772, which is 2 days before the public opening of Wyatt's Pantheon in London, which made Wyatt's reputation. So this is really interesting. It's an Irish client who knew Wyatt already before the éclat and all the subsequent commissions that came as a result of the Pantheon. You see the other early Irish patrons, like, I never know how to pronounce his name, Ashmondisham, is that how you pronounce it? Vise of Lucan, just outside Dublin. It's now the Italian embassy. He had a house in London, so, would have known the Pantheon at first hand. Lord of Essay of Abbeyleix was a cousin of Vise's, and they both employed Wyatt in 1772. But as we now know, not the first, a year later. Mark sent me a copy of the letter. And this you see annotated by Mark and with a covering note, which gave his thoughts on this. This is the transcript of the letter. Now, since then, William Frere has written it up in the Irish Georgian Journal, I think, and he revises Mark and my previous chronology of Wyatt's work at the house. Now, my original attribution and dating of Courtauld was based on the drawings for the dining and supper room which Wyatt had prepared, and the letter says, is saying that Lord Tyrone had got these drawings in Ireland, and he got down to Courtauld and was checking them against the absolute dimensions of the room. Things like the doors were closer to the corners of the room than Wyatt had shown on his drawing, and various other amendments and corrections of that sort. It also refers to the chimney piece, which had been commissioned already in Rome, and was a given. It had to be incorporated, and Lord Tyrone said he would send the exact dimensions. This chimney piece itself is identical to one at Ballinlough in County Westmeath in Ireland for the Nugents, a house which is also known to date from the 1770s, also came from Rome. We don't know who the sculptor was. It's not one of the series of Piranesi chimney pieces in England, in English houses. So these two Irish Roman chimney pieces are by another Roman sculptor. Again, Mark suggested that he thought possibly they were acquired through James Byers, the Scots Cicerone, or Cicerone, I think if we're going to be Italian, who acted as an agent for lots of Anglo-Scottish, Irish clients at that period. Now, the letter contains several other revealing statements. That's a close-up of the chimney piece on the left, so you can see very fine quality Roman sculpture. And on the right there's the detail of the plasterwork, which is exactly according to Wyatt's designs. Lord Tyrone also writes and I quote, "I shall entirely depend on you, i.e. Wyatt, to get the paintings for the eating room ceiling and the Clara Obscuras wall panels," that's what he called the wall panels, the Clara Obscuras, "in the best manner." I.e. he was relying on Wyatt to get those paintings commissioned in London and send them by sea. Easy to send to Waterford by sea from London. So that's one of the Clara Obscuras on the right. Now all these paintings used to be thought to be by Peter de Grey, but who only arrived in Ireland in 1785 and died in 1788, so it's completely impossible. And de Grey's work are mainly grisaille and rather sculptural, you know, chomp, not like these. And the ceiling paintings in the dining room at Courtauld are actually coloured, they're polychrome. So we've got to think of another attribution. I'll come back to that. This is the photograph taken of the same room in 1968 for Mark's Country Life article, and you see the room hadn't changed at all. The photos we've just been looking at were taken this year, and Jerry Musson was very kindly lent them to me, but the room was exactly the same, including all the furniture and the vases and candelabra on the chimney-piece. Remarkable, unaltered, you know. And in a way, the black and white is a better representation of Wyatt's architecture, because the colour scheme originally was largely green, Wyatt's favourite colour, and the pink was redone in the 1960s, probably based on a late Victorian scheme, we think. That's Wyatt's design. Now, in the Metropolitan album in New York, in the print room of the Metropolitan Museum, there's an album of Wyatt drawings, which is a very important combination of Wyatt's designs for his early works from the 1760s to the later 1770s. So this is the ceiling exactly as created, and you see the circular panels which have the paintings in. Now, the thing about Wyatt's album in the Met, there's two Wyatt albums. There's one in the V&A print room and one in the Met. And they're not working drawings, they're small reproductions done in Wyatt's office of his designs. And they were intended for a book of publications like Richardson's Ceiling, which, because Wyatt was lazy, never happened. And so the two volumes that were put together now split between these two museum print rooms. An incredible record of the time, when so little of Wyatt's office archives survived his bankruptcy and general collapse. Anyway, the most interesting statement in this, to me, revelatory letter is Lord Tyrone's final sentence. "I cannot conclude without returning to you my best thanks for the care and instruction you gave to the man I sent to London." Lord Tyrone had sent his Irish executant to London to discuss the designs and their implementation with Wyatt. This just shows, this is the supper room ceiling, which shows the paintings there, and you can see they're not at all like Rebecca or de Grey. They're coloured classical scenes. So. I did, as I said, previously assumed that Lucan in 1772 was Wyatt's first Irish house, and that he met his Irish executant and longtime colleague Thomas Penrose there. But Courtauld precedes it, as we now know, by 2 years, and Penrose's occupation there from 1770 to 78 was already known and documented, and this completely alters my previous theory. And I'll just give a little background here to all this. I mean, Lord Tyrone had inherited Courtauld from his mother, who was the de la Pore heiress, in 1769. He married an heiress from Wicklow, Elizabeth Monk, in April 1769, and the young couple immediately embarked on the reconstruction of Courtauld and landscaping the park in 1770. So it's a direct result of their marriage. The house as Kyle said, is a medieval peel tower extended in the 1740s by Richard Castle, who also designed their townhouse, Tyrone House in Dublin. But they didn't have that much money, and her father was rather worried about all this extravagance. He described the young couple as being impatient to start work despite their large debts. But Lord Tyrone, as well as his large Waterford estate inherited from his mother, also had the Beresford, his paternal estate in Londonderry, in Northern Ireland, which is where the Beresfords came from. And she had estates in Kildare, so he didn't feel too, although he had very large debts, he didn't feel too skint. Now, he was, at the time, he was MP for Waterford from 1757 to 60, and then for Coleraine in 1761 and 63. So he was in the Irish Parliament, big house in Dublin, newly married, so very much part of the, that group of fascinating people in the ascendant in Ireland at that moment. Now, it's been suggested, and I don't have any evidence for this, I mean, how could Lord Tyrone have heard of James Wyatt, pre-Pantheon, pre these other houses in Ireland, only just, but pre them? And it's been suggested it may have come from George III, because George III admired Tyrone, who was quite an amusing person. Both his Tyrone title and the Waterford title were Irish peerages, but he was given an English barony. And he took as his title, he couldn't, he was Lord Tyrone, but he couldn't be because it's not in England. It had to be in English, based in England. And Wales, constitutionally and legally part of England. So he chose as his title of Lord Tyrone of Haverford West, because it was the part of the English continent closest to Ireland. So this sort of thing rather amused people. So he obviously sort of sadly known in the wider world was a bit of a card. And as his correspondence with Wyatt shows, he was very on the ball and attention to detail. And Wyatt was a protege of George III's from the very beginning, thanks to the King's librarian Richard Dalton, who met Wyatt when he was studying in Venice. And so George III was very keen to push him, as opposed to Adam, whom George III despised and disliked. So it's always been known, as I've said, that Lord Tyrone's executant architect at Courtauld was Thomas Penrose. Penrose, born in 1740 and died in 1792, he was a Quaker from Cork. And he had worked in the 1760s and 70s, but beginning in the 60s, with Davis Duckett on the Tyrone navigation, which is one of the great boom in Irish inland waterworks and canals in this period to try and promote industry. Now, Lord Tyrone would have known the Tyrone navigation both as a local landowner up there and as an MP in the Irish Parliament, which was voting funding for this great engineering work. So Penrose would have been known to Lord Tyrone in the north, but also in Waterford, because Quakers, Thomas Penrose had two brothers, and they were builders in Waterford. And it's been suggested that Penrose himself might have, worked there and had an office in Waterford, although he was largely based in Durham. So this explains how Lord Tyrone knew Penrose, that he sent him to London to study with, basically, and learn how to execute these drawings. And so, it seems to me quite clear, others may wish to object or contradict, but Penrose, was Wyatt's agent in Ireland for 20 years, from 1772 onwards. And it's thanks to this connection, which I think came through Lord Tyrone and the work of Courtauld, that Wyatt met Penrose and inducted him into his way of designing, because Penrose could read Wyatt's drawings very easily. So that's that. These are just some of the other rooms. That's the staircase, which was one of the rooms that was done after the dining room and supper rooms. Now, tying in with dining and wining, as a result of the Courtauld dining room, which is quite sensational, it encouraged a lot of other landowners, sometimes as part of a general house design or just as a single dining room to commission them. And the dining room at Mount Kennedy, which was illustrated in the previous talk, that's one of Wyatt's designs in Ireland. This is the dining room and this is Wyatt's design for the dining room at Adelaide, and for Lord of Essex, and it shows this colour scheme, this slightly bluey green. That's classic Wyatt colour scheme, which the Courtauld dining room would have had originally. And this was executed by Penrose, so you see the pattern. And then this is another one. This is the dining room for the Marquis of Sligo at Westport House, which is a little bit later. It's the only room by Wyatt at Westport, but again it's by Thomas Penrose and very much in the same style as Courtauld and Abbey Leaks. Now the other mystery, and I think we've solved how Penrose met Wyatt now, thanks to this letter. And the other mystery, which the letter may solve, is the artist who did the painted panels, the chiaroscuros, and the ceiling paintings. I mean, as remarked, they can't be by de Grey. The de Grey documented work at Courtauld is known to be basso relievo, i.e. trop grisailles, which these are. Now, Wyatt's principal architectural painter for the whole of Biagio Rebecca's life was Rebecca, and he painted at all Wyatt's buildings from the Pantheon onwards. But Rebecca's work is mainly in a Raphaelesque or a grisaille and trompe manner, which the work at Courtauld isn't. And the most likely candidate, I'd like to posit, for the Courtauld painted panels is Michael Nowosielski, who was Wyatt's Polish-Roman friend. When Wyatt was studying in Rome, he made a great friend of this young Polish architectural student who was there at the same time. And Nowosielski came with Wyatt when Wyatt came back to London in 1768 to design the Pantheon. And Nowosielski, as well as Rebecca, did painted decoration in the Pantheon and also at Heaton Hall, Manchester. And he's an interesting man. He became a theatre designer. Nowosielski settled in London and he became a well-known theatre designer. So the number of paintings that he did for Wyatt were restricted to the Pantheon, destroyed, and Heaton Hall, where the big classical scenes in the billiard room still designed. So these paintings at Courtauld are proved to be by him, and it seems likely. That's very useful and interesting extra piece of information from the letter that Mark drew to my attention. Penrose himself died in 1792, and that was the end of this 20-year working relationship with them. And Wyatt was always at his best when he had a good executive architect actually doing the job on the ground. So he only designed one major house in Ireland after that, Castle Courtauld in the north, which several of you in the room are working on at the moment and are very interested in. This is Wyatt's final classical masterpiece in Ireland, shows the saloon. And this is post-Penrose, but it was executed by Alexander Stewart, one of Penrose's protégés, who worked with Penrose and Wyatt at Abbey Leaks, and he came on and executed the Wyatt's last work. Well, the bits and pieces were made in London and exported. The scagliola was made in London and exported. The plasterwork, including the capitals, were made in London and exported to Ireland as part of this prefabricated approach to architecture that Wyatt had. And the doors were probably made in London. And the iron stoves, which were Wyatt, part of his Industrial Revolution background, very interesting. The designs for them are in another of the Wyatt albums, the No Eye album, but that's all that. Anyway, so I just want to sum up really. The new archival information about the dining room at Courtauld, which Mark drew to my attention, has enabled us to recalibrate the chronology of Wyatt's Irish career, and it also provides the missing clue to how Wyatt met Penrose and why they worked together so well, and it also possibly gives us the unknown artist of the painted panels in the ceilings.
Well, thank you indeed, John. And again, an ample demonstration of how Mark's work is still very much alive and kicking on the other side of the Irish Sea and still influencing what's happening over there. But we're moving on now to our last speaker in this section of today's conference. And of course, in the world of Irish architectural history, Dr. Edmund McParland needs no introduction. He stands as a colossus astride Dublin Bay as one of the true modern wonders of architectural thought. He is a Fellow Emeritus of Trinity College Dublin and author of countless seminal texts on Irish architecture, including James Gandon, Public Architecture in Ireland, and most recently in 2024, The Language of Classicism. He was co-founder with Nicholas Robinson of the Irish Architectural Archive, a unique and invaluable resource for any researcher on Irish architectural history. His talk today will consider Mark's contribution to Irish architectural history and in conversation in particular with his role within the Irish Victorian Society and among the network of friends and relatives Mark retained in Ireland throughout his life. So I'll hand over to Dr. McParland.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm one of those who is speaking today who knew Mark but not very well, which puts one in a peculiar context when there are so many people who were intimate with Mark and who knew him very much better than I did. What I have tried to do is to reread much of what Mark has written about Ireland and to see what inspired him and to see what one can guess about his character and his approach from his writing about Ireland. I'm very pleased to pay this tribute to him. I hugely, like everyone in the room, I hugely admire him, though I must say, although I met him only a few times, my main contact in country life was with the great John Courtauld, to whom I owe a very great debt. In preparing what I have to say today, I discussed him with his lifelong friend Thomas Packham. Mark's lovely book Friendship, which has been mentioned a few times, from 2017, carries the dedication, "For Thomas, 70 years my friend." In talking to me, Thomas made much of Mark's sense of Irishness. As he put it, Mark felt Irish, and that's a quotation. And why not, of course, given his family background, his mother's background. Thomas asserted that Ireland was central to Mark's concerns. Mark, of course, had family connections with many of the Irish houses he wrote about in country life. Carramore, as we know, Whitfield Court, Belvedere, Charleville Forest, Newtown Anor, family connections with all of them. Thomas added that Leixlip Castle and Desmond and Mariga Guinness were at the centre of Mark's interest in conservation. It was Mark who suggested that the Irish Georgian Society restore the Connolly Folly, where indeed dear Mariga is buried, and which Mark described as, though this is a little bit unfair to the corpus of Irish architecture, Mark described the Connolly Folly as the one piece of real architecture in Ireland. This sense of Mark's Irishness is something which I will develop today, I hope, to the satisfaction, as I say, of those who knew him a lot better than I did. His connections in London with the Victorian Society and his successful efforts with Thomas Pakenham and John Betjeman to save St Pancras are well known. Less well known, if alas less successful and less enduring, was his role in the Irish Victorian Society. In March 1974, he delivered a lecture, as I did actually, to the Dublin Arts Festival. His lecture was entitled An Assessment of Dublin's Victorian Architecture. The Irish Times reported that the Irish Victorian Society was founded as a direct result of Mark's lecture. The society was short-lived, but it's no harm to put on the record here its heroes and heroines, who, seriously inspired by Mark, did so much subsequently to promote the appreciation of Victorian architecture in Ireland. Jeanne Sheehy was particularly prominent in the Irish Victorian Society, but Oxford claimed her after a year or two, and Dublin lost her to Oxford. Also prominent, for the sake of recording these names, Nicola Gordon Bow, the great historian of Irish stained glass, who died recently, Jeremy Williams, now dead, Jenny and Seymour Leslie, Freddie O'Dwyer, and Hugh Dixon, all people heroically connected with the Irish Victorian Society, which, inspired by Mark, actually didn't last very long. In the early 1970s, at just the time I'm speaking of, the Irish Georgian Society had made huge progress in gaining public esteem for the 18th century architecture of Ireland. But Victorian buildings were disregarded. Oh. Yeah, thank you very much. What do I do now? Next for the next one.
It's working. So this one.
Oh, all right. I was pressing the wrong button. Very typical of me. 1971, for instance, Mark's lecture was 74, Foundation of the Irish Victorian Society. 1971 had seen the destruction of the principal interiors of Diarmaid Woodward's Kildare Street Club on the screen. 1974 saw the demolition of Diarmaid Woodward's St Anne's Schools in Dublin. And 1974 was this agitated year of demolition of Victorian architecture, which needed the kind of lecture which Mark delivered on the importance of Irish Victorian architecture and needed an Irish Victorian Society. A much more substantial contribution, an even more substantial contribution to Irish architectural history, of course, is Mark's writing for Country Life on Irish houses and towns. Country Life has always championed Irish architecture. From its account of the gardens at Castlewellan in March 1900, through the early contributions of Lawrence Weaver and Christopher Hussey, to those in the present day of John Goodall and Jeremy Mussel. In a historiographical study of Irish architectural history, which I worked on and published in 1988, I noted a total of 124 publications coming out in the 1960s of books and articles in serious journals which can be described as 124 serious studies of Irish architectural history in the 1960s. 24 of these, in other words 20%, were by Mark in Country Life. Because Mark's association with Irish architectural history was principally forged in the pages of Country Life, it's worth while to note it. Notwithstanding early 20th century coverage of Irish houses, this is the very early 20th century coverage of Irish houses, principally by Lothians, the magazine's attention to Ireland tailed off with only 2 articles on Irish houses in the 1950s. One of these was by Mark in 1959. He became architectural editor in 1964, the position having been vacant since 1940. And it's safe to assume that the greatly renewed interest in Irish architecture dates from his appointment and was due to his influence both as author and architectural editor. The contribution of country life is particularly distinguished in the eyes of Irish scholars in that it has, and I strike a contentious note, it's always been distinguished in the eyes of Irish scholars because it has been free always of the insularity of English architectural history. This raises a topic too contentious, not broad, but it's too contentious to develop it here. Invite me back for another lecture. I offer it here as a digression. Perhaps I don't altogether agree with Mark's characterization of Irish 18th century architecture, but Mark Girouard was the least insular of scholars. Patricia's talk has analysed the ways in which Irish houses sustained a life similar to, but distinctly different from, that described in Mark's great book, Life in the English Country House. I'll say a few words now about how Mark characterises the Anglo-Irish patrons who put their feet under the dining tables, so aptly described by Patricia. Here he is, opening his article in February 1965 on Birr Castle. Quote, "Intellectual is not a word that springs to mind in describing the Anglo-Irish gentry of the 18th and 19th centuries. One thinks of them as at their best, brave, dashing and witty. At their worst, drunken, dissipated and illiterate." That was I would question whether that was an appropriate introduction to an article on Birr, which among families distinguished for intellectual activity, ranks as high as any. So in fact, of course, he very quickly goes on in this article by giving the lie to this characterization, at least in the case of Birr, and quite rightly. Of the imprudent extravagance of the Charlevils in building their castle, here he writes, "Like all the Anglo-Irish aristocracy, they spent profusely and hoped that things would work out well in the long run." And he is alert here as elsewhere to the impact of personalities on building. Quote, "It seems likely that anything that Lord Charleville achieved in his career, including the translations of Voltaire's indecent poetry, his peerage and his castle, were the result of hard shoves from his energetic, ambitious and intelligent wife." He identifies a relative informality of life in the Irish country house, which delighted visitors accustomed to the more rigid conventions of England. He notes the Irish craze for sham castles. He's good on the nature of Irish decoration, which, he says, always tends to be overcrowded, and, in neoclassical work, has at its best a certain gaiety and freshness that has survived from the Rococo. And that would be a nice, in the light of John Martin Robinson's terrific disquisition on Penrose's direction of decoration in Wyatt's interiors, it'd be lovely to examine closely this plasterwork in dining rooms such as he showed us, with an eye to testing its surviving gaiety and freshness. I have no doubt that Mark is absolutely correct in his characterization of neoclassical work. Mark notes the lively, quote, the lively if unsophisticated sense of design, which gives Irish architecture much of its character. But it wasn't always unsophisticated. It was, I think, Kenneth Clarke who said that the first reason for reading John Ruskin was not for his architecture, not for his social theories, not for his views of craftsmanship. The first reason for reading Ruskin was that Ruskin was a poet. And it struck me as I read through Mark's Irish writings, it struck me that a very early reason, or a very good reason, for reading Mark is his literary style. After that comes his architectural commentary. And Francis Sands this morning, in some of the quotations, some of the passages which he quoted from Mark, absolutely wonderful evocations of John Soane's work. Mark is excellent on people in his writing and developing this idea of his literary style. He's excellent on people, and this is very important because I think that what has struck me about Mark's writing on buildings is the wholeness of his view, his own passion, and a certain humaneness in interpreting built structure. Of the Dean and Woodward architectural practice, he writes, Sir Thomas Dean was a bore. His son had a stammer, and Woodward never uttered a word. On William White, the architecture of Humewood, County Wicklow, quote, he spent much of his life balanced on the boundary between crankiness and brilliance. In the end, he fell off on the wrong side. On the Swiss cottage, that's the Swiss cottage. I'll just go back to all right. Of the Swiss cottage, the cottage ornée in County Tipperary, Mark wrote, by the late 18th century, society in England had reached a stage of sophistication advanced enough for the rich to get a kick out of pretending to be poor. And let's remember the pioneering nature of this article on the Swiss cottage, about which no one had written earlier, and which he describes as the finest surviving cottage ornée in the world. I'm sure he had seen the Amo in Versailles, but let's agree that this is the finest in the world. His descriptive powers are formidable. On Waterford Cathedral, on the two cathedrals in Waterford City, quote, the Protestant cathedral is cool and northern, redolent of lawn sleeves and the communion service. The Catholic cathedral, with its forest of huge Corinthian columns, is warm, luscious and Mediterranean. I mean, you want to see them, don't you, when you read something like that. On Humewood, in County Wicklow, quote, ingenuity and vigour are in command, and eccentricity only adds a curious but not unwelcome tang of individuality to the whole effect. The result is a superb piece of Victorian romantic scenery, dark, rich, chunky, solid, and full of unexpected vistas. And this graceful evocation of building comes, one feels, from Mark's exceptional ability to see as well as to look. His response to architecture is vivid and personal, as when he says of Mount Ivors that the house, quote, gives one an extraordinary shock of delight and surprise. No wonder that John Summerson admired his writing. Maurice Craig, the historian of Dublin, himself a poet and notable stylist, Mark wrote the foreword to the 2006 edition of Morris's famous book on Dublin. Morris wrote, quote, Mr. Girouard combines thoroughness with elegance in a way which is enviable indeed. I have seldom read a book, that's life in the Victorian country house, in which the materials are so adroitly marshalled, the arguments so expertly controlled and presented. He is a writing of exceptional vividness and panache. And there is wit, arising from a sympathetic understanding of human nature, which I suppose is one of the ingredients of the humanity of his writing, which I've been trying to capture. Wit on Lady Waterford of Curramore, who spent time repairing the mouths of family portraits which had been cut by Lord Waterford for the insertion of cigars. He tells us of a cold Waterford house where visitors were offered rugs on entering the dining room. And in writing of what he refers to an engagement between opposing forces during the Civil War in Ireland, he notes that the gardener wrote to the absent owner, quote, there was a battle on the lawn this morning. Stop. There were no casualties, and both sides greatly admired your ladyship's antirrhinums. Lucky the reader who finds a deeply learned scholar who is not afraid to make us smile. So what? Without Thomas Pakenham's reassurance, I would have hesitated to stress how important to Mark was his Irishness. But I'm happy to do so given Mark's knowledge, given Thomas's friendship with Mark. Mark's Irish writing, like everything he wrote, shows great literary flair, wit, and originality. His attention, for instance, in Country Life, to the drains in Tallinn was, I suspect, quite a novelty for many a reader of Country Life. His attention to Irish Victorian architecture was innovative and deeply influential. His discussion of buildings is enriched by his intense personal response to them and by his ability to people them sympathetically and humanely with patrons, architects and craftsmen, ranging from the dull to the profoundly eccentric. Maurice Craig is quite right to describe him as a writer of exceptional vividness and panache, while appreciating what he calls, quote, the Marxian infrastructure of economic and social analysis, as hard and bony, he says, and irreducible as the nave arcade of Jerpoint Abbey. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eddie. An absolutely fascinating paper indeed. Now, it wouldn't be a session on Ireland if we didn't all talk far too much, and we're now running slightly behind. So given that we've all been given a foretaste of the sort of boundless munificence of Irish hospitality, far be it from me to hold you back from the coffee break. So I think what we'll do with this session, if the speakers are agreeable, is to move the question and answer session to the round table session at 5 o'clock after the next one, if you all wouldn't mind staying around. And for the rest of us, we'll head off and get some some coffee upstairs. If we could be back here perhaps for 5 to 4, that would be fantastic.
Okay, everybody, I think we could make a start now. Welcome to the final speaker session of the day before the round table, and we're moving now into the 19th and 20th centuries. And I'm going to keep my introductions very short because, as you know, we're slightly behind time. So we've already heard that Mark was a founding member of the Victorian Society in 1958, and if, as Betjeman commented, he was rather reticent, it's not surprising as he was only 26 at the time. And it wasn't really till the 1970s that his interest in Victorian architecture moved out of the pages of Country Life and into a series of important books, starting with the Victorian Country House in 1971 and finishing with The Return to Camelot in 1981, and with various publications in between, which we're going to hear about from our speakers. And Mark was not just an expert in the early modern period, but also in the Victorian to early 20th century period, quite remarkably. And he was part of this flowering of Victorian studies in the 1970s, when a whole series of very important books were published, including some by Andrew Saint, our first speaker, who is going to talk about the Pubs book. Thank you, Andrew.
Thank you, Elizabeth, and thank you also, Manolo, for inviting me to this very special occasion, and thank you all for allowing a digression from the sacred topic of country houses, descending the cultural scale, as you may think. But I, anyhow, hope that I can offer a little bit of amusement. Do you like pubs? I like pubs, so much so that whenever I go travelling to Britain, I always have my well-thumbed good beer guide with me, at least as much as the relevant Pilsner. I must remember to get an up-to-date copy, as for reasons that will appear, it dates quickly. And this is from a recent tour of the Midlands I did just 2 weeks ago, and I used them both, all three, very much. Did Mark like pubs? Rather a silly question, perhaps, since he wrote a splendid book about them. But if you alter the question slightly and ask, did Mark like beer? I'm rather surprised to discover that the answer is in the affirmative. Perhaps I knew him well too late, but I never saw him with an alcoholic drink in his hand. At Colville Road latterly, his usual tipple was tea, which he would make rather incompetently in his small galley-style kitchen. But his daughter Blanche is emphatic that he liked beer, preferring it to wine. I find that comforting. But perhaps for that reason, a good deal of Victorian pubs is about beer, its making, its selling, and its consumption. Naturally, if one is commenting on pubs, unless one is a prudish teetotaler, which Mark certainly wasn't, one has to put on a show of enthusiasm for drinking. So the book is dedicated to P.F., fellow drinker. P.F. is Peter Faraday, like Mark, one of the pioneering scholars of Victorian architecture. He died a good long time ago. If you want to know more about him, I'm afraid I haven't got a picture of him, you can find it in Friendships, that remarkable book which has been several times mentioned, in which Mark touchingly and usefully commemorated his friends. The chapter on Peter Faraday tells one most of what one might like to know about the origin of Victorian pubs. Mark says that he met him at the time of the founding of the Victorian Society. That's 1958. At that time, Faraday was working for the Library Institute. Previously, he had been with the Ministry of Town and Country Planning and helped to make up the first official list of Victorian buildings. In his spare time, he wrote occasionally for the Architectural Review. He didn't write a lot, but he edited a pioneering book about Victorian architecture, which some of you may know, which came out in 1963. He edited that, and also a biography, which is what you see here, of that brilliant monster, Lord Grimthorpe, published in 1957, before Mark knew him, which is interesting. The Grimthorpe book is as well written as a book by Mark, also very funny, almost as funny as Dudley Harbron's The Conscious Stone, a life of E.W. Godwin, which came out back in 1949. So Victorian scholarship of a certain kind existed in those days. It used to be said that someone died laughing in a Dudley Harbour lecture. Now that Victorian architecture is taken seriously, no one could do that anymore, which may be a pity. There are plenty of laughs in the Grimthorpe book, and some of this background may help to explain why Victorian pubs is jolly, if not actually funny. Back to the drinking. In Friendships, Mark explains that Peter Faraday and he used to go out drinking, and he tells us a bit about where. To a rather dull pub in Store Street near the Library Institute, to the Princess Louise in High Holborn, which some of you will know has been very well restored in recent years, and various other holes. Memorably, it was Faraday who introduced Mark to Dorothy Dorff, who we have with her, at the Devonshire Arms in Notting Hill, now defunct. All this was before Faraday moved north to Manchester in 1967, when the pub crawl dwindled away. This was well before Victorian pubs was thought of, but it was probably then that the idea of the book came into Mark's mind. Peter Faraday wasn't the only person Mark went drinking with. In Friendships, he mentions, and interestingly, anybody can work out who these people are, he mentions J.H.S., don't know who that is, E.H., who's certainly not Elaine Harwood, T.G., who is certainly Tom Greaves, Bedford Park fame, and S.G.C., with a hyphen bill, SG-C, as other boon companions who might have been fellow dedicatees of the pub's book. No doubt they could be identified. But I want to go on to talk about the people who helped Mark get the pub book written and made. Mark was never averse to asking for or taking assistance, and in my experience, people queued up to help him. Such was his charm and his confidence, that they knew he would set things out much better than they ever could. Victorian Pubs, then, is a companionable book, and I've had fun following up the credits and gathering reminiscences from survivors who were involved. Some of them went on a new set of pub crawls when the book was definitely on his mind, Voyages of Discovery. Victorian Pubs, as Mark confesses, is largely a London book, and within London there's a definite bias towards the pubs of Holland Park, Paddington and the like. But others were further afield and made not infrequently alongside Dorothy, who I heard, Dorothy, you were repeatedly a demon on the slot machines in the pubs, as the kind of vanished as matters Victorian pub furnishings. Then there was the research. Mark was not afraid of archives, we all know that, but he liked to work fast, and he was glad of assistance when he could get it. Some of the groundwork was done by the young Tanis Hinchcliffe, who you see on the left. Luckily, these people are all with us. It's not all, there's Elaine on the other one, but that isn't. Tanis Hinchcliffe on the left, who was paid for the drudgy work of extracting the copious tenders for pubs to be found every week in the building press. That revealed the special world of London pub architects, sporting such weird names as Cakebread Roby and Edel and Myers, which Mark relished. A good deal of advice was given by the equally young Robert Thorne, who's where is he? He's on the right, far right of the crew in the Prince Alfred on the right there. Tanis was not specially interested in pubs, but Robert was. He was writing a thesis on the reformed pubs of the Edwardian era, which he never actually completed. What he did, however, write, along with Alan Crawford, still with us, and Mike Dunn, was a pioneering guide to Birmingham pubs, written about the same time, I think, as Victorian Pubs, book by Mark. Robert thinks he met Mark in the lamented newspaper library at Colindale, where they found they were both leafing through yellow copies of the Licensed Fiddler's Gazette. He put Mark on some trade sources which he might otherwise have missed. Sources of this kind make Victorian books different and deeper than earlier books about pubs. More about that in a moment. The picture credits are especially intriguing. Mark didn't fancy himself as a photographer, so none of the pictures of Victorian pubs are his. A lot of the London exteriors were taken by another young man, still with us, Dan Cruikshank, who you see on the left here, along with Colin Boyne, both of the architectural press in those days, who had got to know Mark during the early heroic campaigns about saving Spitalfields, and was already going around London in the early 1970s, as he still is, snapping buildings that seem to be about to come down, not least pubs. So that's a Cruikshank picture of the Bath Arms in Peckham, and that's no more on the right. Some of the interiors are credited to Humphrey Spender, in other words, Stephen Spender's brother, who made a name working for Mass Observation in the 1930s, photographing life and labour and pubs in Bolton. It's Bolton there at the top, isn't it? Yes. He seems to have Humphrey Spender seems to have given up photography well before Mark started on the book, and his pictures in the book all seem to date either from the 30s or the war. For this instance, this one, bottom left of the Red Line in Duke of York Street, St James, very close to the London Library, those who know that. Finally, quite a few interior pictures of pubs in London and Ireland, there's a certain amount about Ireland in the book, are credited to Patrick Rossmore. Paddy Rossmore, as he was known, is a good example of Mark's posh connections. He had inherited the Irish peerage of Rossmore in 1958, and along with it the ruinous Rossmore Castle, County Monaghan, which was already riddled with dry rot and falling down before the IRA set light to it. Paddy Rossmore's main claim to fame was the man who took Marianne Faithfull off, second mention in this seminar today, Mick Jagger. No, he didn't keep her very long. For all that, he was a skilled photographer, and his pictures are among the best black and whites in the book. That seems to be a colour one, sorry about that. I think it's his. Finally, among the credits in Victorian pubs, I must mention a curious one to the academic philosopher and psychologist Richard Wollheim. I didn't think you were going to be mentioned today, did you? I don't know how they knew one another, but Mark's connections were, of course, very broad. In this case, the connection was that Wollheim, surprisingly, was descended from the Victorian pub developers, the Baker brothers. He was able to come up with this wonderful photo of Colonel Baker, fat from earnings from London pubs, being drawn about in a rickshaw in Hong Kong. So you see, you get your colonial element even in the pubs lecture. Victorian Pubs was the first full book in which Mark dropped down the market from the world of country life, and the high-quality urban social history which it embodied was also new for him, I think, quite apart from anything about architecture. What impelled to do that? I'm not sure I have the full answer, but I think it comes from two directions. Firstly, the book is a precursor to Sweetness and Light, the history of the Queen Anne movement, which dates from 1977, 2 years later, which Michael Hall will talk a bit about. For that classier book, which began about the same time but came out later, Mark had already begun to dig about in the annals of the Victorian building press. Then there was preservation. It mentioned the Spitalfields Trust. Mark had been a founder member of the Victorian Society, was active in some of the early campaigns, and wanted to do his bit in championing pub architecture, which was more enjoyed than understood before his time. After all, understanding is always the first step in preservation and conservation. To extend the pub's book was an extension to the Saviour of Spitalfields campaign and the St Pancras campaign and other things of that period. Pubs, of course, were under threat in the 1970s, just as they are today. Indeed, they have been closing ever since the 1830s, which tells us how many there once must have been. It's just the nature of the threat to them that has changed over the years. In the 19th century, it was all about suppressing licences as a way of improving public behaviour. In the 1970s, it was mostly about demolition to make way for housing. Today, they make way for or are converted into houses because pubs are less valuable than houses. The other recent trend is to convert them to places for the modern sin of guzzling, which is almost as devastating to a proper pub atmosphere as demolition. And here you see such an example at the bottom right. Victorian Pubs was the only book Mark published with Studio Vista. It seems to have come about, that publishing arrangement, out of the friendship that developed between Mark and Dorothy Girouard and John Nichol, who has been mentioned once today, and his wife Frances Lincoln, the late Frances Lincoln. John had published Mark's breakthrough book, The Victorian Country House, when he was working with the Clarendon Press in 1971. Sweetness and Light was also a Clarendon Press production, and very handsome it is. But well before then, John had been headhunted for Yale University Press's London branch, and more or less took Mark with him. At first, however, John was not yet sure whether an American Ivy League university press would stomach British beer. To the best of his memory, that was why the pub's book went to Studio Vista, where Frances, you see top left, was working at the time, some years before she set up Frances Lincoln Publishing. Studio Vista was still a young firm under the wing of Cassell's, which had garnered a reputation for publishing handsome books on design, rather on the lines of the architectural press, and that became the model for the pub's book. It's a bit rough at the edges, the black and white pictures on the murky side, even for the 1970s, and the colour disappoints. But on the whole book has a kind of integrity and vigour, some of which got lost when Yale University Press redesigned and reissued it in 1984. The cover there is particularly interesting, I think. There it is, an extraordinary set of windows in a half-moon Herne Hill. Those of you who live north of the river or in Ireland, I recommend a visit to Herne Hill to see this absolutely fabulous pub, which is completely intact, all the glasswork in it still. So that was the picture that was on the front originally, but when Yale took it off when they reissued the book in 1984, the pictures were taken, I think pictures of that, not the ones here, but the one I saw at the cover were taken by Mark's friend Alex Starkey of Country Life. But by the 1980s, Mark could do no wrong for a publisher, so Yale were happy to take the title on, which they wouldn't have been in the 1970s. Now, just a bit about content. It's a beautifully structured book, leading the reader effortlessly and economically from the evolution of the Victorian pub through the many changes of its planning and patterns of ownership, then vivid accounts of those developers and landlords like the bakers whom Mark would find out about, also the lonely and not so lonely architects and surveyors who designed the places, sometimes hundreds of them. Then there's the account of the amazing London pub boom of the 1890s, which you see some examples on the screen now, many vestiges of which still happily remain, like that Prince Alfred in Formosa Street, where you saw some of us all boozing around back in the 1980s, I guess. Then there's the Edwardian fall and the consequence of the so-called reform pub. So there's a kind of rise and fall structure to the pub's book. Then at the end there's a chapter called The Opposition, which covers the coffee houses and temperance halls of the 1870s onwards. And finally, at the very end, is a brisk chapter to make up for the fact that the book is nearly otherwise all about London. Throughout, the writing is informative, but easy and natural and compelling in the way one takes for granted, with Mark's been mentioned several times this afternoon particularly. There are no really purple passages, which is interesting. I don't think he wrote purple passages much, though the extravagant facades and fit-outs of the 1890s are more than adequately described. The judgment, too, is perfect. There is no condescension towards the aspirations and standards of pub architecture. After all, Mark has seen enough Wendell Dieterlin type detail on Elizabethan houses to know there was a place for vulgarity and extravagance in English architecture. He is wise, too, about what it all represents. Victorian London pubs are not examples of folk art, he writes, though they are sometimes talked about as if they were. The whole phenomenon is commercial, he insists, and can only be understood as part of the commercial milieu of the age. Therefore, and this seems to be notable, the book contains a lot of statistical and in-depth investigation of the beer trade, which you see here, of licenses issued, beer production, prices, and so on. There are graphs and charts of a kind that one does not expect in the Girouard book. When I picked up the book to prepare for this talk, I had thought of it as a pioneering enterprise which helped to set off the great movement of re-evaluation of pubs and indeed beer that is associated with CAMRA, the Campaign for Real Ale. In fact, I now see that Mark's efforts were part of a broader and longer struggle for the integrity of pubs, which is still being carried on. Before Victorian pubs, there is, for instance, the Irish journalist Maurice Goran, who wrote two books about the genre. Here's one, The Local of 1939, short and atmospheric, with a nice frontispiece picture by Edward Ardisoni. After the war came Inside the Pub, a more substantial piece of work, co-authored by Maurice Goran with the mysterious H.G. Dunnett. I wonder if anybody can tell me who he is, which Mark properly acknowledges. This is the characteristic architectural press production. It has all the nice black and white pictures of details which one would expect at the time. For instance, there up the top, that's the H.T. Dunnett and Maurice Goran picture. Then there's this on the left, this other picture today of the Assembly House in Kentish Town, another wonderful pub to go and see if you can. They're not quite so wonderful as a Half Moon, I think. Anyway, and it also has, besides these black and white pictures of details, this is the Maurice Goran book, it also has the moralising attitude towards design, together with typical Gordon Cullen suggestions about how a modern pub ought to look. And there is the obligatory preface by J.M. Richards, surely not a drinking man. Mark was partly of the architectural press world. He helped edit the review for a while, something which has not been mentioned today, but partly not. So his own book has a less bossy tone. But he does owe a good deal to Goran and Dunnett, particularly, I suspect, the impressive detail of how decorative pub glass was made, which is quite interesting. He's good on that, but so were these other chaps before. Since Victorian pubs, there have been copious books about and guides to pubs, some more architectural than others. Most owe a lot to the campaigning efforts of CAMRA, which was actually founded in 1971, before Mark's book was conceived, but really took off from about the time it came out, and is still an enormously powerful and good power in the land. They produce, for instance, those guides I showed you at the beginning, although I think they're less good on the architecture than they used to be, oddly enough. The late Jeff Brownwood, who some of you will have known, had a lot to do with the architectural guides. Like Mark, he was a loyal member of the Victorian Society, rather more interested in churches than Mark, and more too of a drinking man and campaigner. Perhaps the most important book on pubs produced by Jeff, along with others, has been Licensed to Sell, published by English Heritage as it then was in 2004, covering the whole country and a full date range of pubs from medieval times, as Mark did not set out to do. It is richly informative and packed with fascinating pictures, but the quality of the design and the pragmatic prose set it apart from Mark's achievement. It is just not as much fun to read. I must not use wine metaphors, and so will confine myself in conclusion to beer. Licensed to Sell is a solid mug of ale, but Victorian pubs is a pint of first-rate porter, pleasurable to the last drop.
Well, thank you very much, Andrew, for that very enjoyable talk. We move on now to considering some more of Mark's Victorian publications in this remarkable decade of the 1970s. So in 1977 he published Sweetness and Light. The following year, Life in the English Country House came out, and then in 1981 The Return to Camelot. I mean, sort of raised productivity. The rest of us I can only look on with awe. And here to talk about those two latter publications, another of our eminent Victorian historians, Michael.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Looking back over an author's career, it's possible to see patterns that may not have been obvious at the time. I think, however, that Mark was aware that his three major books on Victorian architecture, on country houses, the Queen Anne movement, and pubs, formed a loose trilogy based on class, respectively aristocratic, middle class, and working class. When asked to talk today, it first occurred to me to talk about the Victorian country house and Sweetness and Light, to complete the story told by Andrew in the last talk. But partly because the Victorian country house is well known, and it's understood, I think, that it began a trail in Mark's career that led to life in the English country house, I thought I'd talk about Sweetness and Light in conjunction with The Return to Camelot, subtitled Chivalry in the English Gentleman, as a way of celebrating Mark's particular strengths as a cultural historian. And I think that's what he was, a cultural historian who specialised in architecture. Also, the two books seem to me to form a sort of diptych, though I don't know that Mark ever conceived of them in that way, as together they present a unified view of Victorian culture. Although one concerns what has been described as the first middle-class style in England, and the other discusses the evolution and dissemination of what was originally an aristocratic code of behaviour, they're differentiated by issues less of class than of gender. Sweetness and Light, which is largely, although far from exclusively, concerned with architecture, is deeply revealing about the feminisation of British culture in the later 19th century. And The Return to Camelot, which addresses architecture only as a minor theme, explores ideas about masculinity to great effect. It's impossible, however, to ignore the Victorian country house, as I think both books emerged from that early masterpiece. Sweetness and Light followed relatively promptly, as it was published in 1977, 6 years after the Country Houses book. The Return to Camelot appeared in 1981, a decade afterwards. The Victorian country house was a direct result of Mark's employment by Country Life, which he joined as an architectural writer at the beginning of 1958. Since its foundation in 1897, the magazine had sought to recoup some of the expense of its specially commissioned architectural photography by recycling it in books under its own imprint. the last of a series of 3 volumes on Georgian houses by the magazine's principal architectural writer, Christopher Hussey, titled Late Georgian, was then near completion, and it appeared in 1958. The book ran into the early Victorian period, as its last house was Harloxton. Hussey, who was already beginning to contemplate retirement from the magazine, for which he'd worked for nearly 40 years, suggested that Mark might take up the thread with a series of articles on Victorian houses that could eventually make a book. And Mark's first article on a Victorian house, Scarisbrick Hall, duly appeared in March 1958. And I think the photographs must in fact have been commissioned by Hussey, because they clearly show the house in the summer, and I imagine they were taken in 1957. A month earlier, Mark, with Hussey, had been present at the first meeting of the Victorian Society, and in April of that year, Mark inaugurated his public involvement with architectural conservation with an article on the threat to Columbia Market, unsuccessfully, as it was demolished later in that year. Within a few years, Mark became impatient with what he saw as Country Life's fossilised approach to its architectural articles. In particular, he thought its technically accomplished but dispassionate documentary approach to photography, which prioritised clear, even light, had become stale. After Hussey's retirement in 1964, Mark took up the role of architectural editor for 2 years before he too left to train as an architect. Before he did so, he invited his friend John Piper to take the photographs for a pair of articles on the industrial landscape of Shropshire. But although the articles didn't appear for a couple of years, and they were definitely entirely set up by Mark, because he writes about it in his chapter on John Piper in his Friendships book. As Mark recalled, the photographs were not John's best, and anyway mystified country life, and the experiment was not repeated. To my eye, the photographs were rather good, and I suspect that Mark was disappointed that they didn't make a more radical break with the magazine's set style. I mean, I think perhaps there you can see a sort of touch of the chiaroscuro of sort of John Piper, but on the whole, I think they stay fairly well within the country life tradition. I mention this impatience with country life's photographic tradition, as I think it was an aspect of the way Mark felt constrained by its documentary and archival approach to architectural history. In the mid-1960s, Mark's articles began to broaden in what would now be called cultural history, manifested first less in articles on Victorian subjects and more in a pioneering pair of studies of the St Martin's Lane Academy and the development of an English tradition of Rococo. When Mark left the staff of Country Life in 1966, he was given a retainer and continued working on what was to be the Victorian country house. In 1968, the germ of Sweetness and Light can be seen in the pair of articles he published on Ken Hill, Norfolk, which is as much an essay on its architect, the quintessentially Queen Anne J.J. Stevenson, and his place in late Victorian architecture, as it is a history of the house. In 1971, the Victorian country house was finally published, not by Country Life, which had to give up book publishing after its owners, George Newnes Limited, were absorbed in 1968 into the new conglomerate of IPC magazines, but by Oxford University Press under its Clarendon Press imprint. And I mention this because I've actually seen it written that the fact that the book wasn't published by Country Life was because they thought the houses were all too horrible and that nobody would buy the book. Well, in fact, they would very happily have published it. But I think, and funny enough, this is a point that I thought might have been made, it's sort of obvious perhaps. It is true, and I remember Mark telling me with great amusement, although he'd been encouraged by Hussey to go away and write about Victorian houses, when the photographs started to roll in, the editor looked at them with some apprehension and said, this is really what our readers want. And I think that sort of explains how Mark was so clever in making the articles successful, because you may think a house by Burgess or Castle by Burgess is hideous. It reflects very interestingly Victorian society. I mean, these houses clearly were, in a sense, machines for living in, and that, I think, is the sort of lit the fuse that led to the life in the English country house. Both Sweetness and Light and the Victorian country house were The Victorian Country House was a successful book. It was reprinted in 1973, and in 1977, OUP published Sweetness and Light. Both books were to come out in new editions after John Nichol, Mark's publisher at OUP, moved to Yale University Press. The Victorian Country House in 1979, and Sweetness and Light as a paperback in 1984, which is what I'm showing on the right of the screen. Both, of course, buoyed up by the success in 1978 of Life in the English Country House. For a definition of the subject of Sweetness and Light, Mark's words are, as always, best. Queen Anne, he writes in the opening of the book, has comparatively little to do with Queen Anne. It was a nickname applied to a style which became enormously popular in the 1870s and survived into the early years of the 20th century. Queen Anne came with red brick and white painted sash windows, with curly pedimented gables and delicate brick panels of sunflowers, swags or cherubs, with small window panes, steep roofs and curving bay windows, with wooden balconies and little fancy oriels jutting out where one would least expect them. It was a kind of architectural cocktail, with a little genuine Queen Anne in it, a little Dutch, a little Flemish, a squeeze of Robert Adam, a generous dash of Wren, and a touch of François Premier. It combines all these elements and a number of others into a mixture that had a strong character of its own, particularly when they are mixed with skill and gaiety, as they very often were. Adjectives which would apply, I think, very much to the book as well. And some of the components that Mark mentions are evident in a drawing chosen for the jacket of the book's first edition on the left, J.J. Stevenson's design for the North Oxford House of the philosopher T.H. Green, dating from 1881. The name Queen Anne definitively entered the architectural vocabulary with a juxtaposition in 1873 at the Royal Academy's annual exhibition of the designs for the first two major public buildings in the style, Bodleian Garner's offices for the School Board for London and Norman Shaw's drawing for the New Zealand Chambers in Leadenhall Street. There's no time now to go into the historiographical context of Mark's book, but it appeared at a time when the enthusiasm for the high Victorian architects, most notably William Butterfield, G.E. Street and William Burgess, which had powered research into Victorian architecture in the 1960s, had in the 1970s moved on to the later Victorian period, most notably with Andrew Saint's monograph on Norman Shaw, published in 1976, a year before Sweetness and Light. In 1978, Gavin Stamp completed his PhD at Cambridge on George Gilbert Scott Jr., and in 1979, Sheila Kirk submitted hers on Philip Webb to the University of Newcastle, although neither would result in a book for another quarter of a century. The clients who responded most eagerly to the Queen Anne aesthetic were predominantly middle class. For them, the values that it embodied were summed up by Culture and Anarchy, first published in book form in 1869, in which Matthew Arnold attacked modern society for having abandoned the Hellenic ideals of beauty and intellectual inquiry, or, as he called it, sweetness and light. As Mark writes, light was given a very specific interpretation in the 1870s. Education, it was now felt, was going to solve all problems. Education of every conceivable kind, but in particular education to prepare women for the vote which they ought to have, and the working classes for the vote which they had recently acquired. This was the first time that women and children came to the forefront in the development of British architecture. The style had an apotheosis in Basil Champneys' Newnham College at Cambridge, and even more influentially, the board schools in London by E.R. Robson and a number of other leading Queen Anne architects. And in the hope that some younger historians in the audience are taking notes, I observe that we still have no monograph on Champneys, nor any architectural history of the London board schools, despite the almost inexhaustible richness of the London School Board's archive. Sweetness and Light has a strong spine of architectural history, and it discusses in full the best-known manifestations of the Queen Anne style in domestic buildings and buildings for recreation, and I just put a slightly random selection on the screen. But it ranges widely beyond architectural history as conventionally understood, to encompass interior design, dress, and children's books, most notably by Walter Crane and Kate Greenaway, and the parallel vogue for what were described as old-fashioned cottage gardens, as well as the broader manifestation of a new enthusiasm for the 18th century in the fine and decorative arts. Speakers today have been encouraged to say something about what influence Mark had on their own work, and so before I move on to the return to Camelot, I'd like to observe that for me, Sweetness and Light lays out a framework for understanding late Victorian architecture and culture that has been more productive and illuminating than the rather vague outlines of the aesthetic movement or the stranglehold that the arts and crafts movement now exerts on perceptions of the period. When researching the work of G.F. Bodley and Thomas Garner, I was grateful that Mark had led the way in publishing Bodley's Neo-Georgian houses of the 1860s, among the incunabula of the Queen Anne movement, and more fundamentally for the way he prompted me to ask whether the cultural shifts he describes in Sweetness and Light might explain the change from High Victorian to Late Victorian in the Gothic Revival, as first manifested in the changes Bodley made to his design for All Saints, Cambridge. I think he's probably right, although Mark does write very well about Victorian religion. I don't think he was terribly interested in ecclesiastical architecture. But nonetheless, he wrote a very generous review of my book on Bodley and Garner. It came out in 2014. But with a typical sort of Mark tease, he ended up by saying there is one grave disappointment that Mike has not written more about G.F. Bodley's poetry. Now to return to Camelot, and I'm beginning with an image that Mark thought was a pivot between that book and Sweetness and Light. Burne James's 1861 drawing Childe Roland to the Dark Tower came, an illustration to Robert Browning's poem that sets a knight in armour against the backdrop of that favourite Queen Anne motif, the sunflower. The Return to Camelot, which explores the revival of interest in chivalry at the end of the 18th century, and its evolution over the course of the 19th century in Britain into a code of behaviour for the class who defined themselves as gentlemen, may seem to have little to do with architecture, a subject which is indeed only lightly touched on. But its seed can be seen in the Victorian country house, which opens with an evocation of the personality and career of an ideal Victorian nobleman and gentleman, Hugh Lupus Grosvenor, 1st Duke of Westminster, sportsman, patron and philanthropist, who, in the words of his obituary in the Times, quoted by Mark, could pass from a racecourse to a missionary meeting without incurring the censure of even the strictest. Whereas Sweetness and Light puts women and children first to a novel degree, The Return to Camelot reverses the perspective to study the values of masculinity, starting with the belief that women and children did indeed come first, at least in moments of grave peril. The book opens with the wreck of the Titanic, where it was believed that British gentlemen had behaved exactly as their nation and their empire had expected. After a short chapter outlining the Elizabethan and Jacobean revival of chivalry and its decline in the 18th century, the book gets underway with the efflorescence of the subject in Regency literature, most influentially Walter Scott, and in the revival of castle building as at Eastnor. Chapters are then devoted to the codification of chivalry in Kenelm Digby's largely forgotten book, The Broad Stone of Honour, first published in 1822-23, an event that now is certainly not forgotten, the Egerton Tournament of 1839. Mark was alive to the tournament's essential absurdity, but he challenges the view, embodied in Richard Doyle's famous cartoon, that the tournament, staged by a group of young aristocrats at Eglinton Castle in Ayrshire, was a washout, instead emphasising that despite a downpour on its first day, it continued in sunshine, and its participants thought it was a success. The book then charts the proliferation of chivalric imagery in the following decades, ranging from its monarchical and aristocratic manifestations to its use by artists and writers of radical or socialist beliefs, as in representations of the folk hero Robin Hood, or depictions of armoured knights in literature produced by the socialist movement. Mark emphasises the role of Christian socialism and so-called muscular Christianity in reshaping the ethos of Britain's public schools, and was, he says, the first to observe that the earliest outfits worn for playing rugby were modelled on the surcoats of medieval knights and pages. Thanks in part to the cult of games that took hold throughout British society in the second half of the 19th century, the imagery of chivalry spread down the social hierarchy to encompass, for example, the Boy Scout movement. We might now see one knight in armour as much like another, Mark explains the important difference between the ideology symbolised by martial and patriotic heroes, such as St. George, and the ideal of purity and chastity embodied by Sir Galahad. Over much of the second half of the book, he examines the way that the ideal of chivalry was entwined with ideas about sexual conduct, highlighting in particular the way that the widespread enthusiasm for the Arthurian legends could be seen as a way of idealising extramarital relationships, since the central story of the Arthurian cycle was the adultery between Guinevere and Lancelot, as depicted here by Rossetti, who was certainly no stranger to adultery. To Return to Camelot has a strong narrative drive and a clear climax. That is, of course, the First World War, the subject of its concluding chapter, in which Mark examines the way chivalry was tested and found wanting in Flanders. He concludes with a poignant image of the War Memorial at Paisley by Gertrude Williams, in which a knight on horseback is escorted by modern veterans of the trenches. His analysis owes, I think, a debt to a book he refers to in his notes, Paul Fussel's The Great War and Modern Memory, a study of the cultural impact of the war as seen through the eyes of poets and other writers, which was published to enormous acclaim in 1975. Another book that came to my mind when rereading Mark's book can't have influenced it, since it was published almost simultaneously. The Return to Camelot memorably begins with two examples of gentlemanly heroism that were also disasters. I've mentioned the Titanic, but the book opens with a painting of Captain Oates' suicide. The idea that antiquated ideas of chivalry, as embodied in the education given to its ruling classes, may have played a part in the decline of the economic leadership Britain enjoyed in the 19th century, evokes Martin Wyman's famous English culture and the decline of the industrial spirit, which opened up a historiographical debate that still rumbles on. Mark's book made less of a stir than either Fussel's or Wyman's, but it compares well with them. Both those books have been strongly criticised for their narrow selection of evidence. Mark ranged much more widely than either, and with greater authority, over a much richer variety of material, and was more balanced in his judgments. I think, however, it's true that insofar as Sweetness and Light and The Return to Camelot form a diptych, it's one of optimism on one hand and disappointment on the other, although, importantly, neither cancels the other out. I'd like to conclude with words from the book that Mark indeed told me was the favourite of his own works, as from the viewpoint of 1917, he looked back in Return of Camelot across the entire Victorian period to 1839. There are times, he writes, when the Great War can seem like a nightmare parody of the Egerton tournament. The chivalry of England, young, brave, dashing and handsome, line up to process to the tournament. They are filled with ardour for the fight, escorted by loyal yeomanry, and longing to do great deeds and win honour for themselves and their lady loves. Trumpets blow, attendant bards recite heroic poetry, and all is ready for the glorious combat. Then the rain starts falling.
Thank you very much, Michael. Now we move into the 20th century, and who better than Alan Powers to be our speaker on that. He has actually changed his title, so he's not just talking about writing in country life now, it's called Writing About Modern Architecture, which Mark did not just in Country Life, but some other publications as well, Architectural Review, TLS, for example. And then in 1966, he actually went to the Bartlett to train as an architect, as Michael alluded to, and spent 5 years there as a mature student and went on to work for GLC and design one building before he decided that he was a better writer than a designer. And then, of course, you know, his sort of most considered work on modern architecture was biography of James Stirling, which came out in 1988. So, to tell us more about all this, Alan Powers.
Thank you.
Some architectural historians have taken an interest in the architecture of their own time, writing books or articles, developing theories and critical positions. Others have disliked or ignored it. 20th century modernism proved to be unusually divisive in this respect, especially in the period of reaction against it from the late 1960s to the 1990s. Mark Girouard's writing on contemporary architecture deserves investigation, and I must admit that I didn't realise until researching for today the extent of what he wrote, and for which audiences. Apart from his biography of James Stirling, it was all in the form of articles for magazines, either of professional interest or for general readers. Country Life is where his journalistic career began, and it had a tradition of covering new buildings, nearly always houses. From the 1920s, Christopher Hussey showed an interest in European modernism that developed into coverage of several of the earliest flat-roofed white villas associated with the interwar years. His enthusiasm waned in the 1930s, and during the war and after there was little new private work to write about. Other staff writers, such as H. Dalton Clifford, covered new houses, some modernist, some relatively conservative, with a large number of articles in 1958, a date which reflected the lifting of restrictions on private house construction 4 years earlier. It was into this renewal that Mark arrived, with 3 articles on new houses in 1958-9, one by Kenneth Capon, one by Michael Ventris, and one by Taylor and Green. All, as it happens, had pitched roofs. Perhaps more significant was a conservation planning article in the same year about the riverside of Twickenham, supporting a local campaign to prevent extensive demolition, which even the local council was embarrassed about. 1960 brought an interesting contrast, with a review of Peter Womersley's outstanding romantic minimalist house, High Sunderland, quote, undoubtedly one of the best private houses designed in this country since the war, and another of quite a different project, Stephen Dyksbower's new rectory for St. Vitus Foster Lane, quote, a very enjoyable piece of classical design, also praised for retaining the historic grain of the area. It is a pleasure to visit, the article concludes, at a time when those who practice in the traditional styles all too often fail to bring credit to their profession. Thus, a broad pluralist viewpoint is established, continued with praise for work by Architects Co Partnership at Corpus Christi, Oxford in 1960, again paired with Raymond Earith's new Provost's Lodgings for Queen's College, Oxford, which, quote, slips into this setting like an intelligent newcomer in a brilliant assembly who speaks seldom but quietly and with distinction and wit. Nonetheless, the article ends with a sermon on how even the best traditionalism, as displayed by Erith, is a cul-de-sac, while the real, quote, tradition of today is what is called the modern style, which has respectable roots stretching deep back into the 19th century, and which, for all its shortcomings, does make a serious effort to come to terms with modern conditions and materials. May 1962 brought a critical article on Coventry Cathedral, controversial among writers generally. Girouard notes how Basil Spence's intention of drawing the eye to the high altar is compromised by the visual clutter of the furnishings. Liturgically, it is a pity that one should be more tempted to look away from the altar than towards it. London receives critical treatment too, in relation to the jump in scale of new office buildings that, in Girouard's view, sometimes add to the urban scene, while others detract. 2 articles in the autumn of 1965 address the future of Covent Garden, starting and finishing with the view from the windows of the old Country Life building, and coming down firmly in favour of a small-scale conservation treatment in the face of imminent change. He writes, I must confess that when I look out over the friendly bustle and squalor of the market, my instinctive reaction is, Lord preserve us from an international centre, quite apart from a personal feeling that the world would be a better place for less rather than more conferences. The scheme seems repugnant to the whole history of the area. I do not in the least want the area to be dedicated to international relations or culture or education or the improvement of the human race. If it has to be dedicated to anything, let it be to human individuality.
These articles were written in between many on country houses, among them those that explored the Victorian period for the first time and laid the foundation for the Victorian Country Houses book. A few more country life articles followed, but in 1966, the year that the Robert Smithson book was published, Girouard left the magazine and enrolled in the Bartlett School of Architecture. Well, I stand corrected that he still had his retainer there, but his contributions go down in number. The Bartlett was then in its most intense and mechanistic rationalist phase under the leadership of Richard Llewellyn Davis, with Rayner Banham as the resident historian. And Girouard did review Banham's book on Los Angeles, The Four Ecologies, in a rather sceptical frame of mind. Timothy Britton Catlin wrote in an obituary, although this was a soul-destroying experience, he thought Richard Llewellyn Davis's attempts to turn the art of architecture into a technocratic science fraudulent, it caused a significant change in direction, in this case an enhanced interest in modern architecture. Whether this was the cause or the effect of an earlier interest brought about through writing may be verified by people who knew him better than I did. Whatever the reason, it seems a large commitment to have made at the time, and it is questionable how far it served him in the future. In 1971, a new chapter opened with the publication of the Victorian Country House. A year later, though, an intermittent journalistic career resumed, with two significant appraisals of non-domestic buildings. One of these articles, that on the Flory Building, Oxford, by James Sterling in the Architectural Review, is often mentioned as a reference point. The other is probably less well known, for the Architect's Journal, on the extension to the Royal Ulster Museum, designed by the mysterious but clearly talented Francis Pym, who resigned under stress before construction had started. Girouard gives a witty summary of the problem. The unfinished Beaux-Arts classical building was, quote, not dim enough to ignore and not good enough to require that the new building should be self-effacing. As a formalist critique and a personal appreciation, there is something unusual in the way the article text considers the problems that many visitors had already reported, that they could not find their way around the new galleries, which were in the form of an ascending spiral of levels around a void. And he says, you know, architectural people will find no trouble with this, but were the minority. On the whole, he's very in favour of what was done here. He gives it a good write-up. Sadly, this has been very severely compromised subsequently, on the inside particularly. Appropriately for a magazine that liked to focus on technical information, the article also displays knowledge of concrete construction, among its other themes, so his training did give him perhaps a stronger grasp of what was going on. In his gold medal speech for James Sterling in 1980, Girouard looked back to the challenge of writing about the Flory Building and visiting other Sterling projects in preparation. Quote, being a historian, I decided that Sterling was the Butterfield of modern architects. Then, a little later, I was talking to John Summers, and he said that he had been thinking about Sterling's buildings with great interest, and had decided without any doubt that he was the Norman Shaw of modern English architecture. Visiting the Ham Common Flats, Girouard was braced by the entry in Ian Nann's Surrey to find them, quote, on the way to a new bloody-minded style. In reality, he found something different. Exquisite, reticent, beautifully scaled, delicate, totally inoffensive in the nasty sense of the word, buildings which were really a pleasure and a delight to look at. And that, I think, must indicate something quite special, that he does make up his own mind, and he's very open to the impression that the building actually makes, rather than any kind of script that has been written for it. The Flory Building is described, described and evaluated in different ways. It was already notorious, building on the reputation of its two red predecessors, the engineering building at Leicester and the history faculty and library at Cambridge. Evidently, Girouard didn't mind going into this lion's den. He described later how excited he was by all three, but at the same time, as I worked on the article, it became clear that the Florey building had run into some serious practical troubles. I wrote about these, perhaps too gingerly, because Jim had a reputation for being prickly about criticism. Prickly he was, but he accepted what I wrote, and perhaps because he saw that, I was a genuine admirer, and because he liked my wife Dorothy, and we both got on very well with Mary Sterling, we became part of their circle of friends. In the Architectural Review, Girouard wrote, "There is little that can't be remedied, and in 5 years' time the fuss will probably have been forgotten. But in the meantime the critics are provided with fuel, which is a pity, for in a situation where even the best buildings tend to be divided between the over-clever and the worthily pedestrian, Sterling as an asset which English architecture can't afford to waste. If only." Sadly, although remaining in active use for a period of about 40 years, Florey has now been empty for over 10 years, and the college seems so traumatised by its experiences with the building, some of which have been caused by they themselves as much as their architect, that they are paralysed in terms of taking practical measures that would bring it back into use. Similarly, the expression that Sterling is an asset which English architecture can't afford to waste was very much contested by the fact that he didn't get any jobs in England for the next 10 years. When Sterling was awarded the Royal Gold Medal in 1980, he asked Girouard and Norman Foster to give addresses. Girouard told the audience, "I remember when my wife first saw the Florey building, she burst into roars of laughter. I told this to Jim, and I am delighted to say that far from taking it as an insult, he expressed considerable pleasure." And I may say, Dorothy, I think that was absolutely the right response. It's not the laughter of derision, it's laughing with the building, I think. It's meant to make us feel that this is slightly ridiculous and rather wonderful. When writing about the past, Girouard was apt to draw inferences about the present. Appropriately, perhaps, given Sterling's turn towards a particular kind of classicism, his AR review of the big 1972 Neoclassicism exhibition in London concludes that it is more useful today as a warning rather than as encouragement. It produced an architecture more interested in symbolizing reform than in making it work, more concerned with megastructure than with the human beings who made it up. It is this aspect of neoclassicism, as resurrected in the modern movement, that we are desperately trying to escape today. The idea of architecture being fun was presented in a historical frame in Sweetness and Light. As a historical subject, the High Gothic revival was still far from finished, but his own pendulum had swung, as it were, from Butterfield to Norman Shaw, appropriately perhaps to someone whose core subject was houses, not churches. A review by Gavin Stamp in the Architectural Review opens by observing that no reviewer has been able to resist drawing topical comparisons across a century, nor has the author. The 1970s have certain resemblances to the 1870s. The modern movement, as doctrinaire and intolerant in its day as the Gothic revival, has fallen even more heavily out of favour. The problem, Stamp continued, was that after modernism, it was more difficult to achieve the lightness, and only the sugar seemed to come through. Another parallelism of past and present was shortly to take place in the Lutyens exhibition at the Hayward Gallery in 1981. For its advocates, Lutyens was the ultimate challenge to modernism, and to question him was a form of heresy. As often with Girouard reviews, his piece in the TLS makes the case in Lutyens' favour before introducing the big but. This was salutary coming from him. Questioning his ability to work on a big scale prior to the Viceroy's house, Girouard finds this sublime in its broad horizontals, but so simple and unqualified a statement was beyond him. Out of the centre projects his idiotic dome, the totally unconvincing symbol of the Raj, accompanied by other unnecessary embellishments in the jelly mould style of the period. He doesn't do invective very often, but I think that's rather good. The article in the TLS was given the headline Euclid and the Elves. And I don't know who thought that up, but I think it's very good. Was Lutyens' childish behaviour a symptom of what he lacked as a designer, Girouard asks. Quoting Hussey, Girouard suggests the alternative view that his achievement was a form of icy abstraction, but if so, he argues, it is tempting to interpret it in terms of weakness rather than strength, of a failure of understanding of the real needs of real people. But if this separation from human sympathy in the quest for pure form was a fault in Lutyens, might this not too have been a fault with Sterling? It might be appropriate to end this anthology of writing with a review in The Listener in 1983 of Charles Jenks and William Chaitkin's Current Architecture, which gave him the opportunity to comment on postmodernism, comparing its causes to those behind Queen Anne. The modern movement and the Gothic revival were both missionary styles which architects adopted with all the fervour of teetotalers taking the pledge. And when the young or youngish protégés of one or other of the two styles started to abandon the true faith, a great deal of heat was bound to be engendered. Many architects get very angry about postmodernism in general and Charles Jenks in particular. Yet in his view, though the mixture is being stirred, the mayonnaise has not yet emerged. Nice metaphor. Absolutely clear what he means. Postmodernism, like modernism, gives the impression of architects who may talk a lot about communicating with the public, but are actually playing stylistic games for their own amusement. Again, what about later Sterling in this context? Girouard didn't review any of his buildings after the Olivetti Training Centre at Hazelmere, and his review of Sterling's so-called Black Book, tracking his work up to 1974, stops short of the German projects that rescued his career and made him an appropriate recipient of the Royal Gold Medal in 1980. Quite rightly, but surely unrealistically, Girouard says that the criticisms of how buildings actually worked badly needs dealing with. But whoever did that, Gavin Stamp, but not very creatively. In Big Jim, his biography, he praised the Neue Staatsgalerie as the most impressive and convincing expression of that dissatisfaction with the limitations of modernism which was being felt by architects all around the world in the 1970s and 80s. Big Jim is not uncritical of Sterling, but in the end he gets the benefit of the doubt. It is in the nature of most biographies to do their best for their subjects, especially when so many of their contemporaries are still living. Therefore, it does not read as any kind of summary of Girouard on modern architecture. Sterling was too individual to stand effectively as a symbolic figure for his time. In the book, one may detect a form of dissonance between the Girouard who thought that architecture was above all about people and how they occupied buildings, and the lingering critic of form and style whose preferences led elsewhere. Yet which of us can reconcile these positions entirely? We can at least be glad that the great historian of houses and towns, and some of the historical stages of development associated with them, did leave a record of his views of the architecture of his own time. If only he had been given the opportunity to build a building more indicative of his real convictions than the now demolished Edith Neville Primary School in Somerstown. But then perhaps it is impossible to be both a really good historian and a really good architect.
Thank you very much, Alan, for an excellent session. We're just going to have some questions on this session now before we go into the round table. So if the three speakers would like to come up to the front, please. And you've got the mics. Yeah. And we will take some questions on the Irish session in the round table as promised. Okay, who would like to ask a question of the panel or make a comment? Yes, can you wait for the mic to come over on the side there?
Hi, Richard Wolfe. And is it helpful for an architectural critic to become a chum of the architect he is writing about?
Is it helpful for an architectural critic to become chum of the architect? Many would say no. I think it's almost unavoidable. I think he kept his distance. Sterling had died by the time the book came out, so I think he got more than he might have lost by... I mean, Sterling wasn't at all an easy person to know, anyway, so it's not as though, he would have told him what to say. As the book very clearly indicates, he tended to be very kind of buttoned up. And Dorothy can tell us much more about it, I'm sure.
Can I question? Because, sorry, I find that a very odd question to address, because this isn't like being an art dealer. You're not buying the paintings, you're not getting a cut from the artists you admire. These are standing buildings, and why would you not get to know the architect and hear what he has to say about the building? I would like to say just one more thing, that the three architects towards the end that marked me best, Dennis Losden, Jim Sterling, and Norman Foster. They're very, very interesting. They deserve an enormous comparison. Both Jim and Dennis were romantic architects. This meant that they didn't get the money right ever. The problem, I think, with the Florida building was that the budget did not fit the innovative shapes. So the things that went wrong when it rained in the building, which is an interesting experience, or when the glass caught fire at the inside dorms, they hadn't put in the right, very expensive glass. And so you've got two architects, Jim and Dennis, who can't add the sums. You have Norman Foster, who's a marvelous architect, but can add the sums. And he's a builder and a developer's hero. The other two were nightmares. Didn't make their buildings any worse, but they couldn't add the money.
Okay, thank you very much. Any more questions or comments? Jeremy, yeah.
Wonderful papers, one and all. But Andrew, just thinking about the pubs, the Vic Sox seems rather always to have the character of being a pub-loving group. Do you think Mark, because he was such an early member, was he an early fashioner of that, or did he share, or did he learn it from that early group?
I think he learned it. Well, Peter Faraday indeed was a pub man, and Dorothy may have views about how much he learned from Peter Faraday, but no, I don't think so particularly. I mean, he, as we all know, he did things on his own, and although he was a member of the Vic Sox, he didn't turn up the whole time of the meeting or anything like that. Now, it was very much an individual thing, but having written the book, it was there for other people to take on, like Jeff Brandwood in particular did.
It just seems to be shared with the entire building committee of my memory.
Nothing wrong with that. There's the pub across the road from Priory Garden.
The Tabard, which comes into Return to Camelot.
Sweetness and Night.
Sweetness and Night, sorry.
Okay, thank you. Any more? Yes. John?
Just one little question for Andrew. Did Mark know Roderick Greenwich, who was a great pub enthusiast, as you know, and designer and lectured on?
He must have done.
Yeah.
I can't think of it as a marriage made in heaven.
Pigtails and those.
Okay, last chance. Yes, one at the back. I think we'll make that the last question because then we'll move on to the round table.
Thanks. We've heard very little bit today about Mark's campaigning at Spitalfields. I'm just wondering if he did much else in the way of campaigning to threaten buildings.
That's part of the problem.
Yes. Can I just interject before either Andrew or Michael might want to say something on his Vic Sock campaign? We had hoped to include Spitalfields in this day, but we couldn't get everything in. And I think it will come up in the round table, and I hope this might be an area, along with his writing on towns and cities, of course, which is supreme importance to people like me who are urban historians in some future event. So it's not that we have forgotten about Spitalfields. It's, question of balance. But do you want to say anything on about his Bixop campaign, either of you two?
I'd just like to say that it would be quite interesting to put together the chronology of his involvement in conservation. Was the Spitalfields early? Was it late? When was the St Pancras?
Spitalfields is 60s.
Or early 70s,
right? Early 70s, okay. But it's...
was founded about there's a picture of him on the front of the book called The Saviour of Spitalfields, isn't there?
Yeah.
With Colin Amer and he and somebody else looking through a gate. But the St Pancras campaign is probably earlier, Michael, would it be? Do you know?
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. What else was there? Do I think he was involved with the coal exchange a bit? Nobody can say. Well, somebody could work that out if they.
I mean, Colin was a great friend of Mark's, and then Gan. That's how they met Dan, I think, and all that conservation in the mid-70s.
Yes, so there is a whole sort of history of the conservation movement and his interactions with it, which could easily be explored further. But now, we say thank you very much once again to this panel. And then I'd like to invite Manolo, Kyle and Jeremy up to the front, who are going to do some reflections. They all knew Mark extremely well. And we will also have questions on the Irish session.
Thank you very much, Elizabeth, and thank you everyone for, first of all, extraordinary papers, and the audience, of course, for bearing with us. Yes. Oh, can you hear me? Yes. There are aspects that we haven't covered, but are part of this roundtable discussions, as well as any question that might come on the Irish. I think just a couple of things for me. First of all, we thought long and hard as to what we would include, what we would not include, and how we would merge everything together. And so something, also through contingency really, depending on availability, wasn't included. But there is an aspect to this that Jeremy will pick up upon, which is really the impact, the sort of impact on the ground, as well as on the scholarly production that Mark's work had. The second thing we would like is to, and we always have considered it as a kind of starting point, is to have this as the triggering for a reoccurring event, a kind of yearly event, whereby we would reflect on things and we would have a kind of regular sort of gathering. Because as I said at the beginning, Mark was very keen to have really architectural history at the centre of discussion and a kind of centre, a new centre of some kind. And so we would like to use this as a sort of starting kick-off to take it then in all sorts of directions, in fact. And thirdly, but I'm just going to put it on the table, Kyle and I and Elizabeth would like very much to have the extraordinary things we've heard today to become part of something that lasts, like a kind of piece of edited essays or something. So all of the speakers will be contacted about that. But without further ado, I'm going to pass it on to Jeremy to follow up on some of the aspects that were picked up.
Probably would make more sense to actually have the questions for the Irish session. So if I could maybe invite Mark up again, it'd be the easiest thing to do. So Splendid, are there any questions then to the speakers for the Irish session?
None.
We'll start here, yes.
I would say that a theme has emerged rather unexpectedly about the significance of food. And this, like many other things associated with architectural history, may still be in the joke stage, but it isn't. As we, I think, have heard, not only Mark's metaphor about mayonnaise, but also Patricia's, very informative use of alcohol as a sort of way of determining what's happening in the world.
Yeah, would you like to comment on that, Patricia, about the sort of importance of food in Irish architectural history? Well, I mean, hospitality is certainly, I think, a central theme. So.
Well, I mean, I suppose I covered the drinking and all drinking in Ireland and all the rest of it. With regard to food, yeah, I mean, nobody has written, at least I don't think too many people have written about the quality of the food, certainly in Ireland. But as for the quantity, it's always mentioned, particularly in the 18th century. So I think that people in Ireland felt the more, we're recognised as being hospitable people and all of that. And so the more you give to drink, or eat, rather, first of all, you are being hospitable. Secondly, they knew that the ancient Ireland, the kings of Ireland and all the rest of it, were extremely generous to any guests, and people were really delighted to have guests and to be able to give them as much as they can. But I think there was also, in the 18th century, there was the case of showing off. You produced one heck of a lot of dishes on the table, and it was to a large extent, I think, to impress people and to let everybody see, how we are very fashionable too in Ireland, and we're able to give you as much food as you would particularly like.
Were there French cooks in Ireland in the 18th century?
There were some.
Yeah,
just
like London, really.
There were some. I have seen them in papers, but not very many. And also, I know that they had trouble keeping them in Ireland as employees, but yeah, there were a few.
I mean, in London they tended to become interior decorators, like the Prince Regent's cooks. Yeah.
And in the period I deal with, which is slightly earlier than Patricia, food absolutely central because of the idea of that sort of seigneurial hospitality.
Yeah.
So it's one of the reasons the Great Hall kind of endures in Ireland much longer than anywhere else. Not just the fact that we were on the periphery and didn't really know what we were building, it was very much part of the kind of apparatus of the country house owner. So yeah.
I'll throw out an idea for anybody who's looking for a PhD topic. Civic and courtly feasting in Ireland in the 18th century. Masses of information, masses of documents, and what a story.
Some good illustrations.
Yes.
Just a quick follow-up to Patricia. During your research, I'm just interested in the 18th century guests around the table and the religious identification. Would they have been wholly Catholic, wholly Protestant, or a blended tradition?
They would be probably mostly Catholic, and mostly, I mean, two sides to it, not at the one table. I don't know. I mean, I'm sure they must have mixed the religion. I mean, they weren't totally tied in to something like that. So, no, I can't say that they stuck to the Catholics and the Protestants. Okay, we'll have a Catholic evening, or we'll have a Protestant evening, or something like that, or dinner. There really wasn't anything. I mean, it just happened that the people who were giving dinners and the people who were attending the dinners all happened to be wealthy, and they were Protestant, or they had turned to become Protestant. But not an awful lot. I don't think an awful lot did that, did they, Eddie?
Well, among the Anglo-Irish, there would have been a number of Catholics who were at the centre of viceregal entertainment, the O'Haras of Sligo, highest ranks of society, Catholic peers, Catholics like the Fingalls, who were at all of the great feasts and betting tables. So that I think the problem, I suspect there would have been a conscientious problem when it comes to something that Patricia knows a great deal about, namely the toasts. Because one has read, Patricia has shown me lists of the 25 toasts at the end of this banquet, the list of 30 toasts at the end of that banquet. None of them would have any way offended, shall we say, non-Roman Catholic sensitivities. They would have all been loyal toasts. So the Catholics probably...
Lord Buckingham, who was Viceroy, his wife was
Yes.
Catholic.
Yes.
You know, and who was a great patron of Aldred and so on. You know, the Gothic library at Stowe, designed by Stone, which we all know, was actually made for her Catholic chaplain, who was served as, you know, local historian and librarian, and looked after the ancient manuscripts. And so she was there in the viceregal courts as Vice Wren.
We might have time for one more if anyone else has a question on this session.
Oh.
Warn your wise.
Let's move to the conclusion with Jeremy. Thank you very much.
Well, just, I know not the concluding remarks, which will come later, but as one of the non-contributing speakers on the round table, I did think it's, well, one, I want to commend all of the organisers and the speakers, because it is an extraordinary rich tapestry we've been presented of the influences of Mark Girouard, but also, in some cases, the continuing scholarship in the mould of Mark Girouard. I think we all hope that that will continue, and we'll hear more and more of the new scholarship. But perhaps always step back and think about that extraordinary contribution that Mark made. And I was intrigued in Morris's excellent sort of opening address, wonderful idea of looking at the reviews of life in the English country house to understand its reception at that critical moment. And it'd be interesting to think of if we were asking people to assess it now, how would they respond? I think quite differently. But also, Morris mentioned the Mutual Householders Association. Did anyone pick up that reference? Which at the time was a particular charitable, sort of cooperative movement, in fact, where people banded together to buy country houses to save them from dereliction, and they shared them and opened them for the public. And that did wind up some years ago. However, I'm pleased to say there was a result. There was a winding up fund, which was put into a fund called first the Country Houses Foundation and now the Historic Houses Foundation, of which it happens I'm to be the next chairman beginning in January, where we give grants for the restoration and repair of historic country houses, which, in the spirit that I think Mark was mentioned in the piece quoted, all have to have public access. So there is an important sort of benefit that we have, and I do think that that notion of what does architectural history do for us, and how does it help in this extraordinary complex heritage world. And I hope perhaps for your future conferences you might bring together not only the architecture historians, but the people thinking about not just campaigning. I think what really matters is how good architectural history is used in solutions for historic buildings and interiors. And I did pick the brains of Marcus Binney just this week about Mark as a campaigner, because I knew it would come up in discussion. And the very quick phrase Marcus replied, well, he was always there to give us an unbelievably good quote for the building we were trying to rescue or save. And this is one of the outcomes of two threads today. One is really good documentary-based architectural history. The second is language, how to express the value of things, the significance of things, both historically and, as it were, culturally. And I think Eddie, and both Fran and Eddie's paper made us think about that language, the particular language of Mark Girouard. I'd actually quite like to hear one day a paper that explores the persuasive and elegant language of Mark Girouard, compares it to John Summerson and Pevsner, all of these people who shape how we think about historic buildings, but they speak in slightly different languages. And I think that there would be, what it is, actually, Eddie picked up much more sort of comic references, and I would quite associate, but I think that humour is always there, that humane quality that Eddie referenced. But there is a sort of spareness with an engagement, and you don't get the engagement in Summerson. You get the same spare English, elegance, clear argument, but you don't quite, well, Elizabeth may disagree.
I'm looking sceptical.
Looking sceptical. Well, I think it is there, but it's not so abundant in my view. But you've read much more than me. But I did, with Mark, there is this kind of mysterious, engaging quality to his way of talking about architecture. And we just remember that not only the campaign, Spittlefield's been mentioned, National Trust, he was on their architecture panel, chaired by Rafe Dutton, and played a key role in not only Tintersfield being taken on by the National Trust, but also Standen at a time when it might have been sold and its contents dispersed. Played a very critical role there.
And I think with Tintersfield in particular, that idea of persuasion is certainly very important, because obviously the National Trust had the choice between Tintersfield and Easton Neston, and that would not have been a choice 20 years before Mark was persuading them of the value of Victorian architecture at that stage. So yeah.
Exactly. And he sat on the Royal Fine Art Commission for a long, long time. It'd be interesting to know more about that contribution. So my two sort of slightly wrap-up thoughts are, for discussion on the round table, if you like, are the significance of understanding how architectural history in its academic form relates to thinking about heritage and conservation and presentation, and the solutions for historic buildings, which I think Mark was very interested in, and secondly, how the sort of the literature of modern architectural history should go. And I would throw one thing in. We've got a relatively limited amount of younger people in the audience, and I think it might be quite interesting to ask them, perhaps discreetly, to write to us about what they would like to see in future conferences, and consult, the future on what they would like to draw from this extraordinary legacy that we've heard such a lot of brilliant papers today.
Absolutely. The other point, and it seems to me that in a way one goes around in circles, is that one begins with people, goes through building, and goes back to people. And Mark was intensely interested in people, and perhaps more than anything else, he was interested in people. And I, for one, find his latest things, like friendship or enthusiasm, some of the best things, he ever did. Sorry, I keep speaking. I'm talking about people and his interest in people, and how much this comes through his latest work, friendship or enthusiasm, and how much enjoyable that is. And I think, going back to my own experience, one of the most enjoyable times I had with Mark was when we spoke about people and about gossip about people. and that really is fundamental, I think, when it comes to, was he a cultural historian? Was he a cultural historian that went through to architecture? Was he an architect manqué? I mean, does it matter? I think he was interested in people and what that says about society.
Could I say, I think we've asked the question, what country houses are for? I mean, gossip and drinking come pretty high.
So I think it's open, but I'm also conscious of time and everyone perhaps wanting a drink, and Elizabeth concluding remarks. So I don't know if there's a comment or two, otherwise we can pass it on. There's a gentleman there. If we could have the mic there, please.
Thank you. May I just recount a story once told by Mark? He had lunch with my grandparents, and my grandfather was was never ever wine for lunch. It was always beer, wine for dinner. But my mother wasn't there, but my two great aunts were there, and his concluding remarks at the end of lunch was, "Well, I feel quite degraded." So I think it shows his turn for words.
Thank you for that. Any other comment? No? Well, in that case, perhaps we could just pass it on to Elizabeth for concluding remarks. Or okay.
Well, I think mine are less concluding remarks, because we've had some very good summaries there and some indications of the future, and I would like to reiterate that call that if we are able to establish as a kind of annual event that we look at historiography, among other things, but take that sort of line which wouldn't obviously all be about Mark Girouard by any means. It'd be really good to hear people's ideas, and as I say, particularly from the younger members of the audience. You are the future, and we are looking to the future as well as the past here, although it's been wonderful to hear from a generation who did know Mark well and work with him, to give us more insights into sort of where his ideas came from and so on. So I particularly like to thank Dorothy for coming today and giving us some really unique insights. I would like to thank Courtauld very much. I think, as you will probably recognise from the ticket price, that they have put a lot of money into this, and we really thank them very much for that indeed, besides providing the space and everything for free. I'd like to thank all the speakers. Above all, I'd like to thank Manolo and Kyle. Manolo has been the driving force behind this, I think almost, from not so long after Mark died. And then other of us have got on board at various times, but I think the combination of the three institutions and elements we represent has been a very happy one, and the SAHGB has been very, very pleased to play a part in it. Of course, I have to mention, you will have all got one of these leaflets, our fund for publications. Jeremy's just mentioning about raising funds for preserving buildings, which is something obviously a lot of societies do. SAHGB doesn't do casework. We leave that in the very competent hands of the amenity societies. We don't want to replicate their work, but we are the national body for research and scholarship into architectural history, and as anyone who's trying to publish a book at the moment will know, this is getting increasingly difficult. And I'm not saying this to be alarmist, it truly is, and the figures that individual authors are being asked to contribute are going up and up. So unless we want to end up with architectural history only being a pursuit of people of means, going back to sort of 20s, 30s, which obviously we don't want to do, are able to publish, we do need central funds. So if whatever you're able to contribute, £5, £10, £20, £100, we'd be very, very pleased to receive it. And let's try and have a sort of final end of year push, and hopefully I can announce in the new year that we've got over a magical threshold into our sort of next target range. So finally, thank you all very much for coming. I'm sure we're all very much looking forward to drink now, so I won't hold people up any longer. So thank you.